Case of April Tinsley. April Tinsley was born on March 18, 1980, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, as the oldest child in her family. She attended elementary school and participated in the children's choir at her local church. April enjoyed playing with her friends around the neighborhood. On Friday, April 1, 1988, when she turned 8, April came home from school excited to play. After lunch, she asked her mother if she could visit her friend Nicole, who lived only a few hundred yards away. Her mother agreed, as their neighborhood was very safe. Before April left, her mother reminded her to call Nicole as soon as she arrived at her house and gave her an umbrella, as it was nearly 3 p.m. and rain was expected. A few minutes later, upon arriving at Nicole's house, April called her mother. Her mother told her to be home by 4 p.m. When that time passed and April still had not returned, her mother became worried that she might have been caught in the rain. She called Nicole's house to check, and Nicole's mother answered, explaining that April and Nicole had gone to a nearby playground. It began to rain, and April realized she had left her umbrella at Nicole's house. She told Nicole that she would return to retrieve her umbrella and then go home, since she had promised her mother she would come back when it started to rain. April returned home first, while Nicole went to another friend's house to play, and the two girls parted ways. When April's mother did not see her daughter arrive, she called Nicole's mother to ask about the situation, and Nicole's mother informed her that April had not come to collect her umbrella, even though she had left the playground nearly an hour earlier. April's mother grew concerned and told her husband that their daughter was missing. They both went out to search for April, and some neighbors joined them when they learned of her disappearance. They checked all the streets connecting Nicole's house, the playground, and their home, but found no trace of her. Finally, her parents decided to contact the police. Law enforcement arrived at the house, gathered April's information, and began a search. Within hours, many neighbors had joined to help the Tinsley family search for April, covering the areas along the routes she frequently took, but they found no sign of her. As night fell, the police began to fear that April may have been abducted, believing they would have located her if she had merely gotten lost. It appeared as if she had vanished completely. The following day, the search area was expanded, and news of April's disappearance spread throughout the city. Even with additional police and volunteers involved, no clues or traces of her were found. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. April remained missing for 3 days until April 4th, when a man went jogging approximately 20 miles from her home. While running through some fields, he noticed a human body lying in a ditch. Alarmed, he called 911 to report the discovery. Police quickly arrived at the scene and identified the body as April Tinsley. She was fully clothed, except that one shoe was missing. Although officers did not observe any obvious signs of trauma, police suspected that April had been murdered. They believed the perpetrator might have killed her elsewhere and then left her body in the ditch. Near the body, authorities also found an adult toy, though they were unsure if it was connected to the case. They later located April's missing shoe across the street. Autopsy results revealed that April died of asphyxiation and sexual assault. Investigators estimated that her death had occurred within 2 days before her body was discovered, indicating that the perpetrator had kept her alive for some time. Police collected DNA from April's body, but at that time, the FBI did not maintain a DNA database, and DNA analysis was not yet advanced. Consequently, authorities had to concentrate on discovering new clues. After the body was found, police appealed to the public through media outlets for additional information about the case. 2 significant clues emerged. A man contacted police, reporting that he had driven past the field where April's body was located and noticed an old blue pickup truck parked at the roadside. Police believed the truck might have belonged to the killer and that witnesses could have seen it when the suspect disposed of April's body. The second clue proved even more important. A woman who lived along the road between the playground and Nicole's house claimed she had seen a girl resembling April on the day she went missing. A second witness stated that as April was walking along the street, an old blue pickup truck pulled up beside her. Shortly afterward, the truck drove off with her. The vehicle obstructed the witness's view, making it impossible for them to see how the girl entered the truck. The witness also described the driver as a white man, around 30 years old, with blonde hair. Police created a sketch of the suspect and shared it with the media, hoping that someone would recognize him. The FBI soon joined the investigation. Along with the police, they examined the possible involvement of all men living in April's area who had prior convictions for sex crimes and attempted to uncover new leads. Police then received a tip indicating that the suspect's profile matched that of a man who had been involved in organized crime and had joined Satanism. Police investigated him, but found no connection to April's case. However, he was arrested for a separate crime. Police continued following up on other leads, but no progress was made. This continued for months, and eventually the police reached a dead end. During the investigation into April's murder, police uncovered several other crimes against children and arrested multiple suspects, but they were unable to identify April's killer. For many years, there were no major updates in the case. However, in May 1990, a breakthrough occurred. A boy who lived about 10 miles from where April's body was discovered found a note on his shed. The note appeared to be written by the killer, who confessed to murdering April and suggested that more killings might happen in the future. The writer also asked whether police had found April's second shoe. This led police to believe that the person who wrote the note was indeed April's killer. At that time, the media had not reported that April's shoe was found several hundred yards from her body, meaning only the killer would have known this information. Another notable detail was that the message was originally written in pencil and later outlined in marker. This led police to believe that the perpetrator may have left the message months earlier and then returned to make it more visible by tracing it. Police chose to release a photograph of the message in the hope that someone would recognize the handwriting, but this effort produced no leads. A few months later, residents of Fort Wayne were shocked to learn that police had discovered the body of a 7-year-old girl in another area of the city. She had been sexually assaulted and died from asphyxiation. Due to the disturbing similarities to April's case, police suspected that the same killer was responsible for both murders. However, FBI analysts believed that the two cases involved different perpetrators. No progress was made in either case until 1995, when it was confirmed that the second murder had been committed by a deceased family friend. As a result, the case was closed and police no longer connected it to April's murder. Police also awaited additional messages from the killer. His original note stated that he enjoyed taunting police. Years passed without any new evidence. However, in 2004, the situation changed dramatically. A girl from Fort Wayne found a Ziploc plastic bag in her bicycle basket containing a terrifying note. She immediately gave it to her parents, who then contacted the police. The note read, "Hello, honey, I've been watching you. I'm the one who kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered April Tinsley. I have a gift for you. You will be my next victim if you don't call the police, and if I don't see this note on the local news tomorrow. I will destroy your house, kill everyone but you. You will be mine." Police were confident that the author of the note was April's killer. Along with the note, they found a used condom, which was sent for laboratory testing. By 2004, DNA testing was widely used, and experts had already developed a DNA profile from the semen recovered from April's body. The analysis showed that the DNA from the condom matched this profile, but the suspect was not listed in the FBI database. Police reopened April's case, and soon received a report about a second note. Another girl had found a plastic bag containing a similar message. The note stated that the writer had killed April Tinsley and threatened to kill her as well. Inside the bag was another used condom, which also contained the DNA of the same man. In the following months, police received 2 additional reports of similar notes discovered by other girls. In these cases, the perpetrator included Polaroid photographs of his genitals. Investigators examined the images for clues to identify the suspect, but the only notable detail was a green patterned bedsheet in the background, which belonged to the killer's bed. Police searched for stores that sold similar bedding, but this effort produced no leads. Over several months, the perpetrator continued leaving notes, but then suddenly ceased all communication for years. In 2009, the FBI released a profile of the killer based on eyewitness descriptions of his appearance, hoping to generate new leads. However, this did not help the Fort Wayne police. The case remained a top priority for multiple reasons, most importantly to bring justice for April and hold the killer accountable. The killer had also taunted law enforcement with his notes, confident that he would never be caught. He had threatened other girls and left DNA evidence for police to find. Over the years, authorities collected numerous biological samples, but April's killer was never matched to the FBI database. This indicated that he had not been arrested for major crimes and remained at large. In 2012, April's case was featured on a popular television program about unsolved crimes, but without new leads, the case went cold again. In 2015, police reopened the investigation and contacted Parabon, a company that provides genetic and forensic services to law enforcement. Parabon experts create portraits based on DNA samples, a method that had helped solve several cases. Police sent the killer's DNA to Parabon, which produced a portrait of the suspect. The portrait was posted online and shared with the media in hopes of generating leads, but no useful information resulted. The police continued their efforts and in 2018 contacted Parabon again to use a new technique called genetic genealogy. This method involves taking a DNA sample and searching public genetic databases to identify potential relatives of the sample owner, even distant ones. Investigators then study the family trees of these relatives to identify someone who fits the suspect profile, including gender, age, and location at the time of the crime. Importantly, the perpetrator does not need to be in any database. Identification is through relatives. The police sent the killer's DNA sample to Parabon and awaited results. Tracing the family connections took months as experts analyzed extensive data. Eventually, Parabon informed police that the DNA lineage had been narrowed down to 2 brothers living in Fort Wayne. The police then sought to determine which of the brothers was the killer. They tracked both men and collected discarded items to obtain DNA samples. 30 years after April's death, police confirmed a DNA match between samples taken from April's body and the samples collected, leading to John Miller, aged 59. He had lived in a small town called Grail near the site where April's body was found. At the time of the murder, he was 29 years old and resided in a trailer. Police approached John and asked to question him at the station. When he inquired about the reason, one officer asked him to guess, and he replied, April Tinsley. John was taken to the station for further questioning. During the ride, he spoke casually with officers. When questioned, he confessed to kidnapping and killing April. He admitted that on the day she disappeared, he intentionally drove around Fort Wayne looking for a girl to abduct. Upon spotting April on a deserted street, he stopped and told her to get into his car. John stated that April silently complied, which the police found unusual. Because witnesses did not hear screams or observe a struggle, investigators considered the possibility that John had convinced her to enter the car voluntarily. He transported her to his trailer, sexually assaulted her, and killed her. He then loaded her body into his pickup truck, drove to the fields, and dumped her in a ditch. He also confirmed that the adult toys found at the scene belonged to him. 6 months after his arrest, John Miller's trial began. On the advice of his attorney, he initially pleaded not guilty. The prosecutor had sought the death penalty, but a plea deal offered a prison sentence in exchange for a confession. Ultimately, Miller accepted the plea deal, confessed in court, and was sentenced to 80 years in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 2058, when he will be 99 years old. April's mother, who attended the trial, was disappointed that John was not sentenced to death, but acknowledged that, given his age, the likelihood of his release was minimal. April's father was unable to attend the trial due to health reasons, but expressed gratitude to law enforcement for their dedication in bringing his daughter's killer to justice. Moving on to the next case. The case of Charlene Gallego. Charlene Gallego, born Charlene William, came into the world on October 10, 1956, into a middle-class family. Her parents were Mercedes and Charles. As the only child in the family, she was always pampered by her parents because of their deep love for her. She excelled in school, being a bright but shy student, and showed promise as a skilled violinist. However, her life took a turn for the worse during her teenage years, troubled by issues with substance abuse, drinking, and a gambling habit. By the age of 21, Charlene had already experienced 2 marriages and divorces and was running her own flower and glassware boutique, established with her parents' help. She was also pursuing further studies at the university. Charlene met Gerald in Sacramento, California, on September 10, 1977, just before her 21st birthday. Gerald, who was born in July 1946, was 10 years Charlene's senior and had an extensive history of crime. His upbringing was marked by instability. With his mother working as a sex worker and having multiple abusive partners, while his father, also a career criminal, was estranged from the family. Gerald's father was ultimately executed in Mississippi's gas chamber for killing 2 police officers during a prison escape. Gerald began his life of crime at a young age. By age 6, he had committed burglary and other sex crimes. At 12 years old, he was charged with lewd and lascivious acts for assaulting a 6-year-old girl. When he met Charlene, Gerald had amassed 23 arrests and had served time in prison for robbery. He had also been convicted of various other charges, including rape, incest, vehicle theft, and assaults with a deadly weapon. Gerald's first marriage was to a 21-year-old woman when he was 16. They had a daughter, Krista, who would later file charges against her father for sexual abuse in 1978. Gerald went on to marry several more times, but his relationships were short-lived due to his violent and abusive behavior. Gerald met Charlene, and they quickly formed a connection, moving in together within a week. However, Charlene soon discovered Gerald's controlling, manipulative nature. Their sex life was initially healthy, but it became a cause for concern when Gerald revealed he struggled with becoming aroused in consensual relationships. Gerald also admitted to having fantasies involving non-consenting partners, which he referred to as sex slaves. To address this issue, the couple attempted role-playing, but this approach did not work as they had hoped. Eventually, they began to devise a plan. At the time of the first murder, Charlene was 2 months pregnant, but she later had an abortion because Gerald did not want to become a father again. On September 11, 1978, 2 teenagers, 17-year-old Rhonda Sheff and 16-year-old Kaipi Vort, disappeared from the Country Club Plaza shopping center in Sacramento. Charlene lured them into their 1973 Dodge van by offering marijuana. The girls climbed into the back of the van, where Gerald was waiting. He threatened them with a .25 caliber pistol, tied them up, and instructed Charlene to drive toward the Sierra Nevada mountains. As they left the residential area, he ordered Charlene to stop in a remote location. He then took the girls one at a time and sexually assaulted them. After returning to the van, Gerald told Charlene to drive to her friend's house to establish an alibi and added that she should return via Oldsmobile. Charlene followed his instructions, and upon returning, she found Kaipi and Rhonda in the van, who were then forced into the back of the vehicle. On the way back to Sacramento, Gerald had the car pulled over. He attacked both girls, knocking them unconscious with a tire iron, and then shot them in the head. Gerald and Charlene left the bodies behind and drove away. To remain out of sight for a while, they temporarily left California and moved to Reno, Nevada. Charlene's parents advised her to use her cousin's birth certificates to help Gerald obtain the necessary documents for work. Gerald also acquired a driver's license under the name Stephen Fail. While in Reno, the couple found regular jobs and led a seemingly normal life. They even married during this period, but their times without crime were only temporary. On June 24, 1979, Gerald and Charlene went to the Washoe County Fair. 14-year-old Brenda Judd and 13-year-old Sandra Colley were heading home when Charlene approached them as they were leaving the fairgrounds. She asked if they would help distribute leaflets, promising payment. The girls agreed and followed Charlene to her van to collect more leaflets. Both girls entered the van, and shortly afterward, Gerald, who had been watching from a distance, approached the vehicle. He carried a weapon, threatened the girls, and tied them up. He then instructed Charlene to drive toward I-80, but made a stop at a hardware store first, where he picked up a hammer and a shovel. Charlene then drove the vehicle into the hills. In the back of the van, the 2 young girls, Brenda and Sandra, were assaulted. Similar to the previous incident, Gerald and Charlene parked in a remote area and released Brenda and Sandra one at a time before killing them. Gerald then buried their bodies using the shovel he had recently purchased. The next day, Charlene cleaned the van to remove any forensic evidence left by the victims. Gerald kept the shovel and hammer he had used, and a few months later, they returned to Sacramento. After returning to California, Gerald was eager to find another victim. They chose the Sunrise Mall in Citrus Heights, about 20 minutes outside Sacramento, as their next target. On April 24, 1980, they selected 2 17-year-old girls, Stacy Redican and Karen Twix. As with previous victims, Stacy and Karen were lured into the back of the van with the promise of drugs. Gerald, armed with a .357 Magnum, threatened and tied them up. The girls were then taken east on I-80 and sexually assaulted during the drive. Gerald instructed Charlene to take them to Limerick Canyon, where both girls were murdered. On the way home, Charlene threw Gerald's hammer out of the window. Around the same time, Charlene became pregnant again. This time, Gerald was pleased with the news, and they decided to keep the child. While on vacation in Oregon on July 7, 1980, Gerald and Charlene committed another crime. While driving on a highway, they saw 21-year-old Linda Aguila, who was pregnant and walking home from shopping. They offered her a ride, which she accepted. Charlene drove while Gerald sexually assaulted Linda in the back of the van. After finding a place to stop, Charlene got out and wandered around until Gerald was finished. In a secluded area, he took Linda from the van, struck her on the head with a rock, and strangled her to death. Linda's body was discovered later that month in a shallow grave outside Gold Beach, Oregon. Although a witness saw Linda enter an unidentified van, authorities initially suspected her abusive boyfriend might have been responsible. 9 days later, Gerald and Charlene spent the evening at a sale and bar in West Sacramento. After the bar closed, they waited in the parking lot for a young bartender named Virginia Muchel, whom Gerald had taken an interest in. When Virginia left work, Gerald forced her into the van at gunpoint. Unlike previous incidents, Gerald and Charlene drove straight home instead of to a secluded area. While Gerald sexually assaulted Virginia, Charlene remained inside the house. Afterwards, they drove away, and Gerald strangled Virginia. They left her body outside Clarksburg, where it was later discovered by law enforcement. Regular customers at the sale informed investigators about Gerald and Charlene, who had been there the night before. Authorities were able to track them down, and Gerald admitted that they had been at the bar, but claimed they had no knowledge of what happened to Virginia. Charlene stated that she and Gerald had gone fishing that day. Investigators discovered fishing line that had been used to tie Virginia's hands. However, this evidence was insufficient to file charges, causing the case to stall. Following this, Gerald became more violent and angry, which ultimately led to his separation from Charlene. She then moved in with her parents. During this period, Gerald left town and began a relationship with another woman. By early November, however, he returned to Sacramento and asked to meet Charlene. She agreed, and on November 1st, they borrowed Charlene's parents' Oldsmobile and went to a bar. At the bar, Gerald expressed his desire to find another slave, and they then drove to the Arden Fair shopping center. Charlene was shocked when Gerald exited the vehicle and returned with 2 university students, Craig Miller and Mary Sowers. They quietly got into the car as Gerald aimed a gun at them. Just as they were about to drive off, a friend of Craig noticed them and asked what was happening. Without thinking, Charlene drove out of the parking spot and sped away. Meanwhile, Craig's friend quickly noted the license plate numbers and reported the situation to the police. Charlene drove Craig and Mary into El Dorado County until Gerald instructed her to stop. He then forced Craig out of the car and shot him 3 times in the head. After returning to the Oldsmobile, Gerald had Charlene drive them to his home, where he took Mary into the bedroom and sexually assaulted her. Later, Charlene drove them to a secluded area where Mary was killed. The next day, when Gerald and Charlene returned to Charlene's parents' house, they discovered that the police had already been informed about the situation. Gerald left Charlene to face the authorities alone. Charlene told investigators that she and Gerald had gone to a movie in his red Triumph, but investigators discovered the car had not moved all night. She then claimed she could not remember the details because she had been drinking. Meanwhile, Gerald decided he needed to move Craig's body, but it had already been discovered near Bass Lake, California. Likely in a panic, Gerald and Charlene decided to flee the state. They drove to Reno, abandoned their car, and took a bus to Salt Lake City, Utah. Back in Sacramento, Craig's friend identified Gerald from a photo, and Charlene's parents confirmed their son-in-law's identity. Detectives also discovered that bullets recovered from Craig's body matched those Gerald had fired into the ceiling at his workplace. In Utah, Charlene contacted her parents for money, and Mercedes and Charles sent her funds. Gerald and Charlene then moved to Denver, Colorado, and later to Omaha, Nebraska, where they requested more money from her parents. They agreed to help again but informed the FBI about the situation. The FBI was waiting for the couple at a Western Union office, where they were arrested without incident. Upon being returned to California, both Gerald and Charlene pleaded not guilty. Charlene's lawyers successfully negotiated a plea deal for her. By pleading guilty to the first-degree murders of Craig and Mary and providing testimony against Gerald, she would receive a prison sentence of just 16.5 years, avoiding the death penalty. Charlene agreed to the deal and shared all she knew with law enforcement. In Nevada, she also pleaded guilty to the second-degree murders of Karen and Stacy under a similar arrangement. Although California attempted to overturn Charlene's plea bargain due to dissatisfaction with the sentence, the charges related to the murders of Craig and Mary were dropped entirely in 1983. During her testimony, Charlene stated that she participated in the crimes because she feared Gerald, describing him as violent and abusive. She claimed he took all the money she earned and manipulated her whenever she expressed dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Gerald tried to discredit Charlene by revealing her affair with another man and labeling her as a drug addict. Gerald testified in court but displayed numerous inconsistencies. He ultimately urged the jury to trust him, but they were not persuaded. As a result, Gerald Gallego was sentenced to death for the murders of Craig Miller and Mary Sowers on June 21, 1983. He was also found guilty of the murders of Karen Twix and Stacy Redican. While the remains of Brenda and Sandra were discovered in Lassen County, California, he was not tried for those deaths. Gerald maintained his innocence throughout and spent a quiet life in prison until he died from cancer in 2002 at the age of 56, while still awaiting execution. In July 1997, Charlene was released from prison. While incarcerated, she had given birth to her son, also named Gerald, who was raised by her parents. Tragically, he later died while serving in the military. After her release, Charlene chose not to return to Sacramento and resumed using her maiden name. She has reportedly returned to the area under the name Mary Martinez and currently works for a charity. Moving on to the next case. The case of Jossie and Mithu. In 1994, in the month of December, in the city of Jagraon, in the Ludhiana district of Punjab, a boy named Sukhender Singh Sidhu, whose nickname was Mithu, after playing a kabaddi match, was standing at a rickshaw stand, waiting for a rickshaw to return to his village. He had some friends with him who had come to support him during the match and to encourage him. At that time in Punjab, there were some rickshaws like the ones you are seeing on your screen now. Kabaddi is a sport played between two teams in Punjab, where each player demonstrates their strength and intelligence. Since Mithu was the top kabaddi player in his village, he was quite impressive and strong. The rickshaw had not arrived at the stand yet, so Mithu and his friends were joking around. Suddenly, they noticed 3 women walking towards the rickshaw stand from the opposite road. As these 3 women approached, Mithu and his friends observed that 2 of them were older, while the third accompanying them was a very beautiful young girl. When the rickshaw arrived at the stand, all passengers got in, and the beautiful girl sat on the back seat, while Mithu stood behind the rickshaw. During this journey, Mithu noticed that the girl kept looking at him repeatedly, and his friends noticed it too. However, Mithu could not talk to the girl. And as soon as she reached her village, she got off the rickshaw with her family. Once again, she looked towards Mithu, and for the first time, their eyes met. Besides, she smiled when she looked at Mithu, and in response, Mithu also smiled. Then, both of them went their separate ways. When Mithu started doing some other work after reaching home, he heard a girl's voice screaming, "Please help. I need help." As soon as Mithu stepped out of the house, he saw that it was the same girl he had seen in the morning on the rickshaw and smiled at while she was leaving. After that, Mithu went to the girl who had arrived on a scooter with her friend from her home. Here, Mithu first greeted the girl with a hi, and then tried to start the scooter, but deliberately did not start it. Then Mithu asked the girl her name, and also told her his name. Actually, the girl's name was Jaswinder Kaur, but her nickname was Jossie. After that, Mithu said to the girl, "I want to talk to you." Hearing this, Jossie got confused because she did not understand Mithu's words. So her friend, who came with her, translated Mithu's words into English for Jossie. Then the girl also said something in English, but Mithu did not understand English. So Jossie's friend became a translator for Mithu here as well. After that, Jossie said, "We'll meet in Jagraon village tomorrow." In fact, this village was about 15 to 20 minutes away from Mithu's house. When they met at that time, Mithu would be around 20 to 22 years old, while Jossie would be 19 to 20 years old. In addition, Mithu was born into a family that earned their living by farming, and he had only studied up to high school and then chose kabaddi as a career. Besides, he also drove a rickshaw in his free time. The next day, Mithu got ready and reached the village of Jagrayan. And then, after some time, Jassi also arrived there. For some time, they talked to each other. In the meantime, Jassi told Mithu that she lived with her family in Canada and had come to spend the winter vacation at her maternal grandparents' house in India. Among the two women she was with yesterday, one was her mother named Malat Kasidhu, while the other woman with her was Jassi's maternal uncle's wife, meaning Jassi's aunt. Apart from this, that day, there was a brief conversation between Jassi and Mithu, and then both went to their respective homes. But from that day on, these two met regularly. Gradually, Mithu also realized that Jassi's maternal grandparents' house was the wealthiest home in her neighboring village. Besides, Jassi's maternal home and Mithu's small two-room house were on the border of two villages, meaning Mithu's house was right behind Jassi's maternal grandparents' house. And Mithu knew this fact. After this realization, Jassi and Mithu eloped on March 15, 1999, avoiding the scrutiny of their families, and got married in a Gurudwara, which is a place of worship for Sikhs. After the marriage, Jassi returned home as if everything was normal and no one suspected anything. However, the relationship that Jassi's family had been considering for her broke down for some reason. After staying in Punjab for 2 months and marrying Mithu, Jassi left for Canada with her family, but before leaving, she promised Mithu that she would come back soon. After going to Canada, Jassi and Mithu started talking to each other on the phone again, and by now, Mithu's house also had a telephone line installed. Months passed in this way, but at the beginning of 2000, some relatives of Jassi, who were in India, came to know about Mithu and Jassi's marriage, and they immediately informed Jassi's parents in Canada. After this, their love story took a sharp turn. From this point, Mithu's parents began pressuring him, while on the other hand, Jassi's mother and uncle began pressuring her to break the marriage. However, neither Mithu agreed to it, nor did Jassi consent to breaking the marriage. Although Mithu was tempted by money, and Jassi was tempted by expensive things, cars, and the allure of a luxurious lifestyle, neither of them was willing to break the marriage. One day, Jassi's mother brought documents for Jassi to sign so that Mithu could come to Canada. Jassi signed them all, unaware that the documents claimed Mithu had forced her into marriage and assaulted her. Later, Jassi came to Canada with her family. In reality, after Jassi signed this document, her family members sent it to the Punjab police in India. Based on it, an FIR, First Information Report, was registered against Mithu for abduction, forced marriage, illegal weapons possession, and other offenses. He was also arrested. After the arrest, Mithu was brutally beaten in jail and stayed there for several months. Meanwhile, when Jassi failed to receive any response to Mithu's letters and was unable to contact him over the phone, she finally learned from a friend that Mithu had been jailed on charges of abduction, forced marriage, and other offenses. Here, Jassi discovered that her mother, Malat Kaur, had deceived her by obtaining her signature and implicating Mithu, causing significant difficulties for his family and friends. Furthermore, the Punjab police had arrested Mithu's family members from his home and imprisoned them as well. A few days later, Mithu spoke to Jassi, saying to her, "If you wanted a divorce, Jassi, you could have just asked me. We got married with your consent. So why did you falsely accuse me?" After this, Jassi told Mithu the whole story of how her mother and uncle had deceitfully made her sign the wrong papers. But now, in Canada, Jassi was being kept confined in her own home by her mother and uncle. Then one day, Jassi got an opportunity and successfully managed to come to India with the help of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. She came to India and testified in court that Mithu, his family, and his friends were all innocent. "I married Mithu of my own free will," she stated. After this testimony, everyone, including Mithu, was released from jail. Jassi then stayed in India for some time. During this period, Jassi told Mithu that she would never go back to Canada again. It is said that along with the police, Jassi's father and brother also helped her escape from home. Jassi had come to India and started living with her husband, but both of them knew that Jassi's family members would not remain silent. That is why, as soon as Jassi arrived in India, Mithu took her away from home, and they started living in hiding. Mithu took Jassi to her hometown in June 2000 while they were living at their home. Meanwhile, on June 12th, Mithu's family had organized a party in their village for Mithu and Jassi's wedding. On June 8th, Jassi told Mithu that she wanted to go shopping. Initially, Mithu refused because he knew there was still danger, so leaving the house was not right. But then, when Jassi sat at home upset, Mithu also felt maybe he had done wrong. Jassi had left her home in Canada to be with him, and he could not even take her shopping. After that, they both left for the market in the afternoon. It took them a bit longer to return home, so by the time they got back, it was already evening, and the sun had set. Because of this, Mithu's family started worrying about both of them. A while later, Mithu's family began searching for them. However, during the search, they received devastating news that shook Mithu's family to the core. They found out that Mithu was in a very serious condition, admitted to the hospital, while there was no trace of Jassi. When Mithu's family members rushed to the hospital, they found that Mithu's condition was extremely serious, and he was unconscious. Jassi was not there. Then, after several hours, when Mithu regained consciousness, he first inquired about Jassi. Only then did they inform Mithu about Jassi. A few days later, when Mithu recovered, he explained the reason behind his condition. Mithu said that after reaching the market, Jassi did a lot of shopping, and then they both also had coffee together. Later, as they started returning home from the market, their scooter stopped on its own 3 or 4 times. Twice, he sought help from a mechanic, and once he encountered his friend on the way. However, when the scooter started for the 3rd time, they noticed that they were being followed by 2 people on another scooter. After following the scooter riders for some time, they went ahead. But as soon as Mithu turned towards his village, he saw a car in front of him. At first, he saw from a distance that there was no one near the car. But as he approached the car, suddenly 5 to 6 men came out and stood in front of the scooter. One of them even attacked them, causing blood to start oozing from Jassi's head. After that, Mithu held Jassi and started fighting back against those thugs. But then, one thug also attacked Mithu's head with a large rod from a nearby road. After that, Mithu became unconscious, and those thugs kept beating him and finally, thinking he was dead, threw him into a nearby drain. A few hours later, late at night, some laborers passing by noticed Mithu lying there, picked him up, and took him to the hospital. After learning this story, everyone set out to find Jassi. This information was also given to the police, and now the police began to search for Jassi. After filing cases of assault and abduction against unknown criminals, the next day, on June 9th, Jassi was found, but she was not alive. In fact, Jassi had also been murdered and thrown into a canal which was 45 kilometers away from her hometown. When Jassi's body was retrieved from there, it was discovered that someone had brutally strangled her to death. Additionally, Jassi's body bore dozens of deep wounds, indicating that she had been cruelly tortured before dying. When Jassi's body was found, the Punjab police also contacted Jassi's family. However, Jassi's mother Malota and uncle Surjit Singh both denied recognizing the deceased as Jassi. But Mithu and his family, along with Jassi's father and brother, confirmed that the body was indeed Jassi's. Now, the key question was who had inflicted such severe beating on Mithu and who had brutally murdered Jassi. After Jassi's body was found, the charge of murder was added to the case, and the police embarked on the search for the criminals. During the search, the police managed to apprehend several major criminals in the vicinity based on suspicion. The police were so alert because although Jassi was Mithu's wife, she was actually a Canadian citizen. In the case of Jassi's death, suspicions quickly arose among certain individuals, and the police soon discovered who was involved in Jassi's murder. When the police rigorously interrogated these individuals, some criminals confessed to having committed Jassi's murder themselves and admitted to brutally beating Mithu as well. However, the question remained who had instigated all of this. During the investigation, when the names of certain individuals came up, nobody trusted anyone. Anil Kumar, a gangster involved in this incident, implicated Inspector Jenda Singh of the Punjab police, claiming that he had given him a contract to kill Mithu a few days earlier. The police immediately started searching for Inspector Jenda Singh and managed to arrest him shortly after. When questioned by the police, Jenda Singh explained that he carried out the murder because he received a phone call from Darren Singh, Jassi's other uncle who resided in Punjab. Darren Singh had promised him a group of 3 lakhs to kill Mithu. Now the police asked Anil Kumar why he killed Jassi when he was given the contract to kill Mithu. Upon revealing the truth, Anil Kumar and his accomplice left everyone astonished. Anil Kumar explained that after beating Mithu, they thought he was dead, so they threw him into the nearby drain. Then, following Darren Singh's orders, they took Jassi to an empty farmhouse. As soon as Jassi regained consciousness upon entering the farmhouse, she began searching for Mithu. Upon inquiry, the the roughs informed her that Mithu was dead. Now they started talking to Jassi's mother, Malat, who told them to wait for a moment and that she would tell them what to do next. After this, Jassi's uncle and her mother had a conversation, and afterward they called the roughs again and instructed them to beat up Jassi and threaten her, besides asking her to testify against Mithu and return to Canada. Despite being badly beaten by the roughs, Jassi still refused to return to Canada and testify against Mithu. After this, the roughs once again spoke to Jassi's mother and told her that Jassi was not willing to listen to them. Jassi's mother then told the roughs that if Jassi did not listen to anything, they could kill her too. Initially, the roughs refused because their deal was only to kill Mithu for 3 lakh rupees. But Jassi's uncle, Surjit Singh, said a separate 3 lakh rupees would be given to them for Jassi's murder. After that, the roughs brutally beat Jassi, attacking her body with swords, knives, and pieces of glass. Jassi was tortured severely, and finally, one of the roughs strangled her to death. Jassi died, and her body was lifted and thrown into a distant canal. Following this revelation, 13 people, including Jassi's maternal uncle Dharan Singh, who resided in India, were arrested in this murder case. They were charged with abduction and murder, among other offenses. Jassi's mother, Malat Kaur, and her uncle Surjit Singh, who lived in Canada, were also considered prime suspects. Now, since the victim and the accused had connections in Canada as well, the trial of this case began in both India and Canada. During the trial in India, it was proven that when Jassi refused to leave for Canada without Mithu, Jassi's mother, Malat Kaur, and uncle Surjit Singh planned that if Mithu was killed, Jassi would surely return. After this, Surjit Singh contacted his brother Dharan Singh in India and assigned him the task of getting Mithu killed. Afterwards, he contacted Inspector Jenda Singh of the Punjab Police and sought his assistance in this matter. Following this, Inspector Jenda Singh arranged a meeting between Dharan Singh and a contract killer named Anil Varma. Subsequently, Anil, along with his gang, executed this plan. After a lengthy trial on October 21, 2005, the Sungarur court sentenced 11 out of 12 people as guilty. Among the convicted individuals were Jassi's other maternal uncle, Dharan Singh, Police Inspector Jenda Singh, and contract killer Anil Varma. However, as time progressed, these individuals challenged the verdict of the lower court in the Punjab and Haryana High Court, where almost all the accused were granted bail one by one. In the end, only Jassi's other maternal uncle, Dharan Singh, Inspector Jenda Singh, and contract killer Anil Kumar were deemed guilty and sentenced to imprisonment. However, all the convicted individuals challenged this decision of the High Court in the Supreme Court. Subsequently, proceedings began there as well. On April 16, 2015, Dharan Singh was acquitted and discharged. However, the rest of the defendants did not receive relief, and their sentences remained upheld. Apart from this, before delving into what happened in the courts of Canada, it is necessary to take a step back in the case. Due to being severely injured in the attack, Mithu remained hospitalized for a long time. While staying in the hospital, Jassi's final rites were also performed. However, as soon as Mithu recovered and returned home from the hospital, a series of 7 cases were filed against him one after another. There were some cases of illegal weapon possession with allegations of drug selling against Mithu, and pressure was also built by the police and Jassi's relatives to retract his statement and end the case. However, Mithu did not yield to anyone's persuasion and continued with the case. Meanwhile, in 2004, a woman accused Mithu of rape. Upon these allegations, Mithu was immediately arrested and sentenced to Larna Central Jail. Mithu stayed in this jail for the next 4 years. But after 4 years, it was proven in court that the woman who accused Mithu of rape had connections with Jassi's maternal family, and she had falsely accused Mithu for money. After this revelation, Mithu was released from jail after serving 4 years. However, despite this, there were still some cases pending against Mithu, and he continued to have dealings with the jail during this time. Besides Mithu, his brothers also faced different allegations, and behind these accusations was Jassi's uncle, Surjit Singh. When Mithu did not fear even fake cases and threats, around 2012, attempts were made to buy him off. In this case, Jassi's family offered Mithu 10 million rupees and a prime location of 14 acres of land to change his statement. However, Mithu remained steadfast and continued the fight for justice. Malat Kaur and Surjit Singh, the main suspects residing in Canada, were extradited to India for the trial of Jassi's murder case, which began on January 6, 2012 in Canada. The police in Maple Ridge arrested Jassi's mother, Malak Kaur, and her uncle, Surjit Singh, for conspiring against Jassi and arranging her murder. After 2 years, on September 9, 2014, the Supreme Court of British Columbia approved their extradition to India. Both suspects then appealed to the Supreme Court of Canada, which stayed the lower court's decision and initiated a new trial. On September 8, 2017, the Supreme Court of Canada ordered Malak Kaur and Surjit Singh to be sent back to India to face the charges. Following the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, 3 police officers from Punjab immediately departed for Canada to take the accused into custody. However, in the meantime, the accused once again filed a petition for review against the court's decision. As a result, the Punjab police had to return empty-handed. Although the review petition provided temporary relief for a few months, finally, on December 11, 2018, the Supreme Court of Canada rejected the review petition, leading to their definitive extradition to India. After the completion of legal formalities, both accused were repatriated to India by Canadian authorities on January 24, 2019. Upon arrival in Delhi, they were immediately arrested and transported to Punjab. They appeared in court the next day, were granted a 4-day remand, and then sent to Sangarur jail as the trial commenced in Sangarur court. A total of 23 witnesses were presented by the Punjab police. In addition to this, the called details of Jassi's mother and uncle were also submitted as evidence in court. From the call details, it was revealed that Jassi's mother and uncle had spoken on the phone a total of 266 times with the Roughs before and on the day of Jassi's murder. Mithu waited patiently while Jassi's family endured the prolonged delay of justice over the past 23 years. The Punjab police received praise, but Mithu's quest for Jassi's justice remained unmet. Moving on to the next case. Case of Laura Conley. Laura Conley was born on March 15, 1978, in the United States as the third child of Carleen and James Conley. She grew up happily with her sisters, enjoying a warm and caring family environment. However, everything changed when Carleen and James divorced. At that time, Laura was a teenager and was deeply affected by her parents' separation. Struggling to cope with her emotions, she turned to alcohol for comfort, which eventually led to an addiction to psychotropic substances. Her mother believes Laura's addiction originated from the breakdown of their marriage. Carleen was born on June 13, 1945, in Virginia. Her 3 daughters were always her highest priority. Carleen blamed herself for the effect the divorce had on her youngest daughter, Laura. Carleen was consistently understanding and supportive of Laura, especially during difficult periods. Family members and close friends often noticed Laura's irritable behavior. While Carleen's other daughters married and became independent, Laura continued living in the family home in Kentucky. She was unemployed and required constant care. Laura believed she was mentally ill and frequently sought medical assistance for medications. However, there came a time when her health care providers stopped prescribing these drugs. Desperate to obtain her medications, Laura began breaking into neighbors' homes to steal any pills she could find. Laura frequently took advantage of her mother's kindness, repeatedly calling her at work and causing disturbances that eventually forced Carleen to quit her job. In 2008, Laura was convicted of petty theft, but she was quickly released after her mother posted bail. Unfortunately, the situation deteriorated further. Laura not only verbally abused her mother, but also physically assaulted her. Although Laura harmed Carleen physically on several occasions, Carleen still did not report her daughter or ask her to leave the house. When an incident occurred that required Laura to undergo a mental health evaluation, Carleen still welcomed her back home, feeling responsible for caring for her. It is common for parents who experience violence from their children to hesitate in reporting such incidents. They often fear that reporting may damage their relationship with their child. However, this reluctance can put their own safety at risk. Laura's violent behavior was not limited to her mother, as it also extended to her boyfriend, Chris Lewin. Laura faced legal consequences for her actions against him on 2 separate occasions. One significant incident took place in late October 2014. Laura woke Chris while he was asleep and accused him of infidelity, which led to an argument that escalated into physical violence. During the confrontation, Laura not only bit Chris, but also used a kitchen knife to lightly cut his hand. As a result of this incident, Laura received a lenient sentence so she could attend anger management therapy. However, court records show no evidence that she continued participating in the program. At the age of 35, Laura continued engaging in this behavior. On January 7, 2015, she was arrested again for biting her boyfriend's finger when he intervened to stop her from attacking Carlene. He could not understand why Laura was so intensely hostile toward her mother. Carlene had always been a caring and devoted mother to her 3 daughters and a proud grandmother to her 5 grandchildren. She worked tirelessly to support Laura and provide her with the help she needed to overcome her struggles. Unfortunately, despite Carlene's unconditional love and good intentions, Laura gradually began abusing her mother. 5 days later, Laura called 911 to report an incident at her home. She told police that a home invasion had occurred, resulting in her mother being shot to death. Officers from the Independence, Taylor Mill, and Covington police departments quickly responded to the scene. They encountered a horrifying sight: Laura covered in blood and her mother, 69-year-old Carlene Conley, lying on the kitchen counter with multiple stab wounds and in critical condition. When police asked Laura what had happened, she claimed she could not remember because she had been unconscious. She stated that about 2 hours before the incident, several people had knocked on her door asking for candy, which she said was common on Halloween, even though the holiday was still far away. She gave police a description of the suspect, prompting a search of the area. However, officers were unable to locate anyone matching Laura's description. To continue the investigation, police took Laura to the police station for further questioning. After arriving at the police station, Laura provided further details. She stated that she was being chased over money owed to drug dealers. In addition, Laura gave police conflicting explanations of how she discovered her mother's body. At first, she said that she found Carlene dead when she returned home. However, during the same conversation, she later claimed that after waking up in the basement, she went upstairs and found her mother dead on the kitchen floor. However, police officers Mike Richmond and Jim Moore quickly linked Laura to the crime within hours of beginning their investigation. It became evident that she had lied to the police about what had occurred. The evidence demonstrated that there had been no break-in, and no fingerprints were discovered on the doors or windows to indicate that anyone else had been present. This led to the conclusion that Laura was the only person in the house when Carlene was killed. Therefore, in the early morning hours of Sunday, March 15th, while Laura was celebrating her 37th birthday, police arrested her for Carlene's murder. The following day, Monday, March 16th, Laura appeared before a judge via video link and stated that she pleaded not guilty. Police later booked her into the county jail without bail on charges of murder and domestic violence. She was also ordered not to have any contact with her boyfriend. Prosecutor Rob Sanders said that Carlene's murder would have a major impact on the community, which is usually quiet and has a low crime rate. The medical examiner's report concluded that the attack on Carlene was extremely violent, with an autopsy revealing that she had been stabbed 77 times, including 27 stab wounds and 2 bite wounds. On March 24th, Laura appeared in court and told the judge that she had no money, assets, or property, so she could not afford a lawyer. The judge appointed a public defender for her, and the hearing began. During the court proceedings, Officer Michael confirmed that Laura had opened the door for police and that she was the only person in the house besides Carlene. He described discovering Carlene on the kitchen floor, surrounded by several knives. He also stated that Laura was covered in blood, with her shirt, arms, legs, face, lips, and nose all smeared with blood. After hearing the police testimony, the judge sent the case to the jury, who convicted Laura Conley of murder on April 16, 2015. Laura's trial began on January 3, 2017, nearly 1 year and 9 months after the crime. The jury heard testimony from approximately 30 witnesses. The prosecution presented evidence from police officers involved in the investigation, as well as from Carlene's family. In contrast, the defense argued that Laura acted in self-defense due to extreme emotional distress. The defense claimed that the knife attack was a response to an assault by her mother. When Laura took the stand, she told the jury that she and her mother had argued about her birthday celebration. During the argument, her mother struck her on the head with a heavy object. Laura testified that she could not remember anything that happened afterward, including how she was injured or making her 911 call. The jury learned that a physical examination of Laura after the incident showed she had cuts on her head and back, bruises on her body, and a hematoma beneath her eye. On March 23, 2017, both sides presented their closing arguments. Assistant District Attorney Lawrence summarized the evidence and emphasized the numerous conflicting and unverified accounts that Laura had provided. Later that day, after 3 hours of deliberation, the jury found Laura Conley guilty of first-degree murder and recommended a 27-year prison sentence. Laura's legal team filed a request for a retrial, arguing that her sentence was unjust. The attorneys stated that Laura was suffering from mental health conditions, including bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, and panic attacks. In their appeal, the defense highlighted that Laura had consumed large amounts of alcohol and a drug intended to cause drowsiness shortly before the incident. However, the judge denied the appeal and ordered a psychological evaluation to be conducted by court-appointed experts. The defense requested the cancellation of the original trial and asked for a new trial, claiming that the initial proceedings were flawed, which had resulted in Laura's guilty verdict. The prosecutor was permitted to introduce evidence of a prior assault committed by Laura. In June 2019, the Kent Supreme Court ruled that the trial court had erred, which led to the overturning of Laura's 27-year prison sentence for her mother's murder and ordered a new trial. However, instead of undergoing a retrial, Laura chose to accept a plea agreement, which reduced her sentence to 20 years. As a result, she will be eligible for parole in 2032. She is currently incarcerated at the Women's Correctional Facility in Kent, where she is serving her sentence. Laura killed her own mother and showed no remorse, leaving unanswered questions about her motives. Additionally, in just 10 years, Laura could potentially be released. Moving on to the next case. Lindsay Bubeck. She simply went out for a walk along a familiar path she knew extremely well and always returned from, but this time she did not. August 12, 2019 began entirely normally. Teaching assistant Lindsay Bubeck was on vacation, and she planned to spend the day with her family. She and her daughter, Sarah, went shopping in Blackburn during the afternoon, and afterward they agreed to enjoy a pleasant family evening over a cup of tea and meet her daughter's human boyfriend. They said their goodbyes, and Lindsay went back home to change and head out for her daily walk into the woods. At approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she left the house and never returned. Let us explore this sudden disappearance and try to understand why tragedy struck on this particular day and who may be responsible. The events took place in the town of Blackburn in the county of Lancashire in northwest England. The town lies in the southern area of the county on the River Blackburn, alongside the Leeds, Liverpool Canal, at the junction of 4 railways and close to rich coal mines. Blackburn is known for its natural surroundings and is home to 4 large wooded parks. Lindsay separated from her husband, Tim Bubeck, in July 2018, but they continued living together in Clapton until March 2019. She then moved into her new home on Burnley Road in Honcote. Lindsay looked after her 2 children, Stephen, 20, and Sarah, 17. She worked as a senior teaching assistant at Acton Hill Elementary School in Burnley and loved being around children. Lindsay was a gifted artist who was always willing to go above and beyond to create incredible props for school productions and plays. On the tragic day of August 12th, she went for a walk in a wooded area called Coppice near her home in the village of Honcote on the outskirts of Accrington and vanished. At the expected time, Sarah and her boyfriend Brandon arrived at Lindsay's house, but no one answered the door. Sarah became concerned because it was unlike her mother to forget a planned tea gathering. She attempted several times to reach Lindsay, but the phone went unanswered. Sarah then sent a text message that said, "Where are you? We sat outside for an hour and called 6 times. When there was still no reply, Sarah sent another message made up of several question marks, but again received no response. After waiting outside Lindsay's home for an hour, Sarah contacted her father, Tim Bubeck, to inform him that her mother was not home and was not answering her phone. Tim took a distressed Sarah and Brandon back to his house. Close to midnight, Sarah and Tim returned to Lindsay's home with a spare set of keys. To their distress, she still had not come back. Inside, the house appeared completely normal and showed no signs of any disturbance. There was also no note explaining her absence. At 12:11 a.m. on the night of August 13th, Tim Bubeck called the police and told the dispatcher, "My ex-wife seems to be missing. We can't find her. Doesn't look like her." Lindsay Bubeck was officially reported missing. Her disappearance deeply unsettled the community. Residents of the small suburb came together and went out searching for her. There were hundreds of people, including men and women, grandparents, dog walkers, teenagers on bicycles, and even mothers pushing strollers. For many, Lindsay was a stranger, but that did not matter. After days of desperate searching, social media appeals, and posters, people continued to gather at Coppice for 2 days in a row, hoping to uncover a crucial clue that could help solve the mystery of Lindsay Bubeck's disappearance. After several days with no success, it became clear to everyone that the search would be challenging. With each passing day, the likelihood of finding Lindsay alive decreased. Detectives classified her case as high risk. She had never gone missing before, and her family described her disappearance as extremely out of character. Even so, the search never stopped. Locals printed thousands of posters to distribute throughout the area, and a Facebook group connected to the search quickly grew to 10,000 members. Only hours after the police appeal was shared online, the first posters showing Lindsay's face appeared all around the neighborhood. Within a few days, there was not a lamppost, shopfront, or traffic light without a poster calling for the search for Lindsay. Police launched an investigation into her disappearance from the home, while extensive searches were carried out by specialist police officers, dog handlers, Lancashire Fire and Rescue Service personnel, mountain rescue volunteers, and the city's search and rescue team. Drones and helicopters were also used to search the area around Coppice and the surrounding open countryside over a wide distance, including popular walking and running routes. For days after Lindsay's disappearance, Lancashire police released CCTV footage showing the moment she was last seen alive. She was walking along Burnley Road at 4:10 in the afternoon toward Coppice, wearing a purple jacket, black leggings, and dark trainers with white soles. A week had passed since she went missing on August 19th, and with each day that went by, there was increasingly less hope of finding Lindsay Bubeck alive. Police were still no closer to discovering the whereabouts of the mother of two, but they stressed that there was no evidence she had been the victim of a criminal act, meaning there was still a possibility she could be found alive. The search for Lindsay continued. That evening, hundreds of local residents joined the first large-scale public search of Coppice after a call to action was shared on social media. Events escalated when a local resident's dog ran into a wooded section of Accrington Cemetery. He shouted and repeatedly called the dog's name, but it did not return. The dog struck its head in the bushes while sniffing and trying to dig at something. The owner walked over, stood beside the dog, and was horrified to realize there was something very soft beneath his feet. He recoiled in fear, noticing a terrible smell and flies circling around the area. A plastic bag and what appeared to be part of a foot were visible emerging from the ground. On August 24th, 12 days after Lindsay Bubeck disappeared, her body was discovered under horrifying circumstances, buried in a cemetery. Her naked body, wrapped in 2 clear plastic bags mixed with soil and grass, had been placed inside a shallow grave. The search for Lindsay Bubeck was officially declared over, and a murder investigation was launched. Pathologist Dr. Naomi Carter conducted the autopsy and determined that the cause of death was a broken neck. The trauma had been inflicted with such extreme force that the entire larynx suffered crushing injuries. The neck was most likely struck with a foot or a knee. It was also determined that there had been an attempt to cut off Lindsay's right leg after death, possibly using a saw, as tool marks were found. A large gash was discovered on the leg, cut all the way down to the bone. The injuries Lindsay sustained were catastrophic. Dr. Carter also stated that because of the poor condition of the body, it was very difficult to fully assess all of the injuries. She did not rule out the possibility of sexual activity on the day Lindsay disappeared, but this could not be confirmed due to the advanced decomposition of the body. Before Lindsay's body was found, both members of the public and police had searched the same area for several days without success. Community volunteers and a police dog handler reported seeing a blue wheelie been abandoned in nearby bushes. At that point in the investigation, no one understood the significance of the bin. Volunteers who searched the cemetery at 9 p.m. on August 20th also noticed the same bin with a dark stain on the outside and believed it could be blood. After taking photographs of the bin, they contacted the police. 2 officers arrived to examine it and observed a brown mark they believed was dirt. Police stated the bin appeared brand new and that there was no evidence at the time linking it to Lindsay's disappearance. As a result, it was left where it was. Other significant clues discovered in the cemetery were also not immediately recognized. For instance, Local resident Christine Alderson found a blood-stained cloth lying on the grass in the cemetery on August 18th while walking her dogs with her daughter. She said the blood on the cloth looked fresh and red, but assumed it may have belonged to a homeless man known to frequent the area. Another dog walker, Judith Bibby, reported seeing red clothing hanging on a barbed wire fence near the Cardle Hill Trail, which was believed to be Lindsay's jacket. She also heard a voice, possibly that of a child, but did not hear any struggle, shouting, or screaming. On August 25th, investigators returned to the crime scene and discovered a yellow-handled saw and a pair of green heavy-duty gloves near Lindsay's grave, both containing several traces of blood. The evidence was sent for forensic analysis, and the results came back positive. The gloves had the perpetrator's DNA on their inner surfaces, and Lindsay's DNA was identified on the outer surface of the left glove. A pair of her Skechers shoes, which had been sliced along the sole, were also discovered inside a blue plastic bag that had been discarded in the cemetery. Further examination of the evidence showed that Lindsay's body had been wrapped in some form of plastic sheeting, and between the body and the plastic were leaves and grass that did not originate from the cemetery grounds. This led investigators to conclude that her body had been transported from a different location. That was when detectives recalled the blue trash bin that had repeatedly drawn the attention of volunteers. Police officers reviewing CCTV footage soon uncovered a shocking detail that left the investigative team perplexed. Several images showed a young male pulling a blue wheelie bin in the Burnley Road area. Over the following days, CCTV cameras recorded the same individual returning to the cemetery on 4 separate occasions. Based on this footage, a suspect emerged. The video of a young man dragging a trash bin down the street, possibly containing Lindsay's body, quickly gained widespread attention. The footage was broadcast on the news with an appeal to help identify the individual, and it proved successful. Teachers and parents recognized the boy and identified him. The teenager turned himself in to police that same day. His name was withheld until sentencing because of his age. He was just 16 years old at the time of the offense. The boy seen in the footage was identified as local resident Rocky Marciano Price. Rocky Marciano Price lived with his parents and 5 siblings on Winnie Hill Road in Accrington. The Price family had lived in that home for approximately 30 years. The teenager had a significant history of mental health issues. Rocky had been diagnosed with autism, attention deficit disorder, and hyperactivity from a young age. His low IQ caused further learning and communication difficulties. He attended an alternative school in Barnoldswick several days a week and was described by teachers as extremely quiet and largely nonverbal. In 2015, a psychologist assessed Price as having a limited understanding of his own emotions and emotional well-being. He showed marked difficulties in understanding the links between events and emotions. Another report from 2016 described Price as unresponsive to unfamiliar people and constantly in need of supervision and care. Timothy Bradley, who taught at the school for 18 months, said staff were always trying to find ways to involve him in education, but Price preferred hands-on activities over academic work. Price rarely participated in conversation, even about subjects that interested him. Teachers described Rocky Price as physically strong and robust for his age. He attended the gym regularly, enjoyed caring for chickens on the family farm, and liked watching movies and playing Xbox. He lived largely in his own world and was not always aware of his actions. So what motivated him to attack Lindsay Bobek? Nothing at all. She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time while Rocky Price was targeting isolated women. He was searching for a woman to kill and did not care who she was. This was a completely random killing carried out by a stranger. On August 12, 2020, exactly 1 year after the crime, Price finally went on trial. Rocky Marciano Price was unanimously found guilty by a jury following an 8-day retrial and 4 hours of deliberation. Appearing via video link from Her Majesty's Prison Wetherby, Price, then 17, showed no reaction when the judge delivered the verdict. His parents also displayed no reaction in court. He pleaded guilty to assisting in disposing of Lindsay's body, but denied having any role in her death. Rocky Price claimed that a male stranger had approached him and offered money in exchange for help burying the woman. In a prepared statement, he admitted to moving the wheelie bin and burying the body, but maintained that he had no involvement in Lindsay's death. However, a search of his home in Accrington uncovered plastic bags identical to those found at Lindsay's grave. A tracksuit and other clothing were also examined and matched the outfit he was wearing in surveillance footage from August 12th, 16th, and 17th. Defense attorney Mark Fenhals told jurors that Price committed a horrific and reprehensible act by burying the woman's body in the cemetery, but insisted that he was not the killer. Despite the substantial evidence against him, Rocky Price pleaded not guilty to the murder but admitted to moving Lindsay's body. After 2 days of questioning, Price, through his lawyer, prepared a statement explaining his movements between Coppice, where police believe Lindsay was killed, and the cemetery where her body was discovered. However, the prosecution firmly stated that Rocky Price acted entirely on his own. The motive behind the random attack on the 47-year-old mother of two was never disclosed, as the offender did not even know the victim. The judge sentenced Price to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. He will only be released if the parole board determines that he no longer poses a danger. The judge described the attack as rapid and savage, stating there was no doubt the defendant lay in wait with the intention of killing a woman who happened to be passing by. Just minutes before Lindsay was attacked, Zoe Braithwaite narrowly escaped a hooded teenager with his hands in his pockets while she was walking alone on a nearby parallel path. Her instincts immediately warned her, and she became alert. Zoe was unsettled by the man's appearance, as he seemed out of place for a walk in the woods at that time of year. She quickened her pace and then ran away, which likely saved her life. If it had not been her, it could have been someone else, and that someone was Lindsay. This was a planned attack. After failing to harm one woman, he did not abandon his intention to attack another lone woman. His behavior after the crime clearly demonstrated his ability to plan and reason. His teachers told the court that he was far more capable in practical tasks than in academic subjects. He used that capability to conceal the body. Rocky Price was found to have made 2 return trips to Coppice on the evening of August 12th. The first occurred at 6:55 p.m., when CCTV cameras captured him carrying a black rucksack. It is believed that inside it, he may have been carrying a saw used to dismember Lindsay's body. The second occurred at 8:28 p.m., when dog walker Anthony Deworst was seen pulling out an already empty wheelie bin. This location was the same spot where his grandfather, who shared his name, and other family members were buried. Calmly and without visible panic, young Rocky Price, acting alone, set in motion a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by placing it into a blue wheelie bin like rubbish and burying it in a shallow grave in Accrington Cemetery, wrapped in 2 plastic bags. He carried out a plan to dispose of Lindsay's body by first hiding her in a blue wheelie bin and then dragging it to the cemetery. After finding a quiet and secluded area near the railway line, he spent more than an hour burying her body before leaving behind a saw, gloves, and the bin at the scene. The killing of a stranger in broad daylight, for which there is no rational explanation, is especially horrifying to all reasonable members of society. The random nature of the attack indicates that the accused presents a very real threat to the public. The stalking of another woman prior to killing Lindsay Babec shows that the crime was not the result of a sudden loss of control. 24 hours after he was found guilty, publication restrictions were finally lifted by a judge, allowing his name and photograph to be released to the public for the first time. Rocky Marciano Price's identity had been kept secret during both the first and second trials. The jury was informed of many important details about Price, but these could not be fully revealed because of his age. The judge removed the reporting restrictions after the jury unanimously found Price guilty of the crime. The defendant's mental illness cannot excuse or even explain his actions in any way. It is clear that he understood it was gravely wrong to kill, yet he did so regardless. Although such crimes are fortunately rare, they create deep fear within society. However, the central question in this case remains unanswered. Why did the young man feel the need to kill a stranger? And for what reason? Only Rocky Price knows the answer, and he chose not to give it. Perhaps if it had not been Lindsay Babec, it could have been someone else. Lindsay's funeral took place at St. Margaret's Church in Hapton on September 20th. More than 200 mourners assembled at the church as police halted traffic on Manchester Road, while Lindsay's coffin, her body covered in flowers, was carried inside. Dozens of floral tributes from friends and family, as well as from strangers whose hearts had been touched by Lindsay's story, were laid at the site. Sarah described her mother as an extremely hopeful and positive woman. Lindsay had been making plans for the future. She was arranging a trip to Glasgow with her friend Sharon. She dreamed of finding love through the Match.com dating website. Lindsay Bubeck had envisioned a long and joyful life for herself and looked ahead to the future with optimism. But all of those dreams were cut short on one bright summer day. Lindsay Bubeck's family and the detectives who worked on the case welcomed the jury's unanimous verdict, but said that no court decision could ever bring Lindsay back or relieve her family and loved ones from the pain of their loss. Outside the courthouse, after the verdict was delivered, members of the defendant's family wore T-shirts reading, "Wrongfully convicted, set this boy free." On the back of the shirts were the words, "The killer is still at large." Maybe Price is an aspiring maniac. He just wanted to take a human life, to know what it feels like to watch someone die and mutilate them. Most likely, in some form, it is an absolute neurodevelopmental disorder marked by difficulties with social interaction, motor function, and behavioral stereotypes. Translated, the word autism means a person who has withdrawn into himself or a person within himself. Autism remains a poorly understood developmental disorder that may occur because of genetic or hereditary abnormalities. The precise cause is not completely known, but in this story, the punishment most likely fits the crime. Moving on to the next case. The case of Lori Slasinski. Lori Slasinski was born on September 21, 1981, to her parents, Casey and Arlene Slasinski. With her blue eyes and blonde hair, Lori was cherished by her family, including her older brother, Paul. The Slasinski family originally came from New York State, but moved to the rural farmland near Auburn, Alabama, when Lori was 13 years old. Growing up in the countryside, Lori developed a deep love for animals. Her friends described her as beautiful, and she enjoyed spending time with them, watching movies, riding her bicycle, and playing video games. Alongside her enjoyment of life, she was dedicated to her studies, and her family did their best to support her. After graduating from high school, Lori decided to attend Auburn University, where she majored in psychology and minored in criminology. To help her transition to college life, her parents purchased a mobile home for her to live in off-campus, situated in a well-kept trailer park popular among students. She lived there with her beloved dog, Peanut, a Yorkshire Terrier. Lori maintained a strong relationship with her family, with her mother calling her every day to check on her. In 2005, she graduated with honors from Auburn University. Shortly afterward, she began working at the East Alabama Mental Health Center while continuing to live in the trailer park. She also planned to pursue a master's degree in psychology in the near future. Lori's family was proud of her accomplishments, unaware of the troubles that lay ahead. On June 10, 2006, 24-year-old Lori planned a girls' night at her best friend Lindsey Braun's house. They intended to have drinks and watch a movie. Lori had met Lindsey during their junior year at Auburn University, and they quickly became friends because of Lori's sweet and outgoing personality. Their friendship grew stronger when they both began working at the same mental health facility after graduation. Around 6:30 p.m. on June 10th, Lori called Lindsey to say she was stopping at the store before heading to her house for movie night. Unfortunately, she never arrived. Lindsey became concerned when she did not hear from Lori that night or the following day. She called Lori multiple times and left messages on her answering machine, but received no response. When Lori failed to show up for work on Monday, June 12th, Lindsey became increasingly worried. It was unusual for Lori to miss work without notifying anyone. After Lori missed work again on Tuesday, June 13th, Lindsey and another coworker decided to check on her at home. When they arrived at Lori's trailer, Lindsey noticed that Lori was not there. The door was unlocked, and the air conditioning was running, which was unexpected. Inside, Lindsey saw that Lori's dog, Peanut, was in his crate. He appeared healthy and content, suggesting that someone had been taking care of him. Remarkably, his crate was clean, despite Lori being missing for several days. Lindsey sensed something was wrong, as it was unusual for Lori to leave her pet unattended. She recalled that Lori had placed 3 rugs on her kitchen floor because the dog refused to walk on the tile. However, those rugs were now missing, as was the outside trash can. Later that day, June 13, 2006, Lori's mother, Arlene, received a call from her workplace about Lori missing work for 2 consecutive days. Arlene tried calling Lori, but could not reach her. Concerned for her daughter's safety, Arlene hurried to Auburn after informing her husband, Casey, about Lori's disappearance. Upon arriving, Arlene entered Lori's trailer and noticed that something was off. The door was slightly open, and Lori's bed was neatly made, but Lori was nowhere to be found. Her car was also missing. Upon further inspection, Arlene saw that several items were missing. Lori's kitchen rugs, a pillow from her couch, a Galileo thermometer, a green trash can that Lori used for her rake and shovel, and the cord for her landline phone were all gone. A sense of alarm began to rise in Arlene as she realized that something terrible had happened. She officially reported her daughter missing, still holding out hope that Lori would return. Police began their investigation and searched Lori's trailer home. While they did not find any clear evidence pointing to a suspect, they observed signs of a struggle and scuff marks on the walls. On the bed sheet, they discovered semen and found traces of blood on the doorknob. A coat hanger and a single golden hoop earring were also collected from the scene. On June 10, 2006, police obtained surveillance footage showing Lori at a Walmart in Alabama, marking the last confirmed sighting of her. After this point, no one knew what had happened to her. Later that afternoon, Arlene received a phone call from one of Lori's friends, a 25-year-old named Daryl Richard Ennis, commonly known as Rick. He claimed he had seen Lori on the day she went missing and suggested that she might have gone off to conduct a drug deal. Lori had met Daryl at the bowling alley where he worked and often spent time there while she was a student. Arlene recognized Daryl because Lori had invited him to celebrate Christmas with their family in 2005, feeling sorry for him since he had no family of his own. However, Arlene found it difficult to believe Daryl's story. Despite Lori's friendship with him, she was convinced her daughter would never be involved in drug dealing. Arlene suspected that Daryl was lying, but had no idea why he would make such a claim. Daryl provided police with information regarding Lori's disappearance, but before they could act on it, a shocking discovery occurred. On June 14, 2006, just 4 days after Lori went missing, her car was found completely engulfed in flames near the bowling alley where Daryl had previously worked. This development shifted the investigation from a missing persons case to a potential homicide. Investigators noted that the fire destroyed any evidence that might have been in the car, but Lori was not inside when it burned. Nearby, a hand-rolled cigarette was found on the ground, along with a gas can located in the woods. This incident deeply distressed Lori's family, leading them to believe that something terrible had happened to her. The only lead they had at the time was the information Daryl had provided to Arlene. When questioned, Daryl repeated the same story he had told Arlene but added more details. He stated that he and Lori had grown marijuana together and suggested that she might have gone off to sell her portion of it. He also mentioned that Lori could have been involved with some dangerous people. Police searched Lori's trailer, but despite a thorough investigation, they found no evidence of her dealing drugs. During the interview, investigators noticed several scratches on Daryl's hands and arms, which he claimed were from his dog. Investigators uncovered troubling information from Lori's friend, Lindsay. During their last phone conversation on the day Lori disappeared, Lindsay heard Daryl speaking in the background. Since Daryl was a friend of Lori's, Lindsay did not think much of it at the time. When Lindsay texted him to ask about Lori's whereabouts, he replied that Lori was fine when he left her. Lindsay also informed investigators that before Lori went missing, she had mentioned that Daryl had written her a love letter, but she did not feel the same way. Lori had told Lindsay that she was not romantically interested in Daryl and planned to discuss this with him. Investigators later learned that Daryl had informed his friends about his letter and Lori's rejection. When police re-interviewed him to confront him with new information from Lindsay, he admitted to meeting her just hours before Lori disappeared. He maintained that Lori was in good spirits and was getting ready to go to the store when he left her house. However, detectives noted several inconsistencies in his story, which led them to consider Daryl their primary suspect. Their suspicion grew stronger after searching his car, where they discovered several significant items, including a knife, cleaning supplies, and handcuffs. Investigators began digging into Daryl's past to find more evidence, but were unprepared for the shocking discoveries. They uncovered that Daryl, at just 12 years old, had murdered his mother and stepfather. On March 3, 1993, only 10 months after their marriage, Daryl killed his mother, a well-liked churchgoer, by first shooting her in the face and then beating her to death with a baseball bat in their trailer in North Montgomery, Alabama. His stepfather, Eddie Joe Flowers, suffered the same fate when Daryl shot him in the face with a shotgun upon his return from work. After the murders, Daryl drove the family car and crashed it into a fence along the highway. Alabama State Trooper John Clark found Darrell walking on the road. When asked about his parents, Darrell admitted that he had killed them. During a search of the backpack he was carrying, Detective Clark discovered a kitchen knife and ammunition for both a 12-gauge shotgun and a .22 caliber firearm. When questioned about his motives, the emotionless 12-year-old stated that he was angry because his parents planned to move and he did not want to leave his school. Investigators believe that Darrell lived with his parents' bodies while still attending school. He also confessed that he had intended to kill his 3 stepsisters, which shocked the investigators. Although his murders were horrific, he was too young to be tried as an adult. As a minor, he received a 9-year prison sentence for the double murder. After his release, he moved to Auburn, where he met Lori Slasinski. When Lori went missing, Darrell became the main suspect. However, despite his criminal history and the abundance of circumstantial evidence, authorities could not charge him with Lori's murder without her body or any direct evidence linking him to the crime. A few weeks after being interviewed by detectives, he left Auburn and eventually settled in Huntsville, Alabama in 2007. By that time, Lori's case had grown cold. After moving to Huntsville, Darrell quickly moved in with a roommate named Abram. Abram noticed that Darrell had brought kitchen rugs with him, which he said were a gift from someone. Darrell also mentioned to Abram that he was in love with a woman from Auburn who had mysteriously disappeared, but he did not reveal her name. Abram thought these conversations were normal until he discovered Darrell's troubling past. This prompted him to ask Darrell to leave immediately. When Abram returned to his apartment, he found it in complete disarray. The police later recovered the rugs, and one of them tested positive for Darrell's blood. Abram also remembered seeing a Galileo thermometer in Darrell's room before he moved in, which matched the type that had been missing from Lori's home. Despite this, police were still unable to directly link Darrell to Lori's murder, as the main suspect remained officially unidentified. The case remained unresolved, leaving Lori's devastated family searching for answers for many years. For a long time, there were no new developments. Then, in 2016, Mark Whitaker, a special agent with the Alabama State Bureau of Investigation, established a cold case unit to re-examine Lori's disappearance. He worked closely with his longtime partner, Agent J.W. Barnes. Lori's case became the first focus of their investigation. They revisited the evidence, sent several items to forensic labs for testing, and conducted multiple interviews. While reviewing the materials, Darrell emerged as their primary suspect. Agent Mark was aware of Darrell's violent history and strongly suspected him of harming Lori, but he struggled to find enough evidence or locate a body to prove guilt. In an unexpected turn, Agent J.W. Barnes discovered a crucial piece of evidence while reviewing old files. He found an unopened report in an envelope that had remained untouched for 10 years. After Lori disappeared in 2006, police had collected evidence from her trailer, but no follow-up had been conducted until the results were finally analyzed. The analysis revealed that semen found on Lori's bedsheet and blood on the inside of the front door matched Darrell Ennis's DNA. With this evidence, investigators were able to build a strong case against him, leading to an indictment in 2018. At that time, Darrell was happily engaged to a school librarian named Elena Atkinson and living in Pilot, Virginia, where he worked for a company that designed and built portable living structures called yurts. On August 6, 2018, his 38th birthday, Darrell Ennis was arrested by a U.S. Marshals Task Force, 12 years after Lori Slasinski had disappeared from Auburn. While Lori's family felt a sense of relief, Darrell's fiancée and co-workers were shocked by the news. He faced 2 counts of capital murder. The trial finally began on April 1, 2022. The prosecution presented evidence suggesting Darrell's involvement, including a cigarette found on Lori's bedsheet that contained his DNA. In response, the defense argued that police might have taken the cigarette from Darrell's home and planted it at the scene. They also attempted to undermine Lori's character, suggesting she had been a drug dealer, to explain why his DNA appeared on the bedsheet. Darrell claimed he had consensual sex with Lori before she disappeared, implying that they remained intimate despite her rejection. However, his account lacked credibility, particularly after 2 witnesses provided shocking testimony. One former coworker from Alabama, Jeremy Brooks, reported that on June 9, 2006, just one day before Lori's disappearance, Darrell had called him asking if he could bring him gas and keep the gas tank. Jeremy refused, recalling that Daryl had said he had run out of gas and needed help. Later, after police discovered Lori's burned car, they found a gas can that matched the description of a missing can from the bowling alley where Daryl worked. Another former coworker, Terry Booth from South Carolina, shared a disturbing experience she had with Daryl years earlier. She recalled asking him why he had moved from Auburn, to which he responded that he needed to get rid of a body. At the time, Terry believed he was joking, but Daryl's later arrest for Lori's murder changed her perspective. Despite Daryl's consistent denials and claims of innocence, the jury reached a guilty verdict after 2 days of deliberation. He had initially faced the death penalty. However, the district attorney removed that option after consulting with Arlene. Arlene explained that agreeing to a life sentence without parole would spare her from prolonged appeals while ensuring he remained permanently incarcerated. On April 14, 2022, Daryl was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and is currently held at the William E. Donaldson Correctional Facility in Bessemer, Alabama. For Arlene, the verdict brought mixed emotions. With tears in her eyes, she expressed that it forced her to confront the painful reality that Lori would never return home, a hope she had held in her heart for so long. Reflecting on Lori Slasinski's tragic story, the heart-wrenching details throughout her case are impossible to ignore. From her vibrant personality and promising future to the chilling revelations of Daryl Ennis' past, every twist serves as a stark reminder of life's fragility. The love Lori shared with her family, especially her mother Arlene, paints a poignant picture of loss and longing for closure. The perseverance of investigators and the eventual breakthrough in the cold case illustrate that justice, though sometimes delayed, can still prevail. In honoring Lori's memory, we recognize the profound impact her life and disappearance had on all who knew her, as well as the vital importance of protecting communities from those with dark histories. Moving on to the next case. The case of Marbella Valdez. One was born in Tijuana, the second-largest city in Mexico, situated in the state of Baja California. In 2020, when this case was being investigated, Juan was 40 years old and owned a cleaning business. Even though this was his primary occupation, he appeared to have a genuine interest in the security field. On one occasion, he completed an internship at the forensic office of the state prosecutor's office. He remains passionate about becoming a law enforcement officer. At times, he would even go out on the streets wearing a police uniform. In August 2019, Juan met a 20-year-old girl named Marbella Valdez. She has a gentle and cheerful personality. She is often called Bella by her relatives and friends. During her childhood, she went through many hardships. At the age of 5, she was placed in an orphanage. She continued spending the following years in similar institutions. According to local pastor David Lopez, who was present when the girl was admitted to the orphanage, she quickly showed her kind character and goodwill. This helped her gain love and respect from the other children, as well as from the staff there. Despite facing many challenges, Marbella still feels optimistic and loves life. At the orphanage, she formed friendships with Brenda Valdez and Jairo Solana. Brenda became very close to her. Pastor David noted that they were often playing together and were always beside each other during different activities. They always loved, supported, and protected one another. Brenda assumed the role of an older sister who was constantly there for her. As time passed, Marbella began dreaming of a better future and successfully finished both primary and secondary school. She was regarded as a good student and actively took part in youth religious groups. She understood that progress comes from studying and working hard, so at the age of 16, she began selling sweets to her classmates and did extra work as a house cleaner. Fortunately, along her path to success, Marbella had support. William Messick, an American IT executive, had been assisting her and Brenda for some time. In 2014, he launched a program to help orphans from Tijuana, Mexico. His idea was to support children during the most difficult and vulnerable stages of their lives until they were mature enough to face life on their own. Having been an orphan himself, William understood their struggles. His project included a scholarship program. After meeting Brenda, they developed a close bond similar to that of a father and daughter. Brenda told him about her friend Marbella from the orphanage, and soon he included Marbella in his program. In 2018, Marbella graduated from high school. She then enrolled at the Autonomous University of Baja California to pursue her dream of becoming a lawyer with a focus on protecting children's rights. As she entered adulthood, William helped both Marbella and Brenda rent an apartment. Later, when she expressed her wish to live independently, William once again supported her, recognizing her maturity and sense of responsibility. During this period, she started university and also searched for a job to support herself. With William's help, she even bought a car to travel easily between work, university, and home. Marbella began working at a gas station owned by Randy Chicas, a Mexican company that supports women. Her shift started at 5:30 a.m. and ended at noon. After lunch, she would go to the university to study law. Despite her busy schedule, she still made time for church services. It was at the gas station that she met Juan, who owned a cleaning company. One day, he stopped by to refuel the company car. He was immediately drawn to Marbella's friendliness and charm. From that point on, he made it a habit to visit the station almost every day, filling up his vehicles and trying to start conversations with Marbella. She treated him with the same politeness and smile that she offered to all her other customers. Soon, he began giving Marbella gifts such as sweets, toys, and chocolate. He even brought breakfast for her and the other female employees. She told William, whom she regarded as her father, about Juan's behavior. William warned Marbella to be cautious because Juan was much older. However, she said she was not interested in Juan. For her, a 20-year-old girl, attention from an older man like Juan seemed amusing and even ridiculous. Her co-workers also thought the situation was funny. Everyone viewed Juan as a friendly and respectable person, not a danger to young girls. Marbella made it clear that she was not interested in Juan and frequently declined his invitations to meet. Juan did not handle these rejections well, and his behavior began to change. Marbella noticed that Juan would often follow her after her shift at the gas station. He seemed to always know where she was and would show up asking her to go with him. There were times when she suspected he was following her home. She mentioned this unusual behavior to her co-workers. On Wednesday, February 5, 2020, Marbella did not show up for work at the gas station and did not contact anyone to explain her absence. Marbella and her friend Brenda, although they did not live together, would meet several times a week. Brenda had a young son whom Marbella loved dearly and visited often. They spoke on the phone every day. Brenda, who worked the night shift, would usually call Marbella every morning after getting home. That Wednesday, Brenda and Marbella did not talk as they normally did. Brenda woke up around 9 a.m. and found a message from Marbella saying she had a stomach ache and would not be going to work. Instead, she planned to see a doctor. This message concerned Brenda for two reasons: her health and the unusual way the message was written. It was also strange that she did not call. Brenda tried to contact Marbella but was unable to reach her, so she got in touch with their mutual friends. However, none of them knew anything about Marbella's whereabouts. The group of friends began searching for Marbella at local hospitals and medical centers, but they could not find her anywhere. Brenda and one of her friends decided to go to Marbella's house. They knocked on the door and rang the bell, but no one answered. Normally, Marbella would leave a window slightly open so her friends could come and go. This time, the window was wide open. Brenda climbed through the window and saw that the inside of the house looked as if Marbella had just returned from university. Her belongings, including books, clothes, bag, and car keys, were all in their usual places. However, Marbella was missing. Throughout the day, they searched different locations but found nothing. According to Brenda, they went to the police to report Marbella missing. However, since Marbella was an adult, police rules required waiting 3 days before starting an official search. Despite this, an investigation began immediately. Brenda and her friends started making flyers with Marbella's photograph. Marbella was described as a young girl with brown eyes, long straight chestnut red hair, dark skin, a slim build, a height of 1.50 meters, and a weight of 45 kilograms. They posted and distributed these flyers all over the city. At the same time, William used his network of contacts to start a search campaign for Marbella. Along with Brenda, they even tried to hack into Marbella's phone to find her location, but this attempt failed. In a later interview, Brenda stated that Juan's behavior became even more suspicious. 3 days after Marbella's disappearance, on February 8th, the police received a call from a man who reported finding a woman's body in a dump in the Colonia Take Calad area. This location was more than 26 miles from Marbella's house in southern Tijuana and was very remote. It took the police a long time to find the site, but they eventually arrived. Among a pile of trash, they found a large black bag containing the body of a young woman. She was wearing blue pajamas with images of black puppies and animal print slippers. The body was almost face down, with the legs tied using a yellow cord and the hands bound behind the back with a pink scarf wrapped around them. The body was transported to the morgue for examination. While investigators gathered evidence at the scene, after the body was discovered, the police informed Brenda that the body's features matched Marbella's description. Brenda and William went to the morgue immediately, but they were told they had to wait until the following day to view the body. One appeared unexpectedly and helped them gain access to the morgue. Sadly, they confirmed that the body was Marbella's. At that time, one did not know that Brenda and Marbella's friends had reported him to the police, as they suspected him of stalking Marbella. The police asked Marbella's family for permission to perform a forensic examination and carry out other investigative procedures to gather evidence. The examination of Marbella's remains lasted about 5 days. Mourning began on February 13, 2020, and continued until February 14. One attended the wake and funeral, wearing a T-shirt with her image. This made her friends extremely angry. Despite their anger, they stayed quiet and followed the instructions of the authorities so that he would not become suspicious, as they feared he might flee before enough evidence was gathered for his arrest. At Marbella's funeral, Jose Ruiz, one of her close friends, noticed an individual with scratches on his neck. This man behaved oddly, repeatedly approaching the coffin, threatening people with a knife, and offering to transport flowers to the cemetery in his car. Meanwhile, the police were still doing their best to investigate Marbella's death. Forensic findings showed that she died from asphyxiation caused by severe compression of her neck, which cut off her air supply. She also suffered heavy blows to the abdomen that resulted in damage to her internal organs. In front of the University of Baja California, Marbella's classmates held a memorial in her honor. They stressed that she was a victim of violence by men, a serious issue occurring throughout Mexico. The investigation into Marbella's murder included interviews with people who knew her. Through these interviews, it was learned that a few days before she was killed, she had spoken with Juan. He claimed that he was a federal police officer in Baja California and worked as a specialist at the Attorney General's office. However, it was later discovered that he had only completed an internship at the Attorney General's office. In addition, some media sources reported that he had a criminal record and had been imprisoned for crimes related to illegal substances in the state of Sonora. The results of a search of Marbella's car were even more alarming, as experts discovered a concealed geolocation device. Later, a search of Juan's home revealed several similar devices and satellite detection receivers. This explained how he always knew where she was. However, the strongest evidence came from a forensic examination of the body, which revealed fingerprints and semen. DNA testing confirmed that these matched the genetic sample taken from Juan when he was brought in for questioning. An examination of Marbella's mobile phone showed that her phone and Juan's were always in the same locations during the time of her disappearance. This indicated that he used her phone to send messages to her friends. A few days after the funeral, Juan was charged with Marbella's murder, and on February 22, 2020, he appeared in court for the first time. During this hearing, it was revealed that after her disappearance, he contacted the state attorney general's office multiple times to ask about the progress of the investigation. He also expressed his hope that the person responsible for Marbella's death would not be punished. Authorities stated that Juan had always been the main suspect in the case because of previously reported incidents of harassment. It was said that he was obsessed with Marbella, even though he had known her for only 5 months. From that point on, he had been under police surveillance. According to the investigation, he allegedly entered her house and abducted her. The incident occurred between February 5th and 8th in the Saicadla-Falaman neighborhood where Juan lived. There, he kept her while inflicting physical and sexual violence, causing injuries to her face, abdomen, and genitals, ultimately resulting in her death. The conclusion of the case was that Marbella died from oxygen deprivation caused by compression of the neck, which blocked the airway and blood vessels. She also suffered severe bruising to her abdomen, leading to damage to her internal organs. Juan's DNA matched the semen found in Marbella's body, and a significant amount of tissue was discovered beneath her fingernails, indicating that a struggle had taken place. During the hearing, mobile phone tracking data showed that Juan's and Marbella's phones were together starting from the morning of February 5th. The body was found at Marbella's home. Another important detail was that their phones were also together on February 2nd. This was the same day Marbella reported that her house and car keys were missing. On February 27th, during a hearing at the Superior Court of Tijuana, Judge Daniel Aguilar Patina determined that there was sufficient evidence to accuse Juan of killing Marbella. The judge emphasized that Juan had intentionally misled everyone about Marbella's whereabouts, acting concerned in front of her family and at the gas station while he actually knew what had happened. He was temporarily detained in MIAs, but continued to maintain his innocence. His trial took place from September 14th to September 29th, 2022. More than 2 years after the incident, forensic evidence and testimony from people close to Marbella were presented. It was revealed that on the morning Marbella disappeared, a co-worker had called her, noting that she had not shown up at the gas station. She was only able to say that she was sick before the call was cut off. Her friends described her as a wonderful person and identified Juan as a harasser. She never believed that she was in danger, so she did not file an official complaint against Juan. She thought that he would lose interest after her repeated refusals. Other witnesses stated that he often pretended to be a law enforcement officer, but he was only an intern at the University of Justice. After examining all the evidence and hearing the testimonies, Judge Marta Elvia Luna Vargas declared that Juan committed the horrific crime that took Marbella's life. She then sentenced Juan to 42 years and 6 months in prison for the murder of Marbella Valdez. Moving on to the next case. The case of Mariana Jocelyn Baltira. Mariana Jocelyn Baltira was born on October 24, 2000 in Morelos, a city located in the state of Mexico. She was the older of 2 children. Her mother, Syra, had a very difficult delivery, as Mariana was born much earlier than anticipated. At birth, she had an extremely low weight, which caused doctors to worry about her chances of surviving, and they shared these concerns with her parents. Mariana spent her first 2 months in a special hospital ward for premature babies. Her mother prayed constantly for her recovery, and those prayers were answered. Her condition improved quickly, she began gaining weight, and by New Year's 2001, she was released and taken home. As a result, the girl's parents celebrated the holiday together with their daughter. Although she grew up slender and beautiful, her health remained delicate from a young age. When Mariana was 4 years old, her family welcomed another child, a baby boy named Bernardo. She loved her younger brother deeply and helped her parents take care of him from an early age. The 2 siblings were extremely close and nearly inseparable. At the age of 6, Mariana was diagnosed with epilepsy, which required her to take medication regularly to reduce the risk of seizures. Thanks to effective treatment and consistent supervision by specialists, her condition was well controlled, allowing her to live a fairly normal life like other children her age. She paid close attention to her health, always followed a routine, and took her medication on time. Mariana was very talented at drawing and loved music. She was kind, sincere, and open-hearted. Everyone who knew her spoke highly of her. Despite this, she was very modest and shy, especially during her teenage years. She had only a small circle of close friends, rarely went on dates, avoided parties, and barely interacted with boys. She preferred spending her time at home with her family. Small and delicate, she looked much younger than her real age. Even though she was 16, she was often mistaken for being 13. Her care and affection for animals were shown through her regular efforts to help homeless animals by feeding them, treating them, and finding them safe homes. While attending high school, she dreamed of becoming a veterinarian so she could provide professional care to animals in need. Mariana's parents often described her as overly naive and trusting. This made them fear that someone might take advantage of her innocence and harm her. The neighborhood where her family lived was generally calm, and most residents knew one another. However, their street was lined with many shops that employed migrant workers, often unofficially. Some of these workers even lived inside the shops because they had no housing. Naturally, among these workers there were individuals with criminal records. Still, the shop owners saw no issue with employing them as long as they performed their work responsibly. About 50 meters from Mariana's home, there was a butcher shop where her parents frequently bought meat. The shop owner employed 4 workers, 2 locals who handled sales and 2 outsiders who were responsible for unloading, preparing the meat, and cleaning the shop. The outsiders lived in an attic on the 2nd floor of the store. As Mariana grew older, her parents occasionally asked her to run errands, such as buying meat from this butcher shop. There, she repeatedly encountered Juan Cruz Quintero Martinez, a handyman who lived on the second floor. His appearance alone was enough to terrify her. She often told her parents about him, describing his sinister stare that made her blood run cold. However, he never approached or spoke to her. He only watched her. Since there was no concrete reason to accuse him of anything, her parents decided it was best that she stop going to that store. Instead, they began doing the shopping themselves. Later, he committed a minor theft, which led the shop owner to fire him. After that, no one heard from him for about a year. However, at the beginning of the summer of 2017, he appeared at the shop again, asking his former employer for his job back. Surprisingly, he was rehired and moved back into the second floor of the store. One day, Cyrus's niece was visiting their family. At that time, Mariana and her younger brother Bernardo were also at home because they were on summer vacation. That morning, only Orlando, her father, had left the house around 9 a.m. Cyrus asked Mariana to go to the nearby supermarket to buy groceries for breakfast. Normally, she would not allow Mariana to go out alone, but she believed her daughter was old enough to complete the task quickly and safely. It was bright outside, the streets were busy, and she believed nothing bad could happen. Sarah gave Mariana some money and asked her to buy milk, eggs, and vegetables. When the girl left the house, she was wearing an old t-shirt and pajama pants. The store was only a few hundred meters away, so the trip to buy the groceries and return home should have taken no more than 30 minutes. However, when an hour passed and the girl still had not returned, Sarah began to worry. Mariana had left her phone at home, so Sarah, holding her young niece in her arms, went out to look for her daughter. Sarah walked to the store and asked the cashiers whether they had seen Mariana, a young girl wearing glasses. They told Syra that the girl had been there, bought the groceries a couple of hours earlier, and then left. At that moment, Syra began to realize that something terrible had happened to her daughter. She rushed back home, asked Bernardo to look after her niece, and went out again to continue the search. Syra started asking neighbors, street vendors, and passers-by whether they had seen Mariana. However, the little girl seemed to have vanished without leaving any trace. Shortly after that, Sarah immediately contacted the police and called her husband, Orlando. He took time off from work and hurried home to help look for Mariana. By the time the police arrived, dozens of neighbors, along with relatives and friends of the Baltera family, had joined the search for Mariana. They handed out flyers with her photograph. At first, the police asked the parents whether their daughter might have gone on a date, met a friend, or gone to visit someone. Her parents firmly rejected these possibilities, insisting that she would never leave without telling them, especially since she had gone to the store wearing home clothes and carrying a grocery bag. The area where Mariana disappeared was equipped with surveillance cameras, but almost all of them were not working. Despite searching throughout the entire day, no clues or traces of the little girl were found. As night came, the initial fear and panic gradually turned into despair. The parents began to fear the worst, that their daughter might no longer be alive. On July 28th, at around 8 a.m., Mariana's parents received a call from a nearby relative. The relative told them that several police cars had arrived at the butcher shop. They quickly got ready and went to the location. However, the police did not allow them to enter, claiming that the situation had nothing to do with their daughter. Even so, they firmly refused to leave. A few minutes later, after examining the premises, a police officer approached Mariana's father, Orlando, and informed him that the body of a young girl matching Mariana's description had been found on the second floor of the building. The body was lifeless and severely mutilated. Orlando was asked to go inside for identification, but the officers strongly advised against it, warning him that the scene was extremely gruesome. When Orlando went inside and saw the body of his beloved daughter lying in a pool of blood, he felt as though his entire world had collapsed. He did not know how he could deliver the devastating news to his wife, who was waiting outside. The cause of death was determined to be massive blood loss resulting from a deep wound to the stomach. It was later discovered that the perpetrator had cut open the girl's stomach while she was still alive and left her to bleed to death. Experts concluded that Mariana died in the early hours of July 28th, just a few hours before her body was found. This meant that she had remained alive for nearly 24 hours after her disappearance. During that time, the murderer continuously tortured the girl. He then inflicted the wound that ultimately caused her death. The murder weapon was identified as a butcher knife, which was found on the floor near her body. The butcher shop owner discovered the horrifying scene when he arrived at work that morning. According to the shop owner, on the last Thursday of every month, the shop closes for cleaning. On that day, the owner focuses on organizational duties, holds meetings with suppliers, and submits reports to the tax authorities. At the same time, the employees disinfect and clean the premises. On Thursday morning, July 27, 2017, when the owner arrived at the shop, he immediately noticed bloodstains on the floor. At first, he believed that one of the employees, who lived on the second floor, might have been injured. However, when he went upstairs, he was shocked to see his employee's belongings covered in blood, along with a knife and the body of a young girl lying in a pool of blood. In addition, a large amount of money was missing from the cash register, which the criminal had likely taken before fleeing the scene. 2 employees who lived and worked at the shop immediately became suspects. However, about an hour later, one of them arrived at the store, appearing just as shocked as everyone else by what had happened. He explained that the previous day he had been busy and needed to return to his hometown, and the other employee had agreed to cover his shift. The police determined that his statement was truthful, as there was no evidence placing him at the crime scene. As a result, he was removed from the list of suspects. By that time, investigators had obtained CCTV footage from the supermarket where Mariana had been shopping on the last day of her life. The footage showed the little girl entering the store, followed a few minutes later by Juan Martinez, the butcher. His behavior was disturbing. He appeared to stalk her like a predator following its prey. Without buying anything, he left the supermarket shortly after she did. After that, both of them disappeared. Although there were street cameras in the area, they were not working. Additionally, none of the many passers-by or street vendors reported seeing anything unusual. Mariana's parents were adamant that their daughter would never willingly leave with Juan, regardless of what he might have said or done to persuade her. They believed he must have forced the girl into the butcher shop. However, this raised a question. Why had the little girl not screamed or called for help? Once again, no witnesses noticed anything out of the ordinary. In 2015, Juan came under police scrutiny for harassment and causing serious bodily harm. He had begun working as an assistant in a butcher shop earlier that year. According to the shop owner, he was hardworking and caused no concern for a long time. However, in mid-2016, he was caught stealing money and was dismissed. After losing his job, he moved back to the suburbs to live with his parents. There, he lived with his elderly and frail mother and his sister, who was her main caregiver. One took advantage of his family, stealing money and belongings from the house. He abused alcohol and illegal drugs. He frequently physically assaulted his mother and sister. Eventually, his sister, tired of his abusive behavior, threatened to report him to the police. Because he was afraid of being arrested, he decided to leave home. He went to his former employer, the butcher shop owner, and asked to be rehired. The owner agreed, giving him a job and allowing him to live on the second floor of the store. This happened in mid-June, about a month before the tragic incident occurred. At first, he carried out his work diligently. However, about a week later, he met Mariana, who had changed and matured over the past year. While the girl avoided any interaction with him and never shopped at the butcher shop, he began stalking her, following her through the streets and observing her daily routes. Another butcher, who lived with Juan on the second floor, noticed his obsession with Mariana. Little did he know that Juan would soon commit a horrific crime. After Juan was identified as the only suspect in the rape and murder of Mariana, all available resources were mobilized to locate him. The police initially focused on his family home, suspecting that his relatives might help him avoid capture. However, his sister insisted that he was not welcome there and explained that he knew his family would immediately report him to the authorities. She showed no surprise at the horrific crime he had committed. In fact, she revealed that he had previously raped their elderly mother and had even attacked her with a knife, threatening to cut her open like a pig if she did not give him money for drugs. Finding Juan became a top priority for the police because he was extremely aggressive, cruel, and posed a serious threat to others. The money he had stolen from the cash register could have lasted him a long time, but no one knew what he might do next. Would he reoffend after killing Mariana? For an entire month, the police searched the Morelos area and nearby suburbs, believing he could not have gone far. However, as time passed, they were still unable to find him. Information about Mariana's murder quickly spread nationwide through the media, prompting police forces across the country to simultaneously search for the brutal killer. Juan's photograph was shown daily on television, printed on newspaper front pages, and posted on streets across the country with the label "Ruthless Killer" at large. A large reward was offered for any information about his whereabouts or assistance in capturing him, and the amount continued to increase. Yet, despite these efforts, the case did not progress. The search for Juan was extremely difficult. He had no contact with his family, no friends, no social media accounts, no mobile phone, and he did not use credit cards. After 6 months of unsuccessful attempts to locate him, the reward for information leading to his capture was raised to about $250,000. Even then, there were no leads. Juan was finally captured in August 2019, 2 years after Mariana's murder. He was found only about 1,000 kilometers away from the crime scene, in another state, thanks to an elderly woman who recognized him on the street. She noticed his suspicious behavior as he constantly hid his face with a hood and sunglasses, and reported him to the police, unaware that he was one of Mexico's most wanted criminals. Juan was arrested right on the street, and to the authorities' surprise, he did not resist. He calmly extended his hands, allowing officers to place handcuffs on him. The following day, after confirming his identity, authorities transported him to Morelos, where the crime had occurred. He was placed in custody in a local prison while awaiting trial. In May 2022, 5 years after the tragic event, the court sentenced Juan Cruz Quintero Martinez, who committed the rape and murder, to life imprisonment without parole. He was also ordered to pay approximately $49,000 in compensation for the damage he caused to Mariana's family. Mariana's parents and younger brother stated that the arrest of her killer brought them great relief, as it ensured he could no longer harm other girls. However, they also acknowledged that no punishment, not even life imprisonment or financial compensation, could ease the pain in their hearts. Their beloved daughter and older sister was gone, and they would carry this grief for the rest of their lives. Moving on to the next case. The case of Anna Walsh, a horrific event in the basement of a family home. For more than a year now, an inquiry has been underway into the puzzling disappearance of a young woman and mother of 3 children, Anna Walsh. In January of last year, the matter was reclassified as a violent crime, even though the body of the missing 39-year-old American woman of Serbian origin has still not been discovered. Her husband, Brian Walsh, who had earlier faced legal trouble involving fraud, was taken into custody on charges connected to her disappearance. Nobody could have envisioned that this man might be responsible for taking the life of the mother of his sons. It is worth noting that the Walsh family seemed outwardly to be quite wealthy, accomplished, and content. In addition, the couple lacked nothing, residing in an opulent home and being able to afford whatever they wished. Yet very few people knew what was taking place behind the closed doors of this spacious and attractive house. Even the individual closest to Anna, her mother, was unaware of the mortal danger her daughter faced. Remarkably, years earlier Brian succeeded in drawing Anna away from her former husband in a highly unusual way. So unusual that Anna and her first spouse even requested police protection because of harassment and threats. Still, she ultimately left with Walsh, to whom she remained married for more than 7 years. But what occurred that caused the head of the family to decide to eliminate his wife? And what did he do with her? Who exactly was Anna Walsh? Anna Lebisic, who later became known as Anna O'Neill after her first marriage, was born on April 18, 1983, in Belgrade, the capital of Serbia. There she spent her early years growing up alongside her younger sister within a cultured family environment. Her educational path took her to the 5th Belgrade Gymnasium, where she distinguished herself as one of the school's top students. Continuing her studies, Anna enrolled at the renowned University of Belgrade, the oldest and largest university in Serbia. Her studies focused on foreign languages, eventually resulting in a master's degree in French language and literature. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. At the age of 22, diploma in hand, Anna looked toward wider opportunities and career advancement in the United States, a decision fully encouraged by her family. In 2005, she set out to pursue her American dream. After settling in the United States, Anna sought to expand her education in the field of hospitality management. She assumed administrative positions at prestigious hotels, including the Inn at Little Washington in Virginia, part of the exclusive Relais and Chateau Hotel Group. Anna's warmth, openness, and strong sense of responsibility enabled her to rise quickly through the professional ranks, earning admiration from colleagues and supervisors alike. Fluent in multiple languages and skilled at conflict resolution, her natural charm and charisma made it easy for her to build relationships. Loved by co-workers and surrounded by a growing circle of friends, Anna embraced every opportunity to excel. She became a U.S. citizen while retaining her Serbian nationality, earned a high income, and invested in her own home and vehicle. Her travels further expanded her perspective, and her career continued to thrive, culminating in a promotion to senior manager. Anna's intelligence, beauty, slim figure, and bright smile attracted numerous admirers. While working at the Wheatley Hotel in Lenox, Massachusetts, she fell in love with Marcus O'Neill, the hotel's head chef. Their relationship led to marriage in 2009, and Anna took her husband's surname. Who was Brian Walsh? Brian Paul Walsh was born in July 1975 in Boston, Massachusetts, into a prominent, wealthy, and respected family. His father, Thomas Walsh, was a renowned neurologist who worked at one of the state's top hospitals, where he led a department and also taught at an esteemed medical university. From an early age, Brian was the classic spoiled child, surrounded by luxury and never hearing the word no. He attended one of the finest private schools, wore costly designer clothes, and lived a comfortable, carefree life. Despite his parents' attempts to give him the best possible education after completing school, he failed to remain enrolled in any of the 3 elite colleges his father had secured for him. Still, Brian was anything but unintelligent. Those who knew him recalled him as sly, calculating, and rather aggressive. He invariably discovered a way to obtain whatever he desired by one means or another. Brian was infamous for his exceptional, almost obsessive craving for money and an extravagant lifestyle, and he was extremely unwilling to part with his cash. In his younger years, he frequently borrowed money from friends and never paid it back. While attending college, he would take friends to the most upscale restaurants and then, through various tricks and manipulations, make sure others covered his portion of the bill. For many years, Brian was estranged from his father, until the elder Walsh's death in 2018. Their relationship deteriorated after the ungrateful son fraudulently withdrew nearly $1 million from Dr. Thomas Walsh's personal account and vanished with the funds. The father chose not to report his son to the authorities and even attempted to convince him to return the money willingly. When Brian refused, Thomas cut off all contact with him. By the time this outrageous theft occurred, Brian's parents had long been divorced, his father had started a new family, and he decided to permanently remove his eldest son from his life and his will. However, following Thomas's death, Brian immediately resurfaced and even filed a lawsuit, alleging that the will had been forged by the doctor's widow and younger children to deprive him of his rightful inheritance. Naturally, he failed to prove his claims or obtain any share of the estate. Furthermore, people who knew Brian described him as greedy, malicious, and notably cruel, with violent tendencies and an inability to manage his emotions. He achieved his goals through force, and during episodes of anger he became dangerous. According to certain accounts, in the late 2000s Walsh underwent treatment at a psychiatric facility in an effort to control his fits of rage. It was during this time that he was officially diagnosed with sociopathy, a truly unusual love story. The future spouses met in 2014, when Anna was employed as a senior reservation manager at the Wheatley Hotel in Massachusetts. At that time, she was married to Marcus O'Neill, who also worked there. Brian was one of the hotel's guests, and he was instantly captivated by the attractive young woman. The fact that Anna was already married did not discourage Walsh in the slightest. He began to give her attention that became increasingly persistent. Used to getting everything he wanted from a young age and unwilling to accept rejection, he started to pursue Anna relentlessly. He managed to obtain her phone number and even her home address, where she lived with her husband, turning their lives into a complete nightmare. In 2015, the O'Neills were forced to seek police protection from Brian's non-stop harassment, which continued day and night. He constantly searched for Anna, called her at work, sent messages to her personal phone, and demanded that she divorce her husband to be with him. The situation worsened when Walsh threatened to harm Anna and her husband if she did not leave with him. What followed remains uncertain, including why Anna ultimately changed her decision. However, a year after requesting police protection from Walsh, she unexpectedly divorced her husband. Furthermore, just a few months later, Brian became her second legally wedded spouse. The newly married couple settled into a luxurious home in Cohasset, Massachusetts, about 20 miles southeast of Boston, in an affluent and well-maintained neighborhood. During this marriage, they had 3 sons in rapid succession. The boys were born a couple of years apart, and at the time of their mother's disappearance, they were 6, 4, and 2 years old. Anna did not think about taking maternity leave and managed to balance work with motherhood successfully, continuing to advance steadily in her career. She took on the role of regional general manager at Tishman Speyer, a real estate firm, where she earned a substantial income and effectively became the main provider for the household. As her position often required travel to Washington, D.C., she also purchased an additional residence there, registered in her own name, where she stayed during business trips. During these periods, she depended on visiting nannies to assist with caring for her children. So what was the head of this large family doing while his wife was both growing their family and building her career? Brian was unemployed. The $1 million he had once taken from his father was gradually running out, and everything his wife acquired was prudently registered in her name. Brian was actively looking for sources of easy money. Before marrying Anna, he had spent time in South Korea, where he became friends with a very wealthy man whose family owned an extensive art collection. After returning to the United States, Walsh maintained this relationship, and his friend unexpectedly asked for his assistance in selling several paintings by the legendary artist Andy Warhol. Brian readily agreed, but chose not merely to sell the artworks for a commission, instead deciding to profit substantially from the deal. He had access to a collection of abstract paintings by the renowned artist, collectively titled Shadows. He evaluated each painting, secured the required paperwork, including certificates of authenticity, and then decided to produce copies of both the images and the accompanying documents. Walsh contacted artists capable of creating exact replicas of the paintings. He persuaded them that the replicas were needed as backups, since each original piece was valued at approximately $250,000. For several years, the con artist successfully duplicated and sold counterfeit paintings as originals to collectors from different countries, until one buyer, an art expert specializing in Andy Warhol's work, quickly identified a forgery and filed a lawsuit against him. The FBI took over the investigation, and in April 2021, the suspect pleaded guilty to selling fake art. He was placed under house arrest after his attorney negotiated an agreement requiring him to reimburse buyers with the proceeds from the sales in order to avoid actual prison time. Brian's movements were heavily restricted, though he was permitted to leave his home. Twice daily, he was allowed to drive his children to and from their schools. In addition, he was allotted 2.5 hours each morning to visit stores, pharmacies, dry cleaners, and a limited number of other locations in his area to purchase necessities. The list of approved places was restricted and outlined in an official document. On December 31, 2022, the Walsh family was preparing to celebrate the new year together at home. Present were only the spouses and their 3 sons. Because of their young ages, the boys went to bed early, leaving Anna and Brian alone at the dinner table. That day, Anna published her final social media post, offering holiday wishes and vaguely mentioning that the year had been difficult, yet she and her husband remained together. Anna was scheduled to fly to Washington, D.C. for work on January 3rd, but on January 4th, her employer, Tishman Speyer, reported her missing to the police. She had not appeared at work, missed closing an important deal, and her phone had been unreachable for several days. Separately from Speyer's report, her husband also filed a missing person report, stating that he was concerned because he had been unable to reach her for several days. According to Brian, he last saw Anna on January 1st. He claimed that she woke him early that morning, explaining there were problems at work and that her boss had asked her to come in sooner than planned. After that, Mr. Walsh believed his wife left for the airport with only a few belongings. However, contradictions in the case soon became apparent. First, Anna had not bought, changed, or booked a flight ticket for January 1st, nor had she canceled her flight scheduled for January 3rd. Second, she did not appear at the airport on either January 1st or January 3rd. Third, how did she leave the house? Her personal car was still in the garage, and she had not called a taxi. Brian suggested she may have hitchhiked, but this explanation sounded far from believable. Brian's words and conduct raised numerous questions. His versions of events were contradictory, and he did not appear especially distressed by what was happening. Despite being unable to reach the mother of his children for more than 3 days, he reported her missing only on the 4th day, and only after her workplace contacted him. From the very beginning of the investigation and the suspect's arrest, Mr. Walsh was viewed as the main suspect, yet authorities did not have enough evidence to detain him or obtain a warrant to search the family residence. They carried out only a superficial inspection with the homeowner's consent, which revealed nothing. Brian stated that during those 3 days he had been living normally, visiting familiar shops and handling household responsibilities. However, checking his claims turned out to be challenging. Each time he left the house, he left his phone behind, which he explained by saying his older children often took it without asking to play games. On January 5th, police issued a public appeal on television, showing Anna's photograph and asking anyone with information about her location or fate to contact law enforcement immediately. Still, no witnesses came forward. The last known calls Anna made were to her mother and sister on December 31st, making her husband the last confirmed person to see her. Footage from neighborhood surveillance cameras offered no clues. Anna did not appear on any cameras on the morning of January 1st, as though she had never left the house. In contrast, her husband was recorded leaving and returning multiple times, though his destinations could not be identified. Walsh's statement about going to a supermarket was proven false. His car was not seen on any recorded route, nor was he captured inside the store. It was not until January 8th that Brian was arrested for giving false statements and brought in for questioning, while his home was finally searched. Investigators learned that on January 1st he had visited a hardware store in another area, one not included on the list of approved locations he was allowed to visit while under house arrest. There, he spent nearly $500 on a large amount of cleaning products, plastic sheeting, duct tape, a mop and bucket, and utility rags. He paid in cash, apparently hoping the purchase would not be noticed. During the search of the family home, at first glance nothing unusual or suspicious appeared. Everything was orderly, with no visible signs of a struggle or bloodstains. However, when officers went down into the basement, all doubt vanished. This was clearly the site of a horrific crime. Blood smears were visible throughout, and among stored items, a bloodstained knife and saw wrapped in towels were concealed. Earlier, Walsh had acknowledged that on January 3rd he visited his mother's house on the opposite side of town. He said he had violated the terms of his house arrest because his mother required help with household chores due to her declining health. But after the disturbing findings in the basement, police believe that during this trip he may have disposed of evidence or parts of his deceased wife's body. All trash bins in the area where the couple lived, as well as those along the route to his mother's home, were examined. These efforts produced results, and in one bin a kitchen hatchet with traces of dried blood and several blood-soaked towels, similar to those found in the Walsh basement, were recovered. Forensic testing confirmed that the blood found in the basement, on the towels, knife, hatchet, and saw belonged to the missing Anna, eliminating any remaining doubt about her death. Examination of search histories revealed disturbing intent. Police seized a laptop belonging to Mr. Walsh, along with a tablet used by the couple's eldest son, from the Walsh home. The search histories on these devices stunned investigators. Weeks before his wife's disappearance, Brian had been actively searching online for information about which states were most advantageous for divorce in terms of property division. He also looked for information about whether he could claim ownership of the second house in Washington, D.C., which belonged to Anna and was registered solely in her name, thus revealing a possible motive for the crime. As for the tablet, the very first search made at around 4 a.m. on January 1st was how long it takes for a body to begin decomposing. This was followed by almost 24 searches about how to dispose of a body, how to clean blood traces, how to dismember a body, whether a body could be identified if the teeth were removed, how long DNA traces persist, and whether someone could be charged with a crime if the body was never discovered. All of this information was searched using his young child's tablet, the child of the woman he had ruthlessly dealt with. By January 3rd, Brian was already searching how and when a person can inherit the property of someone who has gone missing. Clearly, he was confident he would avoid punishment and was preparing to claim the inheritance. On January 18th, Brian was officially charged with the murder of his wife, even though her body or any remains had not been found. Prosecutors believe that on the night of January 1st, Brian intentionally or accidentally caused his wife's death, and then chose to dispose of her body by dismembering it in the basement of their home. He then wrapped the body parts in plastic and, over the following days, threw them away in trash bins across different areas of the city. The area surrounding the Walsh home, as well as locations within a couple of kilometers, was thoroughly searched for evidence. Nearby wastelands, forested areas, and bodies of water were also examined, but these searches produced no results. The defendant pleaded not guilty and refused to reveal what he had done with the body. In addition, it emerged that Anna had been unhappy recently and had even been considering divorcing her husband. She mentioned this several times in phone conversations with her mother and sister. The day before her disappearance, she called her mother and asked her to fly from Serbia for a few days. However, her mother apparently did not take her daughter's words seriously and chose to delay her visit. The trial of Brian Walsh is ongoing. The accused is currently being held at the Norfolk Correctional Facility, awaiting his next court appearance. Anna's mother has been following the investigation from her home, as she has not traveled to the United States. The Serbian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has contacted the consulate in New York, which has in turn been communicating with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office to ensure that Anna's mother is promptly informed about the investigation and court proceedings. As for the Walsh's 3 sons, they are now in state custody. None of Brian's family members are willing to care for them, citing Anna's mother's advanced age and poor health, and her sister, who currently resides in Canada, also refused to take in her nephews. Only Anna's close friend, Pamela Barden, has expressed a willingness to take the boys, preferring this option rather than having them separated and placed in different foster homes. Moving on to the next case. Banaz Mahmood. Many years ago, scientists believed that religion would soon vanish and that humanity would live in a benevolent, rational world. Yet religion did not disappear. In fact, the majority of the world's population remains religious to this day. The Kurds are an Indo-European ethnic group, the 4th largest nation in the Middle East and the largest in the region without an independent state. The vast majority of Kurds are Muslims. Religion establishes certain rules of behavior, making them sacred, so people fear breaking them. Today, however, we will examine the story of a family where religious rules were distorted to serve their own immoral beliefs. On January 26, 2006, a young man, Rahmat Soleimani, went to a police station to report his beloved girlfriend, Banaz, missing. He became concerned for her welfare after being unable to contact her for a week. The police initially did not take the report seriously, as he had no family ties to the missing woman, but they were compelled to check the information and visit her residence. When police arrived at Banaz's home, they found nothing to confirm Rahmat's claims of her disappearance. Her parents remained calm, showing no obvious concern, as if their daughter were not truly missing. Moreover, the family claimed Banaz had not been home much lately and insisted she was likely not missing, probably staying at a friend's house. The police accepted this explanation, but Rahmat persisted. He harassed the police with daily visits to the station, forcing them to take search measures, refusing to give up. He desperately searched for his beloved Banaz. Banaz Mahmood was born on December 16, 1985, in Iraq. She belonged to a traditional Iraqi Kurdish family with strict religious beliefs. They lived in the rural tribal area of Khalediza in Iraqi Kurdistan. Mahmoud Babakir Mahmoud and his wife Bea had a son, Bahman, and 5 daughters, Beza, Behal, Payman, Jaban, and Banaz. It was a typical Iraqi family with rigid views on the role of women. In 1995, when Banaz was 10 years old, her family fled to the UK. The move did not alter the family's beliefs. Remaining deeply religious and traditionally minded, the senior Mahmoods did not intend to change their way of life, even in a liberal European country. They rejected modern notions and lived strictly within their religious community. Following the community's traditions, Banaz was forcibly married at the age of 17 to a man 10 years her senior. He had flown in from Iraq shortly before the wedding, spoke no English, and was barely literate. She had met him only 3 times before the wedding, once on her father's property. A girl with brown eyes, long dark hair, and a gentle smile, she submitted to tradition and moved into the home of a strange, alien, and cruel man. From the very first days Banaz crossed the threshold, her husband set about controlling her. Moral abuse, beatings, and physical violence became a daily reality for the girl. Banaz, who had spent half her life in the UK and witnessed modern lifestyles, refused to endure cruelty and tyranny from her family. She attempted to leave her husband many times, returning to her father's house, but her family forced her back. Divorce was out of the question, considered a disgrace for the entire Mahmood family. With no support from her relatives, Banaz went to the police twice, but there she was essentially abandoned to her fate, with authorities not even questioning her husband about her injuries. In July 2005, after 2 agonizing years of marriage, Banaz escaped from her tyrannical husband and returned to her parents' home. This was the first link in the chain of events that would lead to Banaz Mahmood's disappearance. Following her separation, Banaz felt as if she were breathing freely again. She met a man named Rahmat Suleimani. The bright, pretty 19-year-old girl fell in love with him. Rahmat was captivated by Banaz's beauty and modesty. They cared deeply for each other, but had to keep their relationship secret. After exchanging phone numbers, the lovers allowed themselves to communicate only twice a day, early in the morning and late in the evening. Rahmat was unlike any of the men in Banaz's previous circle. Calm, judicious, and polite, Rahmat treated Banaz with great reverence and tenderness, instantly winning her heart. In a short time, the couple was already dreaming of a wedding and a happy family life. They even devised names for their future children. These fantasies filled Banaz with joy and kept her afloat, preventing her from breaking under the weight of hatred and aggression spewed at her by her family, who never accepted her departure from her husband. In early October 2005, while walking down the street, Banaz noticed a car following her and someone tailing her. From their appearance, she realized they were members of the Kurdish diaspora sent by her father. Knowing her family's foundations, the girl became very frightened for her safety. On October 10, 2005, Banaz went to the police again. During a 2-hour interview, she recounted in detail to the detective on duty her life with her husband, the injuries he had inflicted, her family's resentment, and the ongoing surveillance. She informed local police that she had been repeatedly beaten by her tyrant husband and that, during one assault, she nearly lost a tooth for publicly calling him by his first name. She repeatedly emphasized to the police that she seriously feared for her safety and even her life. Unfortunately, Banaz's statement was filed away, and the detectives did not even question her family or husband to verify her claims. Once again, Banaz's report was not properly acted upon. She promised to contact the police again if she felt endangered. For about 2 months, Banaz and Rahmat met secretly without being discovered. But in early December 2005, when they met near a London subway station, they were spotted by members of the clan. Information about this perceived disgrace was immediately relayed to Banaz's father. That same evening, a council of male relatives gathered at the Mahmood family home. During a heated discussion of Banaz's actions, which they deemed inappropriate, her uncle Ari Mahmood declared that, to restore the family's honor, Banaz should be killed. She overheard this conversation. In December 2005, Banaz again went to the police, detailing that she had been under surveillance for months and that the previous day she had learned they intended to take her life. She listed 5 family members who were supposed to carry out the attack, but law enforcement once again dismissed her warnings. Soon it became clear that this was a grave mistake, one that would result in Banaz's disappearance. To learn her fate, detectives would later have to navigate a web of lies, cruelty, and negligence. 2 weeks later, Banaz's father deceived her into visiting a relative's house, claiming they would discuss her divorce. Upon arrival, Mubakir Mahmood made her drink brandy and left her alone in a room with the TV on. As she turned, she saw her father putting on rubber gloves and reaching for a rope. Realizing she was about to be taken from life, Banaz rushed to the front door, which was locked. To escape, she had to break a window, cutting her hands on the shards. The girl managed to reach a nearby cafe, where she fainted. Paramedics transported her to the hospital and alerted the police. Once she regained consciousness, Banaz called Rahmat and asked him to come. After being discharged, she went to live with Rahmat Suleimani. They welcomed the start of 2006 together and were happy. By mid-January, however, the Mahmood family began aggressively urging Banaz to return home to reconcile and discuss her marriage to Rahmat. Banaz trusted her mother and father and agreed to return to her father's house, believing that if her father attacked, her mother would protect her. As a precaution, she again visited the police station, providing a full statement and naming those who might harm her. Though fearful, she returned to her family's home. On January 22, 2006, 3 men attempted to abduct Rahmat in the street, trying to force him into a car. He fought them off and reported the incident to the police. 2 days later, he and Banaz were to appear at the station to testify, but Banaz never arrived. All attempts by Rahmat to contact her failed. After returning to her parents' house, Banaz Mahmood disappeared. Rahmat, who had been in constant contact with her, grew extremely worried and filed a missing persons report with the police. Numerous appeals eventually prompted law enforcement to take action. The case of Banaz Mahmood's disappearance came under the scrutiny of the Homicide and Serious Crime Directorate, and Chief Inspector Caroline Good was appointed to lead the investigation. The initial theory was that Banaz was being held in a house within the diaspora. To locate her, Inspector Good organized an extensive search of properties associated with the Mahmood family. Key suspects, including Banaz's father, uncle, and ex-husband, were summoned for questioning. Police also sought 3 other men named by Banaz in her December 2005 statement: Omar Hussein, Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Hama, her cousins. However, when officers attempted to search the forested areas and question her family, doors were slammed in their faces, and the family offered no cooperation. At the family home, police found no photographs of Banaz, and according to Caroline Good, officers were shocked by the family's complete indifference. 30 individuals eventually drew the attention of investigators. All were arrested and interrogated, during which more than 20 vehicles and 300 cell phones were seized. Those questioned repeatedly attempted to obstruct the investigation, providing contradictory testimony about Banaz's whereabouts. Some lied about seeing her after her disappearance. Others, including Banaz's mother, refused to speak to the police, and a few claimed she had fled. Realizing voluntary cooperation was impossible, Caroline Good obtained authorization to install listening devices in the cells of those arrested. At that time, Banaz's father, uncle, and Muhammad Hama remained in custody, while the other 2 men on her list managed to flee to Iraq. The first results from the wiretaps horrified detectives. Not only did the 3 arrested men show no remorse, they openly delighted in recounting Banaz's death. From their recorded conversations, it became clear that in the early hours of January 23, the Mahmood family had deliberately left their home, allowing Ali, Hussein, and Hama inside. There, they beat and tortured Banaz for 2 hours. At the conclusion of the abuse, Hama placed a cord around her neck and strangled her. While recounting the final moments of Banaz's life, Hama laughed, recounting her terror and suffering. The confession of her cousin Muhammad Hama, admitting he had been present when Rahmat was threatened, proved to be the turning point. While awaiting trial, Hama's phone calls were secretly recorded. Caroline Good listened in, increasingly horrified, as Hama proudly detailed the torture of Banaz. He described how she vomited and struggled silently, how he wrapped the rope around her neck 3 times so tightly it cut into her skin, and how he pressed down with his feet while pulling on the cord. Banaz clung to life until her last breath, and it took the perpetrators more than 30 minutes to kill her. Detectives, including Caroline Good, were moved to tears by the cruelty Banaz endured. During the abuse, her 30-year-old cousin Dana Amen assisted the perpetrators in pushing Banaz's body into a suitcase. Ari Mahmood then dragged the suitcase outside to a waiting vehicle. Hama noted in his conversations that a passing police car did not stop, despite hair and an elbow protruding from the luggage. Those who were supposed to protect her orchestrated her murder, strangled her with a shoelace, and stuffed her body into a suitcase, which they then transported out of London, with discussions mentioning a derelict house with a garden in Birmingham. Caroline Good cross-referenced the information from the wiretaps with the movement data from the suspects' phones to narrow down the search area. Given the vastness of the terrain, the task could have taken weeks, but the criminal's own careless boasting helped the investigation. During one conversation, a suspect casually asked whether the freezer had been returned to its place. That single remark gave Good a critical clue. A police helicopter was dispatched to survey the area, and while repeatedly circling, it spotted a backyard littered with trash, where among black garbage bags a white oblong object, likely a freezer, stood out. A closer ground inspection confirmed the hunch. Police began digging in shifts, but when the hole reached shoulder depth, many were ready to give up, everyone except Caroline Good. She recalled Muhammad Hama's words boasting that he had buried Banaz so deep that she could only be found with an informer. Persuading the team to continue, she oversaw the search until late on April 28, 2006, when the suitcase was finally recovered. Banaz's remains were in a severely decomposed state, so identification relied solely on dental records and DNA. Her body, folded in a fetal position and hidden in a suitcase, had been buried under a freezer in the garden of a Birmingham house. On May 1, 2006, the suspects were formally charged. All displayed complete confidence in the righteousness of their actions and showed no remorse. Mohammed Hama even smugly declared that the case would never reach trial, claiming he had acted in retaliation. Following the discovery of Banaz's remains, Caroline Good faced intense pressure from the Kurdish diaspora, as numerous people attempted to provide the perpetrators with alibis, asserting that they had been in public on the day of the murder. In total, 50 people were implicated in Banaz's death, each in some manner involved. Reflecting later, Caroline Good recalled her contempt for these men, noting that 50 men had collectively executed a single woman and were proud of their actions. In early March 2007, London's Central Criminal Court began hearings against Boubacar Mahmoud, Ari Mahmoud, and Mohammed Hama. Prosecutor Victor Temple described the crime as a cold-blooded execution, ordered by Banaz's father and uncle. In June 2007, the jury unanimously found all three guilty and denied them leniency. Boubacar Mahmoud, the father, received life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years. Ari Mahmoud, the uncle, received life with a minimum of 23 years, and Mohammed Hama was sentenced to life with a minimum of 17 years. Judge Brian Barker, delivering the verdict, stated, "To restore your so-called family honor, you decided she must die and her memory erased. This is a barbaric and heartless crime. What honor exists in a father placing social status above the life of his own flesh and blood?" Yet such words meant little to the perpetrators, who had long planned to eliminate what they perceived as a disgrace. 4 months after the convictions, the London police were informed that Muhammad Ali had been arrested in Iraq for a crime against a boy. Ali had taken the boy's life, and securing his extradition required significant effort, as Iraq typically resisted such measures. In June 2009, British authorities successfully extradited Ali to the United Kingdom. Omar Hussein, the last of the 5 principal perpetrators, remained in hiding in the Iraqi countryside, evading public attention. In December 2009, during an altercation with one of his brothers, Omar Hussein was shot in the leg and required medical treatment. While at the hospital, the police, who had been alerted, arrested him, and following his discharge, preparations for his extradition to the UK began. Initially, Hussein claimed he had not been in London in 2005 and therefore could not have been involved in Banaz Mahmoud's murder. This claim was contradicted by UK Social Security records, which showed he had been receiving refugee benefits at the time without interruption. In March 2010, Hussein was extradited to the United Kingdom, where he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years. Dana Amin, who had been present in the house during Banaz's murder, received an 8-year prison sentence for assisting in disposing of her body and obstructing justice. Banaz's recorded interview at a police station from one of her residences proved crucial in establishing her family's culpability. She had handed over a letter to South London police naming the men she feared would kill her and her boyfriend, Rahmat Soleimani, with whom she had been seen together. The individuals she named were members of her family and the broader Iraqi Kurdish community, outraged by her decision to divorce a husband who had treated her cruelly. Despite repeated attempts to leave him, her family's insistence forced her return. The police's prior indifference to her repeated warnings ultimately cost Banaz her life and led to significant changes in how honor-based crimes are handled in the UK. Following Banaz's murder, an inquiry into police misconduct was launched. An independent commission prosecuted 9 officers for their inadequate response to her allegations. 7 received reprimands and 2 were dismissed. Particularly notable was the determination of Chief Inspector Caroline Good, whose efforts not only located Banaz's body, but also secured the convictions of her father and uncle and facilitated the extradition of the remaining perpetrators from Iraq. Tragically, however, these outcomes could not restore Banaz's life or undo the betrayal by those who should have protected her, her own relatives. Banaz was interred at the Merton and Sutton Joint Cemetery in Morden. A memorial service was held on June 26, 2007, at the Morden Auditorium, followed by the placement of a granite headstone at her grave. Her family did not attend either ceremony. Only a few individuals, including Rahmat Soleimani, Caroline Good, and Banaz's two sisters, honored her memory. The memorial was funded by law enforcement officials involved in the case and a women's rights organization. Rahmat Soleimani, who remained in the UK under witness protection, never recovered from Banaz's death, writing her a letter declaring that she had been the love of his life and, indeed, his entire world. Tragically, in May 2016, 10 years after the crime, he took his own life, marking his third suicide attempt. The case also highlights the systemic difficulties in tracking honor-based violence. Police are not required to maintain records of such crimes. In 2010, the Association for the Protection of Women's Rights in Iran and Kurdistan reported over 2,800 documented cases of honor-related violence. However, an organization supporting victims of honor crimes and forced marriages revealed that more than half of the 600 monthly calls they received went unanswered due to insufficient evidence. The United Nations estimated that in 2000, around 5,000 honor killings occurred globally, representing the most extreme punishment for women perceived to have dishonored their family or community. Although the majority of such cases occur in South Asia or the Middle East and within predominantly Muslim communities, cases like that of 19-year-old Banaz Mahmoud have exposed tensions within immigrant communities attempting to adapt to changing ways of life. Some groups argue that thousands of honor crimes remain unnoticed within minority communities in Britain. Hundreds more women are taken overseas, where they are forced into marriage or seriously harmed when their changed views on life place them in conflict with traditional male-dominated communities. Banaz Mahmud Bakabir Aga, a young woman of Kurdish origin, died on January 23, 2006, for the sake of her family's honor. Her older sister, Baharel, urged other women in similar circumstances to hers and her sisters not to be afraid to seek help before it was too late. Even today, she continues to fear for her life, lives at a secret address, and never goes outside without a long black veil covering her entire body and face except for her eyes. After all, even fleeing or living a hidden life means existing in constant fear of being discovered. And from Banaz's story, it is clear that there could never have been a happy ending. Eastern women likely absorb submission and dependence on men from early childhood, repeatedly accepting their authority, whatever form it takes. The Metropolitan Police team responsible for the investigation, the recovery of Banaz's body, and the prosecution of those involved in her murder received an award for their investigative work. Chief Inspector Caroline Good was honored with the Royal Police Medal for leading the investigation. The videotape, which had remained largely unnoticed by the public for 7 years, later became crucial evidence for investigators after warnings about the dangers facing the young woman were largely ignored. A camera positioned in the corner of a police interview room captured the young woman's nervousness as she brushed her hair away from her face and began to recount her grim story. Banaz Mahmoud quietly and in detail described the violence and oppression she suffered at the hands of her abusive husband. She spoke of intimidation by men on the street whom she recognized. Finally, she warned of her impending death because of the dishonor she was believed to have brought upon her family. "Until now, they follow me," Miss Mahmoud says in broken English with a strong Iraqi accent, as she had lived in the Kurdish region of northern Iraq. "This is the main reason I came to the police station. In the future, at any time, if something happens to me, it will be them." Then the camera switches off, the lights go out, and complete darkness follows. Moving on to the next case. Donna and Samuel Eckerd. The end of June 2010 was extremely difficult for the family of Donna and Samuel Eckerd. Their 19-year-old son, Sean, had gone missing. The evening before, Sean had an argument with his older brother, Stanley, and stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind him. Sean had never before allowed himself to be away from home for extended periods without his phone or without notifying his mother. Late that night, the entire family became alarmed by the young man's disappearance. However, officially, the search for the boy began only 24 hours later. Missing person posters with photographs of smiling, blonde-haired Sean were placed at all stations, in supermarkets, and along the streets. Yet even after 2 days of searching, there were no results. The police were at a loss as they continued their efforts. For more than 2 days, Sean Paul Eckerd was officially listed as missing. Relatives, acquaintances, and a small number of friends assembled a group of volunteers who day and night combed local venues, questioned random passersby, and minute by minute reconstructed the young man's route that night. The police, without halting the search, began to examine more closely the habits and daily rhythm of the Eckerd family in order to recreate the sequence of events that preceded Sean's disappearance. Donna and Samuel Eckerd were married and had a complex family history. They had 6 adult children from earlier marriages. After enduring hardships and disappointments in their previous unions, they found their refuge in each other's companionship and settled in San Diego, California. They rented a large, comfortable family home and attended the local church every weekend without exception. The family was deeply religious and lived a quiet, unsociable life. A few years after moving there, they had a son, Stanley, and 2 years later, a second son, Sean. Donna devoted herself entirely to the household and to raising her sons. As a result, the brothers grew up surrounded by love and care. Both attended a good local school, and on weekends, without fail, the whole family took part in church activities. The older children, having reached adulthood, left their parents' home and spread across the country to start families of their own. Despite this, the Eckerd family remained close. They stayed in contact, spoke regularly, and spent all family holidays together. Sean was a simple, cheerful boy. He had a striking appearance, charisma, and perceptiveness that drew people to him like a magnet. He knew how to listen and show empathy, which allowed him to make friends very easily. Stanley, by contrast, had a more restrained personality and was cautious about everything unfamiliar. He was shy, which made socializing far more difficult for him than for his brother. Despite the age difference, they shared one group of friends and classmates. Together, the brothers were inseparable, supporting one another and always watching out for each other. The boys were well-mannered and performed very well in school. They always maintained a trusting and friendly relationship with one another. Light teasing between them was taken with humor by their parents. Respect was considered the highest value in the family. Donna and Samuel raised their children from an early age in faith in God and according to God's laws. Life in the Eckerd household flowed steadily in its own way. As the brothers grew older, their interests quietly became completely opposite. The younger Sean played in a music band, while the older Stanley became interested in martial arts. Each young man's life was filled with vivid impressions and emotions, which they shared with the family in the evenings. Sean was always the first to speak. His stories about music, friends, and future plans occupied most of the evening time. When the family gathered before dinner and shared the emotions of the day, everyone listened to Sean. There was little time left for Stanley, nor did it seem to him that he had much to share. There were no grand plans for the future, no thrilling stories, not even tales of friends that might draw attention. So Stanley quietly listened to his brother's stories. On one such evening, Sean told his family that he had met a neighboring girl named Mary Jane. A delicate young girl with bright brown eyes and long blonde hair completely dazzled Sean. Through the open window of the house where the girl lived, he heard enchanting piano music, as if spellbound. Drawn by the captivating sounds, he walked toward the music and entered the house without knocking. Confidence in his own charm allowed Sean to handle such an amusing situation with dignity and cleverly get acquainted with the girl he liked. She was a few years older than Sean, but this did not prevent them from maintaining a friendly relationship. As the life of the party, Sean often organized picnics to which Mary Jane was invited. They spent a lot of time walking, visiting parks and observation decks. The emerging teenage romance was interrupted by the harsh reality of the adult world. The Eckerd family received troubling news about the illness of Donna's elderly mother, the grandmother of Sean and Stanley. Seeking well-being, the parents tried to consider the interests of every family member, but the decision they made fundamentally changed the life of the entire family. Sean did not want to leave his homeland, his friends, and his Mary Jane, but the parents' decision had already been made. The Eckerds left the city where their children were born and raised and moved to another state. Thus, in 2005, as fate would have it, the Eckerd family settled in Donna's mother's house in the small town of Spring Hill, Florida, where they began a new life. The move felt like a breath of fresh air for the whole family, because the decision turned out to be the right one. Sean and Stanley's grandmother began to recover. Sean's heart was broken. He missed the band he played in, his walks with Mary Jane, and spending time in his favorite city. But it was impossible for life-loving Sean to remain sad for long. After some time, the new life became just as full as the one he missed. Donna and Samuel successfully found jobs at the Presbyterian church, where they spent almost all of their time. Donna took care of children in the nursery, and Samuel helped at the chapel. Over time, the brothers grew close again and once more made new friends together at school. The old life seemed to be reborn in a new place. Sean played in the school band again. Stanley attended a martial arts school located just a couple of blocks from their new home. Despite this busy new life, Sean could not stop thinking about Mary Jane. Every evening after classes, he locked himself in his room, and they talked on the phone for hours. Their goodbyes always ended the same way, with Sean saying he dreamed of meeting again. Each time, he promised that after getting his parents' permission, he would definitely come to see her. While the younger brother grew up carrying his first love in his heart, the older Stanley tried to establish himself within the family in his own way. Quiet and reserved Stanley, due to his rigidity and modesty, seemed to be deprived of parental warmth and attention. In search of self-expression, he made a series of poor decisions that would have grave consequences for the entire family. In May 2006, he informed his parents that he planned to drop out of school and devote his life to studying martial arts and creating a martial arts club. However, youthful maximalism led the young man into bad company, where he began engaging in petty fraud and experimenting with illegal drugs. In 2007, these unhealthy associations eventually led Stanley to arrest. He was caught stealing and charged with felony fraud-related offenses. News of the older son's misconduct delivered the first serious blow to Donna. She was hospitalized with a heart attack, but the situation was quickly resolved with the help of a lawyer hired by Donna's sister. He skillfully defended Stanley, proving the absence of direct evidence, which allowed the young man to be released quickly, receiving only a suspended sentence. This incident deeply frightened Stanley. He felt guilty and withdrew into himself, hoping to be understood and accepted by his family. After surviving the frightening events that happened to Stanley, Sean did not tell his parents anything about his own decisions. During his summer vacation, he took a job as a waiter. After saving some money, he left only a note for his mother and went to California to marry Jane. The long 2-day bus journey to his beloved felt endless. The scenery outside the window kept changing, day turned into night, and Sean imagined how at the final stop he would see her, his Mary Jane. The driver announced the last stop, and the bus came to a halt. Sean was ready to rush to her, because through the window he had already spotted her joyful face and her long hair, which she was brushing back behind her ears with her fingers. They spent some of the happiest days of their lives together. They had picnics just like during his best high school years. Sean confessed his love to Mary for the first time, and his feelings were returned. After another walk, the young people sat down on a bench. Sean suddenly felt dizzy. His vision darkened. He lost consciousness. Sean was taken to the hospital. The young man was fading like a match within just a few days. Mary Jane contacted Sean's sister. Jennifer urgently flew to California. Doctors determined the cause of such a rapid decline in a strong and healthy young man. Tick-borne encephalitis develops suddenly and very quickly leads to complications of various kinds, including inflammation of the brain. A difficult battle for Sean's life and health began. Doctors fought for the boy's life for a long time. More than a month in a coma and 6 months of rehabilitation helped him return from the brink. Sean endured a very long and difficult recovery. An ordinary tick bite during a summer walk turned into a serious trauma for him. Jennifer brought her brother back to Florida, where he faced therapy and a long rehabilitation. Mary Jane was left waiting. Once again, the only means of communication for the lovers was the telephone. A chain of troubles and unexpected illnesses united the Eckerd family. Donna did everything possible to completely rid her beloved son Sean of the consequences of the serious illness. She carefully monitored his nutrition and physical activity. Such devoted care led to Sean's full recovery and to Stanley's inner resentment and jealousy, which he nurtured little by little. After some time, Sean regained his strength and returned to studying music. In 2009, he completed his studies and dreamed of going to marry Jane, returning together and introducing her to his parents as his beloved. But Sean's plans were not meant to come true. Stanley introduced his brother to his dream girl, Samantha Rowe. Samantha, a native of Florida, quickly found common ground with both brothers. Stanley was in love and deeply attracted to her, but the girl was impressed by the cheerful and sociable Sean. For some time, Stanley actively courted Samantha, and she accepted his attention. Several romantic meetings ended with a passionate kiss. Stanley was extremely happy, but Samantha, who had said yes to the older brother, was still thinking about the younger one. Samantha decided to write a message to Sean in which she confessed her feelings for him and invited him for a walk around the city. The young man agreed, and they spent the evening walking along the waterfront and talking about Stanley and Mary Jane. Sean did not try to win the girl, because his heart had long belonged to another. A rejected Samantha wrote a message to Stanley and told him that Sean had been seeing her, confessing that she liked him very much. Stanley was enraged. That same evening, he went to his brother's room, where they talked. At first, the brothers spoke calmly, then their words turned into shouting, and then there was complete silence. The parents were at home, but the brothers sometimes argued loudly, so they did not consider anything unusual had happened. Their mother was the first to realize that Sean was missing. He did not answer her calls. Remembering the previous evening, she received an explanation from Stanley that Sean had left the house after an argument. After 2 days of searching, the police received a terrifying phone call. The caller was Sean's sister, Jennifer. The dispatcher who answered heard only a woman screaming into the receiver. A piercing male groan could be heard in the background. After repeated requests to calm down, the dispatcher finally managed to register the call for help. Jennifer continued screaming. She begged for help and said, "Oh my God, my brother Stanley killed Sean. He is in the house talking to his mother. His father is freaking lying over his dead son, who has been buried in the ground since early Saturday morning. Damn it, I'm begging for help." Police officers arriving at the scene of the tragedy encountered a horrifying sight in the backyard of the house. Samuel was kneeling, his hands coated with soil, as he pulled his son's body from the damp earth, screaming and trying to brush the dirt off Sean. In an instant, the quiet neighborhood, with its manicured lawns where the two brothers often waved to neighbors, had become the scene of a violent tragedy. The Eckerd family, who had once raised 2 sons, were now left with the traumatic memory of digging into the ground only to uncover one son's body while watching the other son being handcuffed and taken away. Stanley Eckerd was arrested on suspicion of premeditated murder. At his first interrogation, Stanley claimed that he had no intention of killing his brother. In a moment of anger, he struck Sean on the head. The resulting injury caused Sean to fall. Stanley checked for a pulse, and upon realizing his younger brother was dead, he tied up the body and carried it out the window to bury it in the backyard. At the inquest, Stanley said, "I buried him. After all, that's what you do with dead people." These words sounded like the cold-blooded calculation of a killer rather than the explanation of a loving brother. In his defense, Stanley stated that he acted for his mother, attempting to protect her from the shock of discovering Sean's death. Afterward, Stanley planned to move his brother's body and rebury it once his parents were gone. His behavior during the interrogation varied. He cried, confessed what he had done, and appeared remorseful, sometimes presenting it as an accident, other times blaming Sean with visible hatred. Stanley spoke harshly and unpleasantly about his younger brother, calling him responsible for all his troubles and admitting that he had won the rivalry for their mother's and Samantha's affection. On that same day, Stanley was formally charged with second-degree murder and taken into custody without bail. 2 days later, Dr. Barbara Wolfe performed an autopsy on Sean's body. She presented the results to the court, noting that the victim's neck showed bruising beneath the skin and rope marks, indicating compression of the neck that made breathing difficult. The examination concluded that Sean's death resulted from an inflicted head injury and asphyxiation. Assistant State Attorney Pete Magrino scrutinized the case thoroughly. On February 25, 2011, the first hearing commenced, presided over by District Judge Stephen Rushing. In the second row, Stanley's parents, Donna and Samuel Eckerd, wept as they watched their eldest son escorted into the courtroom. On April 9, 2013, the trial began in Hernando Court, presided over by District Judge Anthony Toddy. The defense was led by attorney Alan Hunter, while Pete Magrino represented the prosecution. The prosecution's main goal was to convince the jury that Stanley had carefully planned the crime. Defense attorney Hunter argued that a spontaneous fight led to the tragic outcome. In closing, he asked the jury to consider Stanley's attempt to cover up the crime with what he claimed were good intentions. Stanley Eckerd was charged with first-degree premeditated murder and faced a mandatory life sentence if convicted. Sentencing was scheduled for May 13th. Stanley's fate rested in the hands of District Judge Anthony Toddy, who presided over the 5-day trial. Second-degree murder carried a potential life sentence. Stanley Elias Eckerd consistently maintained that he had never intended to kill his brother 3 years earlier, before burying him in the front yard. Prior to the trial, Eckerd had rejected a plea deal that would have allowed him to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 20-year sentence. Eckerd remained impassive as the clerk read the verdict. Samuel and Donna Eckerd wept quietly. As the jury exited, Samuel's sobs turned into screams, and numerous relatives gathered around the parents. The jury concluded that Eckerd had not planned to kill 19-year-old Sean, though they did not fully absolve him of guilt. After roughly 2.5 hours of deliberation, 9 women and 3 men found Eckerd guilty of second-degree murder. Throughout the trial, the Eckerds expressed that they believed Stanley's account of the events in the early hours of June 19, 2010, and criticized the state attorney's office for filing the charges. Later, Samuel Eckerd praised Chief Assistant Public Defender Alan Lanter for his excellent work. The family questioned the appropriateness of the sentence. They filed an appeal to challenge the verdict, but it was denied. "I really can't understand how the jury reached a second-degree murder verdict in about 2 hours," Samuel Eckerd said. Despite this, he insisted that their faith remained unshaken. One fact was undisputed during the trial. After his brother's death, Stanley had removed Sean's body from the bedroom window and buried it in a shallow grave in the backyard of the family's Spring Hill home. Samuel Eckerd discovered Sean's body 2 days later. During closing arguments, Assistant State's Attorney Pete Magrino showed the jurors photos of Sean's dirt-covered body lying in a fetal position in the grave. "This is not a detective novel case," Magrino told the court. He noted that Stanley, when questioned by detectives on the day his brother's body was discovered, changed his account as many as 6 times, initially claiming he knew nothing about Sean's death. For 2 days after his brother's funeral, according to Magrino, Stanley sent messages from Sean's cell phone to family members, stating that Sean had supposedly gone to California to stay with his girlfriend, Mary Jane. He also used Sean's phone to correspond with Samantha, claiming Sean did not want to communicate and that she should direct her attention to Stanley. After hours of questioning, Stanley finally admitted that Sean had died during a struggle in the bedroom that morning. He claimed he heard a snap in his brother's neck as they fell to the floor. He then hid Sean's body to protect his mother, Donna, who had a weak heart. Stanley stated he planned to inform his father after his mother left on a trip. "Those injuries inflicted by the defendant's hands constitute murder," Magrino asserted, also drawing attention to Stanley's statements to detectives and testimony regarding rising tensions over Samantha Rowe. Magrino highlighted testimony about a conversation Stanley had with his brother and a friend in the weeks before Sean's death. During that conversation, the friend testified that Stanley said if he were to kill someone, he would strike the person in the back of the head and bury the body in the yard. "That evidence was tenuous at best and cannot dispel reasonable doubt," Alan Lanter told the jury. "A crime involves an act with an intended result," Lanter continued. "Yes, he was involved in his brother's death, but he did not kill him." Lanter cited testimony from a forensic pathologist who stated that the blow to Sean's head, combined with other factors, his high blood alcohol content and possible lingering brain swelling from encephalitis, likely contributed to his death. The pathologist also testified that hitting his head on the bedroom nightstand during the fall could have been sufficient to cause death. Lanter reminded the jury of Donna Eckerd's testimony, in which she stated that Sean suffered from severe mood swings after his bout with encephalitis. At one point, she described her son's death as an accident. The jury could have considered Stanley guilty of third-degree murder or manslaughter. Calling the case a pardonable homicide, Lanter urged jurors not to be swayed by the gruesome photographs of Sean's body or Stanley's poor decision to bury him in the yard, but to focus on the factors that led to his death. "Stanley Eckerd did something horrible after Sean died," Lanter said, "but he is not a murderer." During the final sentencing, the Eckerd parents were gripped by shock. Judge Anthony imposed a sentence of 50 years in prison without the possibility of parole. The parents were devastated. One terrible day had taken both their sons at once. The cold-blooded killing of an innocent man, and even a brother, lies far beyond the bounds of any adequate human response. In the biblical story, Cain, the brother killer, was banished from paradise as punishment. Stanley, however, solved the problem differently, eliminating the source of his remorse. Moving on to the next case. The case of Jeffrey Hazelwood. Natalie Henderson, Carter Davis, and Jeffrey Hazelwood were three residents of Roswell. Natalie and Carter were sociable, intelligent, and hopeful individuals. Natalie was highly involved in school activities, frequently representing her school at social events, while Carter managed both his academic responsibilities and athletic commitments. Jeffrey, by contrast, struggled academically, with his grades and overall school performance far below those of his peers. As a teenager, Jeffrey was sent to a military-style school, and after graduating, he remained unemployed for several years. He later obtained a government job, which enabled him to support himself. Jeffrey experienced a difficult childhood. He was born on July 10, 1996, under challenging circumstances. His mother, Sherry, was only 19 years old at the time of his birth, and her partner left her before Jeffrey was born. During her pregnancy, Sherry struggled with drug use. Those around her recognized that she was unable to care for a child. Consequently, when Jeffrey was 6 months old, he went to live with his grandparents. Although his grandparents loved him, his troubled relationship with his mother led to him being labeled a problematic child. Throughout his teenage years, numerous incidents were reported within Jeffrey's family. He often engaged in risky and dangerous behavior. On one occasion, he wrote a note stating that he was going to spend several days in the wilderness to test his survival skills. In another alarming incident, he took his grandfather's gun, causing neighbors to contact the police. His behavior increasingly alarmed his grandparents, who tried to hide the weapons. Despite their attempts, Jeffrey, who was intelligent and persistent, managed to break into a safe and take the knives and swords he was fascinated with. By 2013, when Jeffrey was 16 years old, his grandmother felt compelled to report his concerning behavior to the police, likely out of fear for her own safety and that of others. Just weeks earlier, he had warned her that his patience would eventually run out and that he might hurt someone, though he did not specify who or when. As a result, Jeffrey was sent to a military school. After returning, he entered into a relationship that meant a great deal to him. His social media accounts were filled with declarations of love for his girlfriend, combined with images of wolves, dark quotations, and posts about anger and death. No one seemed to notice or intervene to help Jeffrey. Eventually, the city of Roswell faced a serious tragedy. On August 1, 2016, a Monday morning, a driver was making a delivery to the local grocery store. At 6 a.m., as he approached the store, his quiet morning suddenly became a nightmare. When he turned the corner toward the delivery area, he was horrified to see two bodies lying next to each other in the parking lot, both deceased and covered in blood. Terrified, he immediately called the police to report what he had discovered. Officers quickly arrived at the scene and found the bodies of two young individuals, a man and a woman, both dead. Police noticed two vehicles parked nearby, and when they ran the license plates, they learned that the cars belonged to Carter Davis and Natalie Henderson. The young couple came from middle-class families, and neither had a criminal record or any prior violations. The investigation began with a search of the vehicles and a review of surveillance footage from the grocery store. The video showed Carter and Natalie driving through the parking lot at around 3 a.m. before disappearing behind the building. In addition, just minutes before their arrival, a silver Honda had parked in front of the store. After Carter and Natalie passed the Honda, a tall man with long, unkempt hair exited the vehicle and followed them on foot, but then disappeared from the camera's view. His facial features were unclear, and the footage did not capture the license plate number. All police could determine was that the vehicle was silver, likely a 1990 or 1998 model, and had mismatched wheels. Police contacted the Bureau of Investigation for assistance in identifying a suspect. The task proved difficult because investigators needed to compile a list of all Honda owners in the city. After carefully reviewing the data, they reduced the list to approximately 650 vehicles and their owners. This elimination process was lengthy and demanding, requiring considerable patience and effort from law enforcement. However, their determination eventually paid off. On August 3, 2016, just 2 days after the discovery of Carter and Natalie's bodies, police identified a driver's license belonging to a Honda owner. This individual, Jeffrey Hazelwood, age 20, lived in Roswell and was already known to police due to his long black hair. His grandparents were stunned when several police officers arrived and knocked on their front door. Their shock quickly shifted to worry when the officers asked about their grandson, Jeffrey. They told the police that they did not know where he was. Jeffrey's grandparents explained that they had forced him to leave the house 2 days earlier. The police then continued their investigation and discovered that Jeffrey was staying at his girlfriend's residence. They were aware of the address and established a perimeter around the home. After spotting Jeffrey's car parked in the driveway, officers waited nearby, calmly anticipating his appearance. Several hours later, Jeffrey eventually came out of the house, entered his car, and drove away. Plainclothes officers followed Jeffrey as he stopped at a gas station, walked around, and changed his clothes. At that moment, officers surrounded him and arrested him on suspicion of murdering Natalie Henderson and Carter Davis before he had time to react. At first, Jeffrey denied killing anyone, but after being detained for several days, he was interviewed by Officer Jennifer Bennett, who had been assigned to his case. During this interrogation, several unsettling details emerged. When he was arrested, Jeffrey maintained that he was an innocent bystander and insisted that he had not killed anyone. However, during questioning, he claimed that another man had pressured him into committing the crime. As the interrogation went on, he stopped mentioning this alleged accomplice. Jeffrey also claimed that a voice in his head had instructed him to kill Natalie and Carter. Despite Jeffrey's many lies and contradictory statements, Officer Bennett was able to reconstruct what happened on the night of August 1st. Jeffrey said his troubles began when his grandparents forced him out of their home. In an attempt to clear his mind, he went to a local Waffle House, but because he had nowhere to stay that night, he decided to park at the local grocery store. He arrived around 3 a.m. and remained sitting in his car. While he was there, 2 cars entered the parking lot, drove past him, and circled the building. Feeling lonely and bored, Jeffrey decided to follow them on foot. After the 2 vehicles parked next to each other, Carter Davis exited his car and climbed into the back seat of Natalie's car. Natalie then joined him in the back seat, explaining that they wanted some private time together. Unknown to them, Jeffrey was hiding behind a nearby electrical panel, watching their interaction. He then climbed a nearby service ladder to gain a better view from the roof of the car. Jeffrey later stated that he did not watch for long. Tragically, Jeffrey had obtained his grandfather's gun after breaking into a safe shortly before being forced out of his home. What followed was horrific. He climbed down from the roof, walked toward Natalie's car, and demanded that Carter get out of the vehicle. He struck Carter with the gun. In that moment of panic, Jeffrey realized that Carter was taller and stronger than him, placing him at a disadvantage in a physical confrontation. In a horrifying act, he lifted the gun and shot Carter in the head at close range, then commanded Natalie to get out of the car. Without explaining what he did to her in detail, Jeffrey later shot Natalie in the back of the head after she turned away. After both victims were dead, he searched Natalie's car, took her wallet, and drove off. However, Jeffrey's criminal behavior did not end there. That same night, he was seen at a gas station using Natalie's credit card to fill his car with fuel. Surveillance cameras even captured Jeffrey wearing a mask to conceal his identity. During questioning, he claimed that even though he had the mask and the gun, he did not commit any additional acts. Jeffrey stated that he needed the mask to hide his identity from the individual who had ordered him to kill Natalie and Carter. After leaving the gas station, he returned to the bodies. He positioned the bodies on the asphalt in the same way they were discovered the following morning. He then contacted his girlfriend and asked if he could stay with her while he sorted out issues with his family. She had no knowledge that he had just killed 2 people and allowed him to stay at her home. Eventually, police located him and took him into custody. During the trial, his behavior was extremely erratic. He spoke to himself, claimed to hear voices, and even adopted a British accent. At one point, he sat trembling, made sudden head movements, and continued talking to himself. He was also observed interacting with an imaginary dog and pretending to strike it on the head. At a later hearing, Officer Bennett presented Jeffrey's confession, revealing the disturbing details he described about that night. He stated that he pulled Natalie out of the car, forced her onto the hood, and then shot her in the head. The defense argued that Jeffrey showed signs of schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, Asperger's syndrome, and dissociative identity disorder. While each of these conditions can be managed on its own, the combination of all 4 would make him an extremely unstable individual. However, none of these conditions had been officially diagnosed. As a result, he was found competent to stand trial and, with proper treatment, capable of becoming stable enough to understand the legal process. Given the overwhelming amount of evidence including forensic material from surveillance footage and items seized by police, the case against him was strong. The prosecution quickly assembled a compelling case against Jeffrey. The original trial was scheduled for September 9, 2016, but it was delayed multiple times because he required treatment. He was transferred to a secure psychiatric facility to continue receiving care until a new trial date could be set. A hearing was held to assess Jeffrey's competency, particularly his ability to comprehend the legal proceedings. While he occasionally rocked back and forth in his chair, psychologists were unable to determine his exact mental disorders. However, they diagnosed him with psychosis, a condition that causes a break from reality rather than being a mental illness itself. Finally, on May 17, 2017, Jeffrey appeared in court as he was nearing recovery. He was not permitted to speak while undergoing treatment, so his attorney spoke on his behalf. The judge offered him a plea agreement regarding the murders of Carter and Natalie, which Jeffrey accepted. He was then sentenced to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would spend the remainder of his life either in prison or in a mental health facility. Moving on to the next case. The case of Kaylin Gillis. Kaylin Gillis, born on February 23, 2003, in Schuylerville, New York, was a young woman filled with promise and excitement. With exceptional academic accomplishments, she hoped to enroll at a university in Florida to pursue a career as either a marine biologist or a veterinarian. She was not only smart and diligent, but she also drew people in with her gentle nature and radiant spirit, serving as an inspiration to those around her. However, a devastating tragedy took place on the night of April 15, 2023, brutally ending Kaylin's life. On that tragic evening, she and her friends were searching for the residence of an acquaintance in Washington County, a peaceful region north of New York near the Vermont border. The group, with Kaylin's boyfriend behind the wheel, mistakenly drove into a private driveway belonging to Kevin D. Monahan, who lived on an isolated property in Hebron on Patterson Hill Road. As soon as they realized they had gone the wrong way, Kaylin's group promptly turned around to leave. However, a horrifying event followed. Kevin, the homeowner, suddenly emerged from the porch, armed, and fired at their group twice. Tragically, a bullet struck Kaylin in the neck while she was seated in the front passenger seat. In fear and without cell service, they had no choice but to drive another 5 miles to Salem to contact 911. Although emergency responders arrived quickly and made every effort, Kaylin did not survive. After the incident, police were sent to Kevin's home to carry out an investigation. However, he was initially uncooperative, refusing to come outside and declining to answer questions for several hours. It required an hour of tense negotiation before Kevin agreed to speak with an officer. In his initial statement, Kevin claimed he had been in bed since 8:30 p.m. and blamed the shooting on a hunter. Kevin D. Monahan, born on October 28, 1957, in Salem, New York, was charged with murder. Neighbors described him as often hostile, short-tempered, and at times aggressive. Although he had no previous convictions in New York, Kevin had been arrested and charged in Vermont in 2001 for aggravated assault with a weapon. However, that charge was later dismissed. After his arrest, Kevin was initially detained at the Washington County Correctional Facility in Fort Edward. Notably, this was where Kaylin's father, Andrew Gillis, worked as a correctional officer. To prevent any possible sensitive situations, Kevin was later transferred to the Warren County Jail in Lake George. At his first court appearance on April 16, 2023, Kevin's defense attorney argued that his client was not a flight risk. He stated that Kevin had lived in the community for more than 30 years and owned a local business, showing his strong ties to the area. However, these arguments failed to convince the court. Kevin was ordered to be held without bail. At the same time, Kevin pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder, maintaining his innocence regarding the serious charges. 1 month later, in May 2023, a new indictment was issued, adding additional charges against Kevin. Along with the second-degree murder charge, he was also charged with reckless endangerment and tampering with evidence. These added allegations further increased the seriousness of the case. The court continued to refuse Kevin's request for bail, showing a firm resolve to make sure that he would not escape justice. After multiple postponements caused by different legal issues, the case was officially scheduled for trial on January 8, 2024. This trial was expected to reveal the complete truth surrounding Kaylin's death and deliver a just verdict for her. Before the final sentence was handed down to Kevin, Kaylin's father, Andrew Gillis, was unable to restrain his anger and grief. His daughter was killed merely because of a misunderstanding, an event he considered completely unreasonable and unacceptable. In his deepest sorrow, he prayed that Kevin would receive a severe punishment and spend the remainder of his life in prison to ensure he could not harm anyone else. With each passing day, Kaylin's family endures the devastating reality that the girl they loved is no longer alive. They will never again witness her radiant smile or hear her cheerful laughter, a loss that can never be replaced. During the trial, Kevin testified in an attempt to justify his actions on the day of the tragic event. He claimed that, at that time, both he and his wife felt seriously threatened and that he acted only with the intention of protecting his wife. Kevin stated that they had been awakened by 3 vehicles traveling down the driveway, 2 SUVs and a motorcycle. In a state of panic, he told his wife to hide in the closet to avoid danger. He then reloaded the firearm and went outside, but his explanation failed to convince the jury. On March 1, 2024, after an intense and prolonged trial, the jury found Kevin D. Monahan guilty of second-degree murder for the senseless killing of Kaylin. Following the conviction for second-degree murder, the court sentenced Kevin to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. For Kaylin's family, the verdict marked a step forward in obtaining justice for her tragic death. They understand that their loss cannot be undone, but they believe Kevin must be held responsible for his actions. They do not want him to remain a danger to the community for the rest of his life. On March 14, 2024, Kevin was transferred to the Elmira Correctional Facility, one of the largest prisons in New York. He was later moved to Wendy Correctional Facility, where he is currently incarcerated. Kevin explained the reasons behind his actions, but the legal ruling ultimately depended on the seriousness of the crime he committed. The sentencing of Kevin D. Monahan brings a measure of justice to the tragic death of Kaylin Gillis, but it does nothing to lessen the profound pain her family continues to feel. They have lost a daughter, a friend, and an inspiration. This loss will forever follow them like a wound that never heals. Kaylin's potential, her hopes for a promising future, and her unfinished ambitions were suddenly and painfully taken away. She was a gifted young woman, always willing to learn and contribute, someone who could have made positive changes and helped advance society. However, her life was unjustly taken, leaving behind deep regret and sorrow for everyone. The death of Kaylin Gillis has drawn attention not only in northern New York, but also across the nation. This incident occurred just days after another event in which Ralph Yarl, a 16-year-old boy from Kansas City, was seriously injured by a gunshot. Ralph, a black teenager, was shot by Andrew Lester, an 84-year-old white man, when he mistakenly rang Andrew's doorbell while searching for his younger brother. Andrew was initially released, but was later charged with 2 offenses. On April 17th, he was charged with first-degree assault, a charge that carries a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. Andrew was also charged with using a weapon to commit a crime and could face up to 15 years in prison if found guilty. These 2 incidents, occurring close together in time, have sparked public outrage and fueled widespread discussions about gun violence, racism, and the deadly consequences that can occur when someone is mistaken. Moving on to the next case. The case of Molly Tibbetts. Molly Tibbetts was a lively young woman born in San Francisco on May 8, 1998, to Rob and Laura Tibbetts. She had 2 brothers, Jake and Scott. Molly was lucky to be raised by caring parents and began to perform well in school soon after starting 2nd grade. Life brought Molly an unforeseen difficulty. Everything was going well for her and her parents until they chose to divorce. In 2007, Molly relocated to Brooklyn, Iowa, with her mother and brother. Brooklyn was her mother's hometown, and Molly was now able to experience her teenage years in this peaceful town. The move was challenging for Scott, Jake, and Molly, but their supportive parents offered the help they needed. Their father, Rob, continued to maintain a strong relationship with his children. Even though he could not always be present, he was committed to doing everything possible to support them. Brooklyn is a small town with a population of just 1,400. Life there is quiet, a sharp contrast to the busy pace of San Francisco. Molly and her 2 brothers adjusted very well to their new surroundings. Molly planned to continue her education at Brooklyn College. She was a friendly person who easily made many friends. Molly was intelligent, energetic, optimistic, and cheerful. In 2015, Molly met a senior named Dalton Jack at her school in Brooklyn, and she immediately felt drawn to him. This meeting happened on a cold October evening while Dalton and his friend were sitting in a pickup truck after playing football. Several younger students approached them, including Molly. Dalton was instantly captivated by her. She made him laugh, and he thought she was beautiful. They exchanged phone numbers and soon started eating lunch together and going to the movies. From that moment on, they fell in love, and Dalton considered her his everything. Molly and Dalton's love for one another grew stronger over time. 2 years later, when Molly moved away from Brooklyn to study psychology at the University of Iowa, she kept her relationship with Dalton. While she was in Iowa, Dalton remained in Brooklyn to follow a career in construction, but this did not change how he felt about her. They were able to see each other almost every weekend, and even on certain weekdays. Her freshman year at the university passed quickly. By the end of May 2018, she returned to Brooklyn for the summer. During her break at home, Molly stayed busy throughout her days. She worked at a local children's day camp at Green Regional Medical Center, and in the evenings, she took part in activities to prepare for her sophomore year. Molly also made time to go jogging nearly every evening. She divided her time between her mother's house and her boyfriend Dalton's house on the western side of Brooklyn. Unlike college students, Dalton did not have a summer break and worked most weekdays. His construction work was sometimes local and other times required travel across the state. On July 18, 2018, Molly went to Dalton's house. Dalton lived there with his brother and their dogs, but both men worked away from home. Dalton was working on a project on Highway 61 near Oak. Molly agreed to look after the dogs and stay at Dalton's house to work and study. It was a very hot day, so Molly stayed inside with the dogs and her laptop, hoping the temperature would cool down. The day felt ordinary. She spent her free time talking with her boyfriend on the phone, searching for something to eat, or chatting on Twitter. As the sun went down, the weather became cooler. This seemed like a good time for Molly to go for a run. At around 7:30 p.m., she left her laptop open, sent Dalton a selfie, changed into her workout clothes, and headed toward the cornfield for her run. However, Molly never came back. She was missing that night. Dalton, who had not heard from her that evening, assumed she was simply busy and had gone to sleep. The next morning, when Molly's messages still went unanswered, he started to feel concerned. He reached out to friends to ask whether they had heard from Molly, but none of them knew where she was. All of her social media accounts were inactive. The situation became more alarming when her boss contacted Dalton to ask why she had not shown up for work. Molly was always punctual and had never missed a workday before, so her absence was unusual. Dalton was deeply worried and questioned what might have happened to her. Her silence caused Dalton, her family, and her friends to feel uneasy. By the end of the day, police and members of the local community were organized to search for Molly. Missing posters were rapidly posted throughout the town and nearby areas. Soon afterward, Molly's father, Rob, flew in from California to take part in the search efforts. By mid-July, Iowa was experiencing intense summer heat, and the surrounding cornfields made visibility challenging. Police announced on television that the search for Molly was still underway. Although there were no new developments, the search continued. Molly, a 20-year-old University of Iowa student, had gone missing the previous Wednesday in Brooklyn. She was last seen by a neighbor jogging with her dogs, wearing shorts, a sports bra, and sneakers. At that time, Molly's location was unknown. The only confirmed sighting occurred when a neighbor saw her running east of town that evening. Police had no additional leads. As the weeks went by, the reward for information about Molly increased dramatically to nearly $400,000. Authorities even created a website to encourage the public to submit any information related to Molly. Police also examined data from Molly's fitness tracker to identify her running route. Despite these efforts, the investigation remained unresolved until mid-August. A woman in northeast Brooklyn was reviewing surveillance footage when she noticed something unusual. Alarmed, she reported what she saw to the police, which led to a critical breakthrough. The footage showed a 1951 Chevrolet with chrome side mirrors and door handles. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the car returned and appeared on surveillance cameras multiple times. Then, at 8:07 p.m., the same Chevrolet was recorded again, this time speeding away. Based on the footage, the car, which was acting erratically at the same time and location where Molly disappeared, drew the attention of law enforcement. Police began searching for the vehicle in the small town and were able to locate it quickly. One day, after reviewing the video of the black Chevrolet, deputy sheriffs spotted the car on the road. Rather than stopping it immediately, a deputy followed the vehicle until the driver pulled over. The deputy approached the driver's window and identified him as John Bath. When questioned about Molly's disappearance, John stated that he knew nothing about her and was not involved. He was allowed to leave, but his freedom did not last long. Just 2 days later, police officers went to John's workplace at a dairy farm and observed that he was now driving a different vehicle that belonged to his girlfriend. At this stage, police began to pay closer attention to John, although they still lacked evidence connecting him to Molly's disappearance. Officers took John to the local police station for additional questioning. Even though he was not obligated to answer their questions, he chose to cooperate. The interrogation lasted for several hours, and eventually, John confessed. However, his real name was Christian Bahena Rivera, and he lived and worked in rural Polk County near Brooklyn. Originally from Mexico, he had entered the United States illegally at the age of 17. Because he was unable to work legally, he was not registered in any official system, including at his job on a farm near Brooklyn. During questioning, police asked Christian if he knew where Molly was, and he admitted that he had seen her on the night she went missing. He explained that he noticed her and decided to approach her. When he ran toward her to start a conversation, Molly did not respond. When he continued, she took out her phone and warned him to leave or she would contact the police. The following day, August 21st, after more than 10 hours of questioning, Christian agreed to guide police to a remote area outside Brooklyn. When officers arrived and exited their vehicle, they discovered Molly's body. She was lying beneath corn stalks, wearing only a sports bra and socks. Christian confessed that when Molly threatened to call the police, he became angry and ended up killing her, later hiding her body in a cornfield. Molly suffered between 7 and 12 stab wounds to her chest, ribs, neck, and skull, which ultimately caused her death. This devastating news left Molly's family, friends, and acquaintances heartbroken. As they learned more about the details of her death, their sorrow turned into anger. On August 22nd, Christian was charged with first-degree murder. Fears that he might escape led to his bail being increased from $1 million to $5 million. As the investigation into Molly's disappearance became a murder case, new developments related to her case continued to emerge both publicly and in the media. The following month, Christian denied any involvement in the case despite having initially confessed to Molly's murder. He later withdrew his confession. Police continued to make notable progress in the investigation. They searched Christian's black Chevrolet and found blood both in the trunk and on the rims. Testing confirmed that the blood belonged to Molly, indicating that she had been inside Christian's trunk that night. A number of bureaucratic delays pushed the court proceedings back. The public trial of Christian was postponed for several months and relocated to another county for safety reasons. In August 2019, Christian's defense team filed a 20-page motion arguing that his confession should be excluded as evidence. They asserted that he was not properly informed of his Miranda rights due to his foreign nationality. This meant that although he admitted to killing Molly, he was not warned that anything he said could be used against him in court. As a result, his confession, they argued, could not be admitted as evidence. In addition, the judge delayed Christian's trial until 2020 to allow additional time to review the case. In 2020, the trial was postponed once again. On May 17, 2021, Christian Bahena Rivera's trial finally began. His defense team argued that police had violated his rights prior to charging him with murder. They claimed that officers used unlawful interrogation tactics to coerce Christian into confessing. When this strategy failed, the defense attempted to place blame on Molly's boyfriend, Dalton, claiming that he had cheated on her 3 years earlier and then killed her. However, Dalton had a strong alibi for the time of Molly's disappearance. Although he had been absent from work for nearly 2 hours, multiple co-workers were able to verify his location during that period, and it was evident that he deeply loved Molly. Christian eventually took the stand, but he altered his story. He claimed that 2 armed men came to his home, forced him to drive them until they found Molly, then killed her and made him drive to a cornfield, threatening his son's life if he disclosed what had happened. Christian's original confession, the surveillance footage, Molly's blood discovered in the trunk of his car, and his own implausible account all clearly pointed to his guilt. On Friday, May 28th, Christian Bahina Rivera was convicted of murdering Molly Tibbetts. After only 7 hours of jury deliberation, Christian was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. Following the verdict, Christian's girlfriend, who had been raising their son Will, vanished from Brooklyn, leaving his son on the farm without family support. With nowhere else to turn, Will was eventually adopted by Molly's mother, Laura. This adoption enabled Will to continue his education and work toward a more hopeful future. Molly's parents consistently chose compassion over hatred, which helps explain Molly's positive nature. The outpouring of support did not stop there. Hundreds of people gathered at the University of Iowa to honor and celebrate Molly's memory. Moving on to the next case. Samuel Doss. Tulsa, Oklahoma, October 1954. A man had just been discharged from the hospital. He was weak, but finally back home. His wife, smiling and caring as always, prepared a special dinner to celebrate his return. She even baked his favorite dessert, prune cake. That night, while everyone slept, something went horribly wrong. By morning, he was dead. No one could explain how a man recovering from illness could suddenly die, just days after showing improvement. And the woman who had fed him that night? Well, she harbored secrets. Nancy Hazel was born on November 4th, 1905, in Blue Mountain, Alabama, a small town situated between Anniston and Jacksonville, now considered part of Anniston. She was the eldest of 5 children born to James and Louisa Hazel. However, records from that period indicate that Nancy had been conceived out of wedlock. Census records from 1905 show Louisa living alone with her infant daughter, while James appeared in the household later. Nancy's childhood was marked by a harsh and turbulent home environment. James, a strict and domineering man, kept his children out of school for long stretches to help with chores and work the family farm. In contrast, Louisa was a nurturing and gentle presence, striving to protect her children. Nevertheless, the constant control and mistreatment left deep scars. Nancy never received a formal education and struggled with literacy, finding her only solace in secretly reading her mother's romance magazines. Her favorite section was the Lonely Hearts column, where people placed ads seeking love, a world of possibility she dreamed might one day belong to her. But her father, a religious zealot, considered those publications sinful and forbade them in the house. At the age of 7, Nancy suffered a head injury while traveling with her family to visit relatives in southern Alabama. During a sudden train stop, she was thrown forward and struck her head on a metal bar. The injury caused frequent fainting spells and severe headaches, symptoms that would last for years and later be cited as a reason for her emotional instability. As Nancy entered her teenage years, James' control grew tighter. He forbade her and her sisters from wearing makeup or dressing attractively, believing it would attract unwanted male attention. He also prohibited them from attending dances or social gatherings. Despite this, Nancy became a victim of sexual abuse by men in the area, experiences she kept secret. At 15, Nancy took a job at the Linen Thread Company, a textile factory in nearby Anniston. The job offered her a taste of independence and allowed her to purchase the makeup and romance magazines she still read in secret. It was at the factory that she met 20-year-old Charlie Braggs, who lived with his single mother. After only 4 months of courtship, and with her father's surprising consent, Nancy, barely 16, married Charlie in 1921. Yet her marriage offered no freedom. Charlie insisted that his mother move in with them, and the older woman soon dominated every aspect of Nancy's life. She was not allowed visitors or even a voice in how the household was run. Between 1923 and 1927, Nancy gave birth to 4 daughters. Over time, the marriage deteriorated. Nancy turned to alcohol and tobacco, eventually developing an addiction. Both she and Charlie grew distant. Suspicious of each other's fidelity, Charlie would disappear for days, confirming Nancy's worst fears. Tragedy struck in late 1927. Within a mere 2 weeks, their 2 middle daughters died under mysterious circumstances. Both had seemed healthy when Charlie left for work, only to collapse in convulsions after breakfast and die shortly thereafter. Doctors at the hospital attributed the deaths to food poisoning, but Nancy, who had prepared the meals, offered no explanation. Charlie, shaken, refused to eat anything she cooked from that point on and began fearing for his own safety. Soon after, he moved out with their eldest daughter, Melvina, leaving the newborn Florine in Nancy's care since she still required breastfeeding. After Charlie's mother passed away, Nancy started working at a cotton mill to support Florine. In the summer of 1928, Charlie returned, this time with Malvina and a new partner. By the end of the year, he filed for divorce, which Nancy accepted without objection. She packed her belongings and moved to Cedartown, Georgia, hoping for a fresh start. In her loneliness, Nancy sought comfort in romance novels and Lonely Hearts ads. She began corresponding with men who had placed notices in the magazines and eventually caught the attention of 23-year-old Robert Franklin Harrelson, a mason from Jacksonville. Their exchange of letters and photographs quickly intensified, and in 1929, the two married and moved to Anniston. But in a chilling act of abandonment, Nancy left little Florine behind in the empty house. Neighbors alerted Charlie, who retrieved his daughter and attempted to contact Nancy, but she refused to take the child back. Her new marriage to Robert soon deteriorated. He was an alcoholic and, as Nancy would later discover, had a criminal record for assault. Nevertheless, they remained together in a volatile and unhappy marriage for the next 16 years. In 1943, Nancy's life took another unexpected turn when her now-adult daughter Malvina reached out to her. Separated from her husband and 8 months pregnant, Malvina asked to live with Nancy and Robert. After some hesitation, Nancy agreed. That same year, Malvina gave birth to a son. The delivery was difficult, and she spent weeks recovering under the influence of anesthesia. One day, in a drugged haze, Malvina recalled seeing her mother standing over the crib, driving a hatpin into the baby's skull. She was never certain whether it had really happened or was a nightmare induced by the drugs. Shortly thereafter, the infant died in Nancy's arms. Doctors could not determine a cause, and the death certificate simply listed sudden infant death. Following the mysterious death of Malvina's newborn, suspicions began to grow. Malvina could not shake the image of her mother standing beside the crib with a pin in hand, especially since the infant had died in Nancy's arms. Though she never voiced her fears aloud, the unease lingered. Despite her doubts, Malvina did not leave the house. She had met a soldier nearby and was determined to pursue the relationship, even as tensions with Nancy escalated. Their arguments became frequent, prompting Malvina to spend short periods visiting her father for respite. In 1945, Malvina gave birth again, this time to a son named Robert Lee. Her relationship with Nancy had deteriorated to an unbearable degree. Seeking a permanent escape, Malvina returned to her father's home to ask if she and the baby could move in. During her absence, she left Robert in Nancy's care, trusting, perhaps blindly, that her mother would care for him as she had claimed. On July 7, 1945, Nancy and her grandson were alone in the house. That day, Robert died, reportedly from suffocation, having rolled onto his face in bed with his head trapped under a pillow. The cause of death was ambiguous enough to warrant an autopsy, but the coroner ultimately ruled it accidental asphyxiation of undetermined cause. What no one found suspicious was that just a month later, Nancy collected a $500 life insurance policy she had quietly taken out on the baby, naming herself as the sole beneficiary. That same year, Nancy was still married to her second husband, Frank. But Frank's alcoholism and increasingly violent behavior had become intolerable. Then came September 1945. As the Second World War drew to a close, Frank, a former soldier, celebrated Japan's surrender with excessive drinking. On the night of September 14th, he returned home drunk, violent, and demanding. He forced himself on Nancy, an act that became the final breaking point. After the assault, he asked her to bring him the corn whiskey he had left in the kitchen. Nancy complied, but laced the bottle with rat poison. Frank drank it, writhed in agony for hours, and finally died. Yet again, the cause of death was attributed to alcohol poisoning or natural illness. No one suspected foul play, and Frank was buried with no investigation. Shortly after his death, Nancy collected another $500 life insurance payout and used the money to buy 10 acres of land and build a modest home outside Jacksonville. Now, after 16 years of marriage, Nancy was single once again and ready to find a new partner, or perhaps more accurately, her next victim. In early 1950, Nancy moved to Lexington, North Carolina, where she once again turned to the Lonely Hearts columns in romance magazines. It was through one of these ads that she met Arlie Lanning, a widower who had also been seeking companionship. After exchanging letters for a few months, the two met in person. Just 3 days after their initial meeting, they were married. But Arlie quickly proved to be cut from the same cloth as her previous husbands, unfaithful and addicted to alcohol. Though he had affairs, it was Nancy who would often disappear without explanation for weeks or even months at a time. Outwardly, however, she maintained the image of a devoted and cheerful wife. Neighbors adored her, always smiling, always helpful. When she vanished, Arlie claimed she was merely visiting her daughter. No one realized the relationship was deteriorating behind closed doors. In 1952, Nancy grew weary of Arlie's behavior. She poisoned one of his meals with rat poison, and within hours he was dead. The cause of death was ruled heart failure. He was a heavy drinker, and there had been a recent flu outbreak in the area. These factors, combined with Nancy's public persona as a loving wife, meant no autopsy was performed. The town mourned alongside her, unaware of the truth. But then something unexpected occurred. Just a month later, the house Arlie had owned, in which Nancy still lived, burned to the ground. Only the foundation remained. Curiously, a fire insurance policy in Nancy's name covered the loss. Using the payout, she briefly stayed with her late husband's mother, but that arrangement ended quickly when the elderly woman died in her sleep. Once again, Nancy found herself without a home. She moved on, relocating to her sister Dovey's house. Dovey was bedridden due to illness, and just 2 weeks after Nancy's arrival, she passed away. Given her medical condition, no one questioned the timing of her death. Yet for those who would later examine the pattern, the coincidence was chilling. That same year, Nancy resumed her pursuit of another husband. She joined a dating service called the Diamond Circle Club and soon met Richard L. Morton of Jamestown, North Carolina. They married in 1952 in Kansas. Though Richard did not have a drinking problem like her previous husbands, he had other vices, namely pursuing other women. He frequently traveled into town and stayed away for long periods, presumably to chase other women. Nancy grew increasingly irritated and once again began contemplating lethal measures. But before she could act, another distraction arose. In January 1953, Richard informed her that Nancy's own mother, Louisa, had suffered a hip fracture and recently become widowed. He invited Louisa to live with them. Nancy was furious. Richard had not even warned her about her mother moving in. Still, she accepted the situation outwardly. Louisa arrived abruptly, and within 15 days she was dead. She had complained of sharp stomach pains shortly before passing, a symptom consistent with poisoning. Nancy had used rat poison again, this time to kill her own mother. After Louisa's death, officially recorded as natural causes, Nancy refocused on her husband, Richard. Her resentment toward him had only deepened, fueled by his infidelities and wandering eye. Just 3 months later, on May 19th, Nancy once again resorted to her preferred method of murder. She prepared a thermos of coffee, laced with arsenic, and handed it to Richard. He died in his sleep, never realizing his wife had poisoned him. Later that year, Nancy visited another sister. The visit ended in tragedy. The sister began experiencing unexplained stomach cramps, followed by seizures. She lost consciousness and died shortly afterward. Although the symptoms mirrored poisoning, no one suspected Nancy. As before, she remained above suspicion, free to continue her deadly course. With Richard barely buried, Nancy turned again to the Lonely Hearts columns. Through one ad, she connected with Samuel Doss, a minister from Carroll County, Arkansas, who had tragically lost his wife and children in a tornado. At the time, Samuel was living in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where he worked as a businessman. Sober and deeply religious, he seemed like the ideal candidate, respectable, dependable, and sincere. Their courtship was brief but passionate, and by July 1953, Nancy and Samuel were married in Tulsa. Samuel wasn't violent like her previous husbands, but he had his own flaws. His strict puritanical rules irritated Nancy. He insisted on going to bed at sundown and banned all forms of entertainment. No radio, no television, not even a fan in the Oklahoma heat. Nancy endured his household rules for a time, but soon left him in protest, only to return with a new plan. She added her name to his bank accounts and quietly took out 2 life insurance policies, naming herself as the sole beneficiary. Just 2 months into the marriage, she attempted to poison Samuel by spiking his coffee with rat poison, but she miscalculated the dosage. Samuel became violently ill and began convulsing, ultimately vomiting enough to save his life. Doctors initially believed he had a severe intestinal infection. He was admitted to the hospital in critical condition, with high fever and flu-like symptoms. Nancy stayed by his side every day, returning home only at night. After a month, on October 5, 1954, he was discharged. Nancy appeared overjoyed and suggested they celebrate. Back home, she prepared a hearty meal, far more flavorful than the bland food he had received in the hospital. For dessert, she served prune cake, rich and sweet, but secretly laced with arsenic. Samuel devoured the meal. By morning, he was dead. That same day, while arranging her husband's funeral, Nancy also began filing paperwork to collect on the 2 life insurance policies. Once again, her plan seemed to have succeeded without issue. But this time, Nancy had overlooked a crucial detail. Samuel had been seeing the same physician for years, a man who was also a personal friend. When he learned of Samuel's sudden death, just a week after his hospital discharge, alarm bells went off. The doctor contacted an attorney, who persuaded a judge to order an autopsy. Still, the doctor needed Nancy's consent. He told her that discovering the true cause of her husband's death might help prevent similar losses in the future. She agreed. The autopsy revealed high levels of arsenic in Samuel's body, enough to kill 5 men. It was no accident. It was murder. The doctor contacted the Tulsa police, voicing his suspicions. Detectives were dispatched to Nancy's home. When they arrived, they found the 50-year-old woman calm and composed. She smiled warmly, showed no resistance, and politely asked if she could bring along her current issue of Romantic Hearts, lying on her coffee table. At the police station, Nancy did not speak of the death. Instead, she quietly flipped through the magazine, eyeing the Lonely Hearts ads for a new man to write to. Detectives eventually confiscated the magazine and asked her to focus on the interrogation. They questioned her about Samuel's sudden passing. Nancy responded with vague comments, her attention still fixed on the pages before her. Persistence paid off. Eventually, the agent secured not one, but multiple confessions. In custody, Nancy Doss began to talk, and what she revealed shocked even the most seasoned detectives. She calmly confessed to killing her 4 previous husbands, and even one of her mothers-in-law, Arlie Lanning's mother. When asked why, she offered a chillingly simple motive. None of them measured up. They were all drunkards, womanizers, or violent, she said. All she had ever wanted was the perfect husband, a true lifelong romance, like those described in her beloved magazines. She went on to admit murdering her own mother, her sister Dovey, and her grandson Robert. But there, her confession ended. When questioned about the deaths of her other daughter, her second grandson, and additional relatives, Nancy remained silent. She insisted she had never harmed any of her blood relatives, contradicting her earlier statements. Yet investigators were unconvinced. It was far too suspicious that so many people around Nancy had died suddenly and under similar circumstances. Authorities exhumed the bodies of husbands, relatives, and children who had died since 1929. Forensic testing confirmed the presence of arsenic in nearly all of them. Among the confirmed victims were 4 husbands, 2 daughters, 2 sisters, her mother, her mother-in-law, and both grandsons. Investigators also discovered that, just before Samuel Doss's death, Nancy had already begun corresponding with a new man, a highway worker from North Carolina. She had even baked him a cake and mailed it as a gift. Had Samuel's doctor not raised the alarm, that man might have become her next victim. Police believed the cake was intended as a deadly introduction. When detectives asked Nancy what she thought should happen to her for poisoning so many people, she smiled and replied, "Whatever you want to do is perfectly fine with me." During her earliest interviews with the press, Nancy's constant laughter while discussing the murders earned her a disturbing nickname, the Giggling Granny. Though Nancy had confessed to multiple murders, the state of Oklahoma chose to prosecute her only for the killing of Samuel Doss. In her defense, she attributed her actions to a childhood head injury, the result of the train accident when she was 7. She claimed it caused chronic pain and mental instability, but psychiatric evaluations determined she was legally sane. On May 17, 1955, Nancy Doss pled guilty to murder and was sentenced to death. Other states, Alabama, Kansas, and North Carolina, also filed murder charges. However, when Oklahoma handed down the death sentence, those jurisdictions dropped their cases, concluding that a single execution would suffice. Nancy could have become the first woman in Oklahoma history to be executed by electric chair. But after further psychological reviews, the judge declared her mentally unfit for execution, citing concerns about precedent and the ethics of executing a woman with diminished mental capacity. As a result, Nancy was spared the death penalty. She was never charged with any of the additional murders. Sentenced instead to life in prison, she faced her fate with surprising cheerfulness. After arriving at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary in McAlester, she granted interviews and spoke openly about her life behind bars. She claimed she got along well with other inmates, but expressed one complaint. She was only ever assigned to laundry duty. As an excellent cook, she had repeatedly requested kitchen work, but officials, and likely the other inmates, were too afraid she would poison the food. 2 years into her sentence, Nancy expressed regret, not for the lives she had taken, but for not receiving the death penalty. Still, she remained upbeat and even joked about her crimes. Over time, she gave several new confessions, always downplaying financial motives and emphasizing her dream of finding true love. Yet this explanation never accounted for the deaths of her babies, her sisters, and her mother. Why she killed those closest to her, many completely helpless, remains a mystery she took to the grave. On June 2, 1965, Nancy Doss died of leukemia in the prison hospital at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. She had served only 10 years. Her remains were buried in McAlester, Oklahoma, a site that, over time, became a local curiosity and a frequent stop for tourists intrigued by the case. Moving on to the next case. The Thomas Randolph case. Known by the nickname Black Widower, Randolph stands at the center of a mysterious and disturbing story in which the deaths of his wives leave many questions unresolved. Was he a victim of harsh fate or a ruthless villain? He drew the attention of the public and law enforcement when 4 of his 6 wives died under suspicious conditions. The story of Randolph's greed, betrayal, and intrigue offers a deep exploration into human psychology and the pursuit of justice, making anyone who hears it shiver. So what is the truth? Let us follow the case together today. One evening in May 2008, gunshots broke the quiet of Randolph's home in Las Vegas, Nevada. His 6th wife, Sharon Cass, was discovered dead in her bedroom, and Michael Miller, a man believed to be an intruder, was shot and killed by Randolph shortly afterward. However, Randolph's account began to fall apart when police uncovered a series of unusual details. He was the only beneficiary of life insurance policies connected to the deaths of his previous wives. Authorities grew suspicious after learning that each of Randolph's former wives had died under odd and questionable circumstances. Randolph was born in 1955 in Fairfield, Illinois. He came from a caring family, with a father who served in the Air Force and a mother who worked as an accountant. Dreaming of becoming a rock and roll star from a young age, he developed an outgoing and flirtatious personality. His first wife, Catherine Thomas, married Randolph when she was 18 and he was 20. She stated that he was controlling, manipulative, and psychologically abusive. She recalled an incident in which Randolph threw a bowl of oatmeal against the wall because it did not contain sugar. They divorced 8 years later. Randolph married his second wife, Becky Galt, shortly after his divorce from Thomas was finalized. Galt was found dead inside their home 3 years later in Utah. She had been shot in the head with a single bullet, and police found her lying on a waterbed. Galt's death was initially ruled a suicide, and Randolph collected a $500,000 life insurance policy. Jana Allman was his third wife. She genuinely believed he had tried to kill her. Allman described an incident in which Randolph was cleaning a gun and accidentally fired it at her, causing a bullet to tear a hole through their kitchen. Randolph claimed the shooting was an accident. But after that event, Allman felt her life was in danger. She chose to file for divorce. Randolph then married Frances Randolph, who died in April 2004 in the hospital after undergoing heart surgery. Allegedly, Randolph did not allow his daughter to visit Frances while she was hospitalized. The daughter testified that Randolph had her mother cremated within 24 hours of her death. His 5th wife was Leona Stapleton, about whom little is publicly known. During his first trial, family members and friends testified in court that she died of cancer. In 2005, Randolph met Sharon Cass, and they fell in love, prompting him to move from Utah to Vegas. During a cruise, they persuaded the ship's captain to marry them and declare them husband and wife. Despite being married, Randolph reportedly continued to have affairs with other women. She died 2 years later. Each time, Randolph was the sole recipient of large insurance payouts from these deaths. These suspicions slowly developed into substantial evidence during the investigation, making Randolph the primary suspect in a series of brutal crimes. Police began to re-examine Sharon's case. Further investigation showed that Randolph not only received life insurance payments, but also gave inconsistent statements and unlikely details in his explanation of self-defense. Randolph stated that he shot Michael while he and Sharon were under attack. However, his account did not align with the evidence found at the scene. Police discovered no indications of forced entry, and Michael was found dead at the location without signs of a struggle, which contradicted Randolph's claim of self-defense. Investigators drew on Randolph's history of violence in earlier relationships to identify him as the main suspect, leading to his arrest and the filing of murder charges. At his first trial, Randolph was charged with 2 counts of murder for the deaths of Sharon and Michael. It was not until 2017, 9 years after the killings, that the case finally went to trial. The prosecution presented a comprehensive picture of the crime, placing responsibility on Randolph for the murders and asserting that he acted to obtain Sharon's life insurance money. The state also referenced a prior murder case involving Randolph, in which he had been charged with the murder of his second wife in Utah. Randolph was ultimately acquitted after being tried for murder in 1989. In addition, another witness testified to the jury that Randolph had approached him with an offer to pay for Frances's murder before she died during surgery. The informant also stated that Randolph suggested making the death appear to be a burglary. Furthermore, investigators and attorneys from that earlier case testified in the Nevada proceedings concerning Sharon's death. His surviving former wives, Catherine and Gehenna, also testified at his murder trial, describing the strange and violent behavior they had personally witnessed. At the conclusion of the trial, Thomas Randolph was sentenced to death on 2 counts of murder. Randolph's defense immediately argued that he had been unfairly targeted because of his prior arrest in Utah, and that the crime scene had not been properly preserved. After the trial ended, Sharon's daughter, Bayer, cried and embraced her friends when the verdict was announced. For more than 9 years, she had waited for the man who killed her mother to be punished. However, Randolph filed an appeal, contending that prosecutors should not have introduced evidence related to the death of his second wife because he believed it would bias the jury's decision. After the court accepted his appeal, his guilty verdict was overturned in July 2020, when the Supreme Court reversed its ruling, deciding that the Utah murder case and its details should not be allowed as evidence in Sharon's case, as they might not have been directly relevant. As a result, Thomas Randolph was retried. During the 2023 trial, prosecutors used phone records to show Randolph's close relationship with Michael, emphasizing the numerous phone calls exchanged between them. The prosecution argued that Randolph conspired with Michael to kill Sharon in order to collect insurance proceeds exceeding $300,000. The trial also revealed the insurance policies Randolph had taken out on his wife in the 2 years preceding her death. The prosecution highlighted inconsistencies in Randolph's statements to police, pointing the jury to a video of the home. They stressed contradictions in the evidence found at the scene and in the trajectory of the fatal bullets. Deputy District Attorney Christopher Hamner portrayed Randolph as the architect of the crimes, dismissing the notion that Randolph was a victim. Christopher emphasized discrepancies in Randolph's testimony in light of the physical evidence, the insurance policies, and his relationship with Michael. Despite the defense's efforts, the evidence presented at trial appeared to conflict with Randolph's version of events. After a 15-year legal process, a Nevada jury found Thomas Randolph guilty of orchestrating the murder of his 6th wife, Sharon Koss, and of fatally shooting the hired killer, Michael Miller, whom he allegedly enlisted to carry out the crime. The verdict was delivered after 5 hours of deliberation and was marked by intense emotion inside the courtroom. Randolph, 68, who wears headphones because of hearing loss and uses a wheelchair, remained composed as the verdict was announced. Colleen Bayer, the daughter of Randolph's 6th wife, Sharon Koss, responded with a combination of shock and relief upon hearing the second guilty verdict. She said, "I'm so relieved. I can't believe it. It's been 15 years, and it's been a horrible nightmare." At his sentencing hearing in April 2024, Randolph was given a sentence of 60 years in prison. However, shortly after the sentencing, he and his defense lawyers filed another appeal seeking to overturn the conviction. The result of that appeal is still pending. Since his conviction, Randolph, also known as the Black Widower, has been incarcerated at the Lovelock Correctional Center, located at 1200 Prison Road in Lovelock, Nevada. The Thomas Randolph case stands as a classic example of a complicated series of events involving multiple suspicious deaths of wives and years of legal battles. It is not only a story of crime and loss, but also a journey defined by suffering and delayed justice. The unresolved deaths have left lasting scars on both the families involved and the wider community. Despite being convicted and receiving a long sentence, Randolph continues to file appeals, preventing the case from being completely closed. What happens next will depend on the outcomes of these appeals, and the pursuit of justice will carry on. Moving on to the next case. Ashley Fawless. New Year's Eve was meant to be a night of celebration. Friends and family gathered at the Fawless home, laughing, dancing, and enjoying the festivities. Ashley Fawless was at the heart of it all, smiling and relishing the moment. To those around her, she appeared happy. But behind the scenes, things were not as perfect as they seemed. Then, just after midnight, everything changed. A single gunshot shattered the party's excitement. Guests rushed toward the bedroom, confusion quickly turning into panic. Within minutes, a frantic 911 call was placed. When first responders arrived, Ashley was on the floor, unresponsive. A gun lay nearby. Her husband, Tom, was the only one with her. He told police it was a terrible tragedy, something no one could have prevented. But as investigators began asking questions, inconsistencies emerged. A neighbor claimed she heard Ashley scream just before the shot. Others recalled tension between her and Tom. And then there was the most pressing question of all. Was this truly an accident, or was there something more at play? What really occurred in that bedroom? Ashley and Tom first connected in the spring of 2007 through an online dating platform. From the outset, Ashley's vibrant personality and boundless energy captivated Tom, and their connection quickly deepened. Ashley was already a devoted mother to 2 daughters from a previous marriage, and their relationship progressed rapidly. Within a year, they welcomed a son, and just 2 weeks after his birth, they were married. By 2010, Tom had legally adopted Ashley's daughters, solidifying their family unit. They settled into their life together, but by late 2011, tensions had begun to surface. Their daughters were now 9 and 6, and their youngest had just turned 3. His diagnosis of hydrocephalus required multiple surgeries, placing an immense burden on Ashley. Balancing her son's medical needs, parenting, and the growing strains in her marriage left her emotionally exhausted. In 2010, Ashley Fawless lost her job at the North Colorado Medical Center, officially for insubordination and aggressive behavior. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. She contested the decision in court and won a settlement, but the legal victory did little to ease her mounting personal struggles. The following year, she briefly rekindled a romance with a former high school sweetheart, further straining her already fragile marriage. Around the same time, Ashley sought psychiatric treatment for frequent panic attacks, sometimes experiencing up to 5 per week. She was prescribed medication to manage her anxiety and stabilize her mood, but her mental health remained a significant challenge for both her and Tom. Despite being aware of her infidelity, Tom chose to remain in the marriage. Investigators later discovered old divorce papers in their bedroom, documents Ashley had drafted in 2009 when the couple had considered separating due to conflicting work schedules. Ultimately, they had decided to persevere and rebuild their relationship. As time passed, Tom believed they were making progress. He had secured stable employment as a corrections officer, while Ashley found purpose in speaking engagements, sharing her experiences as a mother of a child with hydrocephalus. She provided guidance and support to other parents navigating similar challenges. Then, just weeks before the tragic night, Ashley took a home pregnancy test. To her surprise, it was positive, an unexpected development, since she had undergone sterilization after their youngest son's birth. Clinging to the hope that the result was accurate, she immediately stopped taking her prescribed anxiety medication. But on December 31st, 2011, just hours before hosting a New Year's Eve gathering, Ashley began her menstrual cycle. A second test confirmed she was not pregnant after all, delivering an emotional blow to both her and Tom. That morning, the couple had been discussing whether a reversal of her procedure was possible. Years earlier, Ashley's mother had influenced the decision, but now the choice was entirely theirs. Both Ashley and Tom expressed a desire to expand their family, and the unexpected news left them in a deeply emotional state as they prepared for the party that evening. Their home was filled with friends and family as they welcomed the new year. Despite her internal struggle, Ashley maintained a brave facade, drinking, dancing, and enjoying the company of her loved ones. Her parents, Joe and Jenna, later recalled that she appeared as lively and strong as ever. Yet, according to Tom, beneath her cheerful exterior, she was wrestling with emotions no one else could perceive. That night, as the celebration continued, a conversation between Ashley and Tom took a tense turn. Tom later recounted that their discussion had escalated into an argument. Wanting to avoid further conflict, he stated that he had walked away. During his police interview, investigators noticed scratches on Tom's chest and neck, marks that immediately raised suspicion. When questioned, he attributed the scratches on his chest to irritation from shaving for the first time, while those on his neck, he claimed, could have resulted from stress. As the interrogation intensified, Tom felt cornered, insisting that he was being unfairly accused. He repeatedly maintained his innocence, asserting that he was not in the room when the gun discharged and that he had no involvement in Ashley's death. As the investigation progressed, detectives began questioning neighbors and examining the scene for any clues. One neighbor reported hearing Ashley yell, "Get off me," just moments before the gunshot rang out. Her statement directly contradicted Tom's account of events. When questioned about the alleged shouting, Tom firmly denied it. He insisted he had never forced Ashley to do anything against her will. However, investigators were not satisfied with his responses. They noted that Ashley's gunshot wound was to the back of her head, a location that made self-inflicted harm highly improbable. In response, Tom demanded forensic testing to establish his innocence. He urged authorities to test his hands for gunpowder residue and insisted that Ashley's hands be examined as well to determine if she could have fired the weapon. Despite his cooperation, detectives remained unconvinced. The circumstances of the shooting, combined with conflicting accounts, left too many unanswered questions. While Tom remained at the police station, Ashley was in the hospital where doctors fought to save her life. Tragically, just hours after her admission, she succumbed to her injuries. When Tom was informed of her death, he appeared distraught. He claimed that in the moments following the shooting, when he held Ashley in his arms, he had seen her breathing and truly believed she had a chance to survive. After 3 hours of interrogation, investigators had neither secured a confession from Tom nor been able to eliminate him as a suspect. As questioning continued, he grew increasingly frustrated, repeating that he would never harm his wife. However, just 4 days after the shooting, Ashley's death was officially ruled self-inflicted. The medical examiner's conclusion came before laboratory tests had even been completed, leaving Ashley's family in disbelief. Her parents, Jenna and Joe, were outraged, convinced the investigation had been mishandled. They suspected that Tom's position in the county correctional system had influenced the outcome, giving him an unfair advantage in the case. Though Tom worked in a separate law enforcement division, making direct ties to the investigating detectives difficult to prove, the family believed his background contributed to the case being closed so quickly. To ensure transparency, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was brought in, but critical errors had already occurred. Tom had not been separated from witnesses at the crime scene, violating standard investigative procedures. More importantly, his hands had not been properly covered to preserve potential gunpowder residue, evidence that could have been vital in determining what truly happened that night. Jenna and Joe felt detectives only began treating Tom as a person of interest after their repeated insistence. Even then, they believed the inquiry remained superficial. They criticized law enforcement for questioning Tom for only 3 hours, far too brief, in their view, for the primary individual involved in a suspicious death. In the end, Tom was allowed to leave. Following the tragedy, Tom relocated to Indiana with the children to be near his sister. He enrolled in college, seeking a fresh start. But Ashley's parents refused to let the case fade from memory. Determined to seek justice, they reached out to the media, speaking about their daughter's love for life and their belief that she would never have chosen to end it. They also recounted Tom's history of a short temper, portraying a markedly different picture than the one law enforcement had seemingly accepted. Their persistence drew the attention of investigative reporter Justin Joseph, who located a key witness, 17-year-old Nick Glover, a neighbor of the Fallis family. Nick recalled that on January 1st, 2012, as emergency vehicles arrived at the Fallis residence, he had overheard Tom tell Ashley's parents, "I shot my wife." Even more concerning was what Nick disclosed next. He stated that he had shared this information with detectives during an interview, yet his statement was absent from the official police reports. The missing documentation raised serious questions about the integrity of the investigation. The possibility that detectives had deliberately omitted key testimony to shield Tom from scrutiny sparked allegations of misconduct and cover-up. Ashley's family and supporters demanded a more thorough investigation, convinced that the truth had been buried and that justice for Ashley had not yet been served. In April 2014, more than 2 years after Ashley's death, the Evans Police Department chose to reopen the case. New allegations had surfaced, suggesting that detectives had intentionally excluded critical evidence and altered a witness's statement to support the theory that Ashley had taken her own life. Despite these claims, law enforcement officials maintained that the original investigation had been conducted thoroughly and without bias. On November 18, 2014, authorities arrested Tom Fallis near his home in Indiana. He was charged with second-degree manslaughter, but adamantly maintained his innocence. The case had already attracted widespread public attention, largely due to investigative reporting by Justin Joseph. Even as the trial approached, many questions remained unresolved. Among them was the significance of bruises found on Ashley's legs, which some speculated were connected to a flashlight discovered at the scene. However, further investigation revealed that the flashlight belonged to an officer who had attempted to provide first aid and was unrelated to the incident. The prosecution built its case on the claim that, during a heated argument, Tom grabbed the handgun Ashley kept under the mattress, pressed it to her head, and pulled the trigger. He then carefully laid her body on the floor before contacting emergency services. During the trial, Ashley's mother testified that Tom had acted aggressively at the New Year's Eve party, using harsh words that led to a confrontation. Tom denied these claims. She also referenced a history of mental illness in Ashley's family, revealing that both her grandmother and uncle had died by suicide. The prosecution used this information to suggest that Ashley may have voluntarily taken her own life. However, Ashley's psychiatrist offered a contrasting perspective, testifying that as of December 2011, she exhibited no signs of depression. Meanwhile, the defense argued that Ashley had been seeing 2 psychiatrists and a therapist concurrently, resulting in overlapping prescriptions. They suggested that this could have contributed to mood swings or emotional distress. Forensic experts offered conflicting testimony. One specialist, who had devoted countless hours to analyzing the evidence, argued that Tom could not have fired the fatal shot. He noted that individuals who commit crimes of passion rarely stop after a single gunshot. Another forensic expert reviewed the case files and personally examined the crime scene. He concluded that Tom had been extremely close to Ashley when the shot was fired. According to him, if Tom had been farther away, the blood spatter would have been more dispersed. His findings were based on the documented timeline of when Tom reached Ashley and attempted to provide aid. The prosecution relied heavily on this analysis to challenge the defense's arguments. Another key element of the case concerned Ashley's emotional struggles related to pregnancy. While the autopsy confirmed that Ashley was not pregnant at the time of her death, it revealed that despite having undergone a tubal ligation, conception was still possible. According to court testimony, in the 9 months preceding her death, Ashley had believed she was pregnant on 3 separate occasions. Prosecutors argued that these false alarms had placed a significant emotional burden on her, compounding her existing struggles. Psychiatrists called to the stand described how these circumstances could have profoundly affected her mental state. As the trial progressed, Nick Glover, a crucial witness, took the stand. He testified that on the night of Ashley's death, he had overheard Tom tell her parents, "I shot my wife." This statement became a central focus for the prosecution. Another witness, Chelsea, was expected to corroborate the claim that Ashley had screamed, "Get off me," before the gunshot. However, Chelsea's testimony took an unexpected turn. Nick's mother, Kathy, had previously stated that Chelsea had clearly heard the argument. But when Chelsea testified, she admitted that she had been drinking heavily that night and could not clearly recall what had occurred. Despite this, Nick remained steadfast in his account, insisting he would never forget what he had heard. With conflicting testimonies and disputed forensic evidence, the trial became a battle of interpretation, leaving the jury with the difficult task of determining what truly happened that night. Nick Glover's statements drew the attention of investigators, prompting an internal review of the officer who had initially interviewed him on the night of Ashley's death. The review sought to determine whether the detective had intentionally failed to record Tom's alleged confession. However, the investigation ultimately found no evidence of misconduct, and the detective maintained that Nick had never made such a statement during their interview. During cross-examination, the defense scrutinized Nick's testimony, highlighting multiple inconsistencies. They emphasized that despite claiming to have heard Tom admit to shooting Ashley, Nick had maintained a friendly relationship with him for months afterward. He had even participated in family activities, including camping trips and Christmas celebrations. When asked why he had stayed close to Tom despite allegedly hearing a confession, Nick repeatedly responded, "I don't remember," more than 90 times. Later, another witness, a police officer, came forward with his own account. He claimed that upon arriving at the scene, he heard Tom shouting, "I can't believe I shot her. I can't believe she's dead." This statement represented a potential breakthrough for the prosecution, but the defense quickly raised doubts. They noted that the crime scene had been crowded with officers, first responders, family members, and neighbors. Yet no one else reported hearing Tom make such a statement. Furthermore, the police had not detained Tom at the scene, citing jurisdictional limitations. Adding to the doubt, the defense revealed that the detective leading the case had never formally documented his claims. He waited 3 years before mentioning the alleged confession, and his credibility was further undermined when it was revealed that he had later been dismissed from the sheriff's office for dishonesty. These revelations cast serious doubt on the prosecution's argument and weakened the reliability of their witnesses. Physical evidence also failed to support the state's theory. Gunshot residue tests found no traces on Tom's hands, whereas residue was detected on both of Ashley's. Scratches on Tom's chest, initially thought to indicate a struggle, were later found to contain no traces of Ashley's DNA. Likewise, nail scrapings from Ashley's hands revealed no DNA from Tom. These findings challenged the prosecution's assertion that a physical altercation had occurred between the couple before the fatal shot. Throughout the trial, Tom chose not to testify in his own defense. The proceedings lasted several weeks, with over 40 witnesses taking the stand. The defense centered its closing arguments on Ashley's personal struggles, highlighting the emotional toll of her repeated pregnancy scares, her son's health complications, the effects of her prescription medications, the loss of her job, and her extramarital affair. They argued that these factors had contributed to her fragile mental state in the months preceding her death. A surprising development arose with the introduction of letters allegedly written by Ashley. In these supposed farewell notes, she apologized to Tom, described herself as a failure, and expressed that she could no longer continue living. However, Ashley's family immediately questioned their authenticity. They noted that the letters had emerged years after her death, and insisted that Ashley had never exhibited any behavior suggesting she would have written such messages. To them, the letters appeared fabricated, further reinforcing their belief that Tom was responsible for her death. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours, including a 1-hour lunch break, before reaching a verdict. Tom Fallis was found not guilty of second-degree manslaughter and all related charges. The decision devastated Ashley's family. Her parents remained convinced that Tom had played a role in Ashley's death. They filed lawsuits against the Evans Police Department, alleging that critical evidence had been concealed or falsified. However, the lawsuits were ultimately dismissed. Despite the legal outcome, Ashley's family refused to accept the verdict. They continued to believe Tom was responsible, but remained committed to maintaining a relationship with Ashley's children. Through court agreements, they secured visitation rights, ensuring they would remain involved in the children's lives. Meanwhile, Tom faced financial strain from mounting legal expenses. He focused on rebuilding his life while pursuing his education. Seeking a fresh start, he relocated the children to another state to be closer to his sister. To them, he explained that their mother's death had been a tragic accident, though he planned to provide more details when they were older. Even after the trial concluded, lingering doubts persisted. Each new revelation seemed to raise more questions than answers, leaving the case shrouded in uncertainty, one that, for Ashley's family, remained far from resolved. Moving on to the next case. The case of Jessica Paget. Jessica was born on December 15, 1980, in Pennsylvania, where she spent her entire life. As a child, she was energetic and cheerful. However, her parents, Thomas and Danelle, divorced when she was young. Her mother later remarried, and Jessica formed a close bond with her stepfather, whom she regarded as a second father. After graduating from high school in 1998, Jessica attended college to study preschool education. It was during this time that she met her future husband, Michael Paget. They began dating, moved in together, and had 2 children over the course of their 8-year relationship. Although they did not marry until August 2014, Michael was a caring father and husband. Like any family, however, they experienced ups and downs in their relationship. Jessica was happy with Michael, but just 4 months after their wedding, she vanished. Before her disappearance, Jessica had worked at a kindergarten in Northampton for 2 years. She loved her job, being passionate about working with children and having a natural ability to connect with them. The children adored her, and she enjoyed spending time with them. On November 21, 2014, Jessica dropped off her older children at school and then headed to work with her younger son, who attended the same kindergarten. It was a typical day, with no indication of the trouble that lay ahead. Jessica asked her administrator if she could take a short break from work to send a fax to her mother's house in a rural area near Northampton. The administrator agreed, and Jessica left her son at kindergarten before driving to her mother's house. She was expected to return to work within 30 minutes, but an hour passed and she did not come back. Her colleagues tried calling her, but she did not answer. When Jessica failed to return, the kindergarten administrator contacted her husband, Michael, to ask if he knew where she was. Michael said he was at work and had not heard from her. He tried calling her, but all his calls went straight to voicemail, which was unusual for Jessica, as she always answered calls from her family. Michael then called his mother-in-law, Danelle, who was in Florida, to see if Jessica had contacted her. However, Danelle had not heard from her daughter all day and became immediately concerned. She suggested that Michael call her husband, Greg, Jessica's stepfather, to see if he had any information. Greg reported that he had not seen or spoken to Jessica that day. As the minutes passed, Jessica's relatives grew increasingly worried. After numerous failed attempts to contact her, Danelle took a flight to Pennsylvania to search for her daughter. Meanwhile, 4 hours after Jessica disappeared from work, her husband Michael reported her missing to the police. He expressed his concern that Jessica would never leave their children voluntarily, fearing the worst. The police promptly launched an investigation, distributing Jessica's description to all nearby stations. She was described as 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighing 130 pounds, with a footprint tattoo on her shoulder, brown hair, and hazel eyes. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing gray sweatpants and a black hoodie with the words "Duck Duck Goose" on the front and "Staff" on the back. A thorough search of local hospitals and morgues yielded no results. Detectives worked to determine Jessica's whereabouts, interviewing her co-workers in the process. Everyone they spoke to reported that Jessica had no enemies and was well-liked by colleagues, children, and parents. According to her co-workers, Jessica seemed fine when she left work at lunchtime, and they noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. 2 hours after Michael reported his wife Jessica missing, the police were able to locate her phone's signal, which indicated it was approximately 1 mile from the kindergarten where she worked. Although the data was not entirely precise due to inherent location determination errors, it provided a general area for the police to focus their search. By the time they began searching, however, it was already nighttime. The police found Jessica's car, a white Subaru Outback, in a nearby parking lot. The vehicle was unlocked and empty, with her purse, documents, and bank cards still inside. The keys were in the ignition, and her phone was on the passenger seat next to her purse. There were no signs of a crime in the car, leaving the police with several unanswered questions. Where was Jessica, and what had caused her to abandon her car and valuables so close to her workplace? To answer these questions, the police sought CCTV footage. A camera on the back wall of a store across the street had captured the area where Jessica's car was found. After reviewing the footage with the store manager, the police saw Jessica driving into the parking lot at around 1 p.m. She got out of the car and stood by the driver's door for a short time before leaving and not returning. Investigators were baffled by Jessica's disappearance, as she had left behind her documents, phone, and keys. It was unclear whether she had intentionally gone into hiding. Surveillance footage showed Jessica walking between 2 buildings toward another parking lot, where she vanished from view due to the lack of cameras. To get a better look at the footage, the investigators made a copy of the video to review on a larger screen at the police station. The Northampton Police Department, being a small force, enlisted the help of the Pennsylvania State Police to coordinate a search effort. Flyers with Jessica's photo were distributed throughout Northampton and surrounding cities, and shared on social media and through local news outlets. State police detectives began reconstructing the events leading up to Jessica's disappearance. They started by re-interviewing the kindergarten staff, who revealed that Jessica had left work to send a fax from her mother's house. The detectives then visited the house, approximately 4 miles from the kindergarten, in search of answers. The detectives met with Donnell and her husband Greg at the scene and learned that Jessica had keys to their home and could visit at any time. On the day of her disappearance, both Donnell and Greg had been away, Donnell in Florida and Greg elsewhere, leaving uncertainty about Jessica's activities at the house. They also checked Greg's fax machine for records of usage, but found the device was faulty, providing no clear information. Jessica might have used another fax machine, but that still did not explain why she had left her belongings in her car. The detectives decided to speak with Jessica's husband Michael, as spouses are often suspects in such cases. To confirm Michael's story that he was the first to leave the house on the day Jessica disappeared, detectives investigated his claim. It was a possibility they could not rule out, as a statistically significant number of disappearances involve a partner. As the investigation continued, the police arranged a search party, and local media alerted the public about Jessica's disappearance. Anyone with information was asked to come forward. By this point, 48 hours had passed, but no new leads had emerged on Jessica's journey to her mother's house. To aid their investigation, detectives scoured the route to her mother's house for surveillance cameras. One key location, an Exxon gas station adjacent to the main road leading to the mother's residence, had multiple cameras installed. Given the station's strategic location on Jessica's stated route, the police inferred that if she drove in that direction, she would be captured on camera. A review of the recording showed her car was indeed captured driving by at approximately 12:56 p.m. From there, the journey to her mother's house took only a few minutes, suggesting she would have needed to make the short trip back to use a functional fax machine, since the one at her mother's home was inoperable. While fast-forwarding the tape to see a possible return, detectives made a perplexing observation. The footage showed Jessica's white car speeding through the gas station just 14 minutes later. Notably, the car took an unusual route, turning into the gas station and continuing to the other side without stopping before heading toward the city center, where the car was later abandoned in a parking lot. Given her rapid pace, the likely reason for this detour was a red traffic light at the intersection, which Jessica may have attempted to avoid by cutting through the gas station. From there, she drove onto a different road where the light was green and eventually left her car in the parking lot, where a police officer later discovered it. However, a surprising detail emerged upon closer inspection of the footage. Jessica, who was 5 feet 4 inches tall and 130 pounds, appeared much shorter and lighter than the person seen exiting her car. Measuring against the known height of the car, experts estimated that this person stood between 5 feet 11 inches and 6 feet 3 inches tall. Moreover, during their examination of the abandoned car, the police noticed the driver's seat was pushed forward, making it uncomfortable for someone taller than 5 feet 11 inches to operate the vehicle. Initially, the police found it suspicious that the seat was positioned for someone of Jessica's height. However, after reviewing the footage, they discovered that the person who got out of the car had adjusted the seat to its most forward position, attempting to make it appear that Jessica was driving. This raised another question. Who was the tall person seen in the footage? Michael, who stood around 6 feet tall, was brought in for questioning. He denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance, claiming he was at work when the kindergarten staff called him. Detectives verified his alibi by interviewing colleagues and tracking the geolocation of his phone on the day of Jessica's disappearance. The evidence confirmed Michael was indeed at work at the time, meaning the person in the footage was not him. Days had passed since Jessica's disappearance, and her children were struggling to cope with the stress and uncertainty. Despite ongoing search efforts, no leads had been found. Investigators re-examined the footage of the person exiting Jessica's car, but the individual's identity remained a mystery. However, upon closer inspection, the officers noticed a detail they had previously missed. A minute after the unknown person disappeared from view, a white SUV, likely a Ford, left the scene. This new information led the police to Greg, Jessica's stepfather, who matched the suspect's height description and owned a similar vehicle. The police requested that Greg come to the station for questioning, leaving him shocked and dismayed at being considered a suspect in his stepdaughter's disappearance. Greg claimed that he had left his car at a service center for repairs and that a neighbor had given him a ride there to pick it up. He then stated that he had stopped at an Exxon gas station to grab a bite to eat. However, the police obtained CCTV footage from the gas station, which showed Greg driving past the station just 2 minutes after leaving the service center. It turned out that Greg had lied about stopping at the gas station. Further investigation revealed that Greg's entire story was fabricated. His neighbor denied driving him to the service center, contradicting Greg's claim. This led detectives to suspect that Greg might have been involved in Jessica's disappearance. By piecing together the evidence, investigators concluded that Greg was likely at home when Jessica arrived. It was possible that something had happened and that Greg drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center. The police searched Greg's house, where they found evidence that contradicted his alibi. The fax machine, which Greg had claimed was not working, was found to be functional, and its usage history showed that Jessica had indeed sent a fax from the house on the day of her disappearance. Furthermore, a trash can in the basement contained napkins with blood stains, and Greg's shoes, which were found in a dumpster on the street, had dried blood on them. Donnell reported to the police that Greg had requested an early trash pickup the day before, which seemed unusual at the time, especially since the trash can was not full. In hindsight, this could have been how Greg disposed of evidence related to cleaning products and rags used in the house. During a second interrogation, the police confronted Greg, stating that they knew his previous statements were false and that they had found evidence in his home. They also informed him that they were aware Jessica had been at his house on the day she disappeared. Greg then began to talk. He claimed that when he returned home on the afternoon of November 21st, he found Jessica's car in the driveway and blood stains on the carpet. He alleged that Jessica was already dead when he arrived and that he panicked, fearing no one would believe him. He supposedly drove Jessica's car to a city center parking lot and then returned home. Greg also stated that Jessica had outstanding debts, which he claimed had led to her death. However, detectives later discovered that this was another lie, and they found evidence that Greg had purchased adult toys the day before Jessica disappeared. The investigators, frustrated with Greg's inconsistent stories, directly asked him where he had hidden his stepdaughter Jessica's body, explaining that an autopsy would provide answers to many questions. Realizing he was caught, Greg changed his story again. This time, he claimed he had been at home watching adult videos when Jessica arrived and asked to send a fax. According to Greg, he was standing behind her as she used the computer and became aroused, developing a desire for his stepdaughter. Without saying a word, he allegedly pulled out a gun and shot her in the back of the head. He then moved Jessica's body to the bedroom. Greg subsequently drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center, where he had previously left his Ford for repairs. To mislead investigators, he adjusted the seat to make it appear as though Jessica was driving. What Greg said next shocked the investigators. After returning home, he set up a video camera near the bed and recorded a video of himself with Jessica's body. The police later found this disturbing video on Greg's computer. Greg confessed to wrapping his stepdaughter Jessica's body in a blanket and hiding it in a ravine near his home. He claimed he was not a bad person, but had lost control. After the crime, Greg's life fell apart. He lost his business, home, dogs, and wife. However, he never mentioned the loss of Jessica. Jessica's mother, Donnell, was shocked to discover that her daughter was dead and that her husband was responsible. The authorities announced Jessica's death, stating that she was a victim of homicide. The district attorney, John Morganelli, expressed skepticism about Greg's version of events, but believed there was a sexual motive behind the crime. The prosecutor's office examined the evidence to determine if Greg had planned the attack. Jessica's family released a statement thanking law enforcement, the media, and the public for their efforts. They described Jessica as a beautiful and vibrant young woman who was loved by her family and friends and stated that her loss made the world a darker place. Gregory Gregg, 53, was charged with the murder of Jessica Pettit. Initially, investigators suspected that Greg had tried to persuade Jessica into a romantic encounter, but when she refused, he killed her to avoid exposure. However, this theory was difficult to prove due to the lack of defensive wounds on Jessica's body. She died from a single wound to the back of her head, which corroborated Greg's testimony. Under Pennsylvania law, Greg could have faced the death penalty, but since Jessica was already dead when he committed the second part of the crime, the prosecution could not pursue the death penalty. An examination of Greg and Jessica's computers and phones revealed no evidence of a relationship beyond that of stepfather and stepdaughter. The trial began in 2015. District Attorney John Morganelli noted that Greg's lawyer, John McMahon Jr., failed to submit the results of a mental health evaluation for Greg. McMahon claimed that he had Greg evaluated for a possible insanity defense, but the evaluation found that Greg did not have a diminished mental capacity, so McMahon did not use it in the trial. During the trial, the jury was forced to watch a disturbing 6-minute video that Greg had recorded, which showed him committing heinous crimes using adult toys he had purchased the day before. The jury was reluctant to view the video, but the judge ruled that they were obligated to watch it before reaching a verdict. Greg's lawyer argued that the crime was not premeditated and that his client should be charged with a third-degree crime rather than a first-degree crime. In response, Northampton County District Attorney John Morganelli presented the video as evidence to prove that the crime was, in fact, premeditated. Morganelli explained that this was necessary to convince the jurors of Greg's guilt, despite the disturbing nature of the footage. The jury delivered a unanimous verdict in just 6 minutes, finding Gregory Gregg guilty of taking Jessica's life and desecrating her body. As a result, the court sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. When asked by the judge if he had any final words, Greg simply replied, "No, sir. I'm just very sorry." Following the sentencing, the judge advised the jurors to seek counseling from a psychologist to cope with the traumatic case. Jessica's husband, Michael, spoke to reporters, expressing the difficulty of moving on without his beloved wife and raising their 3 children alone. He described Jessica as the most wonderful person he had ever met. In a separate matter, Danelle, Greg's wife, initiated divorce proceedings. However, the process proved to be complex, and Greg was hindering her efforts. Moving on to the next case. The case of Justine Valdez. On May 19, 2018, Justine Valdez, 24, after completing the residency permit application process, went to the gym to work out. Finishing around 4:20 p.m. planning to go home afterward, her mother, Terrace, texted her asking her to pick up some bread on the way. Justine agreed and stopped at the store before catching the 185 bus to Bray, which departed at 6:09 p.m. The bus dropped Justine at a familiar stop near her rural home in Aina Car Village. The walk home usually took her 15 to 20 minutes. Although this was an easy journey for someone as young and active as Justine, her family grew worried when she did not arrive home on time. Justine usually informed her family of her whereabouts and expected return, so her mother, Terrace, became increasingly anxious as time passed without hearing from her. When Terrace tried calling and texting Justine, she received no response. This prompted Terrace to go out searching for her daughter. While looking, she asked strangers if they had seen Justine, describing her appearance and the sporty outfit that made her noticeable. Although some witnesses had seen Justine get off the bus, no one knew where she went afterward. Terrace's search ended in frustration and growing fear. She had no idea what had happened to Justine on her way home, and each passing minute heightened her anxiety. Terrace combed the streets, but found no trace of her daughter. Justine's disappearance left her mother devastated, unable to locate her. Desperate, Terrace contacted the police to report the situation. Authorities quickly took her statement and began searching for Justine. As the investigation unfolded, police examined Justine's life and social connections. They learned that she lived with her parents, Terrace and Daniel Valdez, in the quiet rural area of Nissar, Ireland. Originally from the Philippines, her parents had moved to Ireland in 2015 seeking a better life. Despite initial challenges, her parents worked hard to support Justine's education and daily life. A diligent student, Justine studied accounting at university while working part-time to support herself and contribute financially to her family. Her jobs included waitressing in Bray and babysitting for local families. Her parents, who lived in the servants' quarters of a large estate, worked for a prominent family, her mother as a housekeeper and her father as a gardener. Justine was known for being responsible, hardworking, and devoted to her family. Additionally, her limited social circle and lack of typical teenage rebelliousness made it highly unlikely that she had run away. When police spoke to people who knew Justine, no one could provide information about her whereabouts. The possibility that she had run away was quickly dismissed. She was extremely close to her parents and kept them informed of her daily activities. On the day she went missing, she exchanged 63 text messages with her mother, the last being at 6:24 p.m., shortly after she got off the bus. Police following the case received a crucial tip. This tip led to a disturbing revelation about what happened minutes after Justine exited the bus. A female driver reported seeing a man aggressively pushing a dark-haired Asian woman wearing tracksuit bottoms, resembling Justine, into the boot of a black Nissan Qashqai. The witness and her 12-year-old son drove past the scene and immediately called the police. Shortly afterward, another driver observed a similar alarming incident. The woman appeared extremely frightened, sitting in the back of the car and knocking on the window for help. The driver discussed the situation with his wife upon returning home and called the police at 7:20 p.m. to report a potential kidnapping. Another motorist also contacted authorities about a Nissan driving erratically near the location. Police quickly arrived at the area reported by the initial witnesses. Upon arrival, they found Justine's broken phone and a bag of bread left on the roadside, heightening concerns for her safety. After resisting being forced into the trunk of the vehicle, Justine was shoved into the back seat and driven to an unknown location. The suspect's black Nissan was immediately added to the wanted list, triggering a large-scale search involving patrol cars and helicopters. However, the nighttime search was hindered by darkness and yielded no immediate results. The search continued into the following day, with police analyzing witness reports to narrow down the perpetrator's possible location. A 40-year-old man named Mark Hennessy was eventually identified as a suspect because he matched the description provided by witnesses. Police went to his home and discovered that his wife, Nicola, did not know where he was because he had gone out drinking after work the day before. This information only heightened the suspicion surrounding Mark, prompting police to examine his background more thoroughly. Mark Hennessy was a well-respected member of the community, known as a devoted husband and father to 2 young daughters, the youngest of whom had been born 8 months earlier in September 2017. He lived in an affluent neighborhood surrounded by other young families. His work as an estimator on construction sites provided a stable income for his family, and he had no previous encounters with the law. However, the police knew that people could often conceal their true intentions behind a facade of respectability. With this in mind, the police went to the bar that Mark had frequented the night before to gather further information. The staff confirmed that Mark had been there, but said that he had not stayed long. He left after drinking a beer and watching some football, then returned to the bar around midnight, his expression visibly agitated and anxious. After reviewing the bar's security footage, the police confirmed what the staff had reported. They observed Mark remaining there for about 10 minutes before leaving at 5:40 p.m. engrossed in a conversation on the phone. He quickly went to his car and drove away. Later, he returned to the bar around 11 p.m. Mark came back to the bar and spoke with someone he knew at the entrance for a short while before leaving again. Police began investigating Mark's activities between 5:40 p.m. and 11 p.m. A key discovery was made when police analyzed surveillance footage from Justine's bus route. The footage showed Mark's black Nissan following the bus, starting 30 minutes after he had left the bar. This disturbing finding intensified suspicions about Mark's involvement in Justine's disappearance. The search for Mark's car and the missing girl continued, making Mark the prime suspect in Justine's abduction. Mark called his wife to say he was going away for a long time. When his family tried to persuade him to turn himself in, he refused and quickly departed. His parents reported seeing him to the police, who attempted to locate him, but Mark managed to evade capture. The police requested the public's assistance by issuing a media appeal. They asked anyone with information regarding Justine, Mark, or his car to come forward. A woman who heard the appeal kept watch and spotted a vehicle resembling Mark's on the road. She followed it to Cherrywood Park and observed the driver closely before promptly contacting the police. When the police arrived, they found a man covered in blood sitting in the driver's seat of a car. Despite attempts to persuade him to exit the vehicle, Mark remained defiant, brandishing a knife in a threatening manner. Confronted with imminent danger, the police were compelled to use force, resulting in Mark being shot in the shoulder. After removing him from the car, they found him conscious but still uncooperative. The police then searched the car but did not locate Justine. Mark remained silent despite repeated questioning. The medical team quickly treated him and transported him to the hospital. Doctors attempted to save his life, hoping he would eventually reveal Justine's whereabouts. Unfortunately, it was discovered that the bullet had ricocheted and struck Mark in the head. Further investigation revealed a gruesome truth. The blood on his face and body was his own, and he had multiple fresh stab wounds on his arms and neck. The police believed that Mark, fearing arrest, apparently used a knife from his car to attempt suicide rather than face the consequences. The police eventually apprehended the suspect, but instead of relief, everyone felt disappointment. They had found the suspect in his car, yet the missing person they were searching for remained unfound. A small glimmer of hope emerged when police discovered a piece of paper at the scene. Although stained with blood, the words "sorry" and "Pease Castle" were legible. These words suggested a possible clue to locating Justine. Despite the slim hope, the search continued. A search was launched in a forest in South Dublin based on the clue found near a castle. First, searchers located Justine's wallet, containing her identification. Then, on May 21st, searchers discovered Justine's body. An autopsy revealed that she had been murdered on the night of her abduction and that she had died from strangulation. Unfortunately, the autopsy also revealed that Justine had been sexually assaulted, intensifying the brutality of her death. A toxicology report, which detected trace amounts of banned substances in her system, left many questions unanswered. It remains unclear how the substances entered her system or what their intended purpose was. However, further investigation revealed that Mark had recently consumed large quantities of these substances, deepening the mystery. It emerged that Mark was a regular user of drugs and excessive alcohol, which could have inadvertently introduced these substances into Justine's system. At the same time, Mark's family life was beginning to deteriorate due to his addiction, debts, and frequent arguments with his wife. Investigations into Mark's activities revealed that he used the dating app Tinder to interact with multiple women and flirt with women at bars. The discovery of Mark's DNA on Justine's body further strengthened the police's suspicion that he had been involved in her kidnapping and murder. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that the murder was motivated by sexual desire and that Justine had unwittingly become Mark's target. He discovered Justine while following a bus and took advantage of her disembarking, brazenly abducting her from the street without hesitation, even in the presence of multiple witnesses. An investigation into Justine's and Mark's phones showed no prior connection or communication between them. However, further analysis revealed that Mark was familiar with Justine's regular route, suggesting that her murder was premeditated. It appeared that Mark had been closely monitoring Justine's movements, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This discovery underscores Mark's premeditated brutality and Justine's tragic fate. On the day Justine was kidnapped, he deliberately waited at the bus stop, closely observing her every move until he suddenly seized her. The people nearby were extremely shocked by the incident, as such violent crimes were rare in their peaceful neighborhood. Many people came to offer their condolences to Justine's family, comforting and supporting them during this period of profound loss. At the funeral, heartfelt tributes were paid as white balloons were released into the sky. Some attendees wore pink t-shirts bearing Justine's image, a touching tribute to her memory. Justine's family chose to hold her funeral in the Philippines, her homeland, to seek solace in a familiar environment. Although they had lived abroad for some time, they ultimately moved back to Ireland in 2021. By starting anew in a different city and pursuing different careers, they hoped to escape the painful memories that continued to haunt their former home. Moving on to the next case. Pastor Keith. In 2013, in Danville, Kentucky, 35-year-old priest Michael Hawkinsmith, who had previously worked as a manager at a local pawn shop, had to take full control of the pawn shop due to the former owner's health condition. As a former priest, Michael had always been honest with people. He easily found common ground with others and was always willing to help. When he decided to get married, no one doubted his choice. Angie was his first love, and everyone saw her as a very sweet and kind girl. Michael literally worshipped the ground she walked on. When the couple had children, their relationship became even stronger. Together, they were a very happy family. As the Hawkinsmith family expanded, so did their business. The pawn shop, ABC Gold, Games and More, became a successful family venture, attracting regular customers like broker Dan Smith, with whom they often conducted business on Fridays. Life seemed perfect for the Hawkinsmiths until one day in 2013, when an unknown man decided to disrupt their peaceful existence. 6 minutes after the phone call, police officers arrived at the scene of the crime. When they entered the building, their attention was immediately drawn to a large, bloody trail which led them to Michael Hawkinsmith. Moments later, they found his 38-year-old wife, Angie. On the other side of the counter, they discovered the third victim of the crime, 60-year-old broker Dan Smith. All 3 victims had gunshot wounds to the head and torso. A few minutes later, officers found Andrew Hawkinsmith and his little sister Naomi hiding in a closet. The officers' accounts indicated the unimaginable horror these young children had endured. Suddenly, the 9-year-old boy and his 14-month-old sister were left orphaned, having lost both parents. Upon examining the crime scene, police found 14 spent .22 caliber shell casings and 3 intact bullets, along with a briefcase that belonged to Dan Smith. The victim's personal belongings and all the cash in the register were left untouched, suggesting that robbery was not the motive for the crime. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the pawn shop, posing a significant obstacle to the investigation. The police had no choice but to rely on finding potential witnesses to the crime. An employee of the nearby Rainbow Cleaners was able to describe a car that had parked near the building that morning. It was a silver minivan driven by a large man with a thick beard. While one group of investigators searched the surrounding area, another informed the closest relatives about the tragedy that had befallen their loved ones. Michael's parents found it difficult to accept the circumstances that someone in their right mind could wish harm to their children. Nevertheless, they tried to find any positive aspect in the situation, and the fact that their grandchildren had survived could not but bring them joy. Soon, the tragic news reached the daughter of the third victim, Dan Smith. He was involved in buying precious metals and skillfully adapted to the specifics of his work, easily finding common ground with different people. His business involved handling large sums of cash, sometimes exceeding hundreds of thousands of dollars. This led the police to consider the theory that Dan Smith himself could have been the primary target of the criminal. Tracking the man's movements revealed that before he arrived at the ABC Gold, Games and More pawn shop, he had visited Lawson's jewelry store in Harrodsburg, located 10 miles northeast of Danville. In the jewelry store, investigators found a surveillance camera positioned on the far wall to capture every visitor entering and exiting the store. They hoped that the recording would help them determine if anyone had been following Dan Smith. Smith entered the store at 8:16 in the morning, and there were no other customers in the building at the time. He was carrying the same briefcase that was later found at the ABC Gold, Games and More pawn shop. After greeting the woman behind the counter with a smile, he headed to the back of the store. Sometime later, Dan Smith reappeared on the footage, coming out from the back of the store, saying something to an elderly woman who had just entered and then immediately leaving. It was a typical day in the life of the jewelry store. The external camera recordings showed nothing suspicious. The police were left to helplessly monitor the man who had no idea he would soon be at the center of a tragic event. Meanwhile, 9-year-old Andrew Hawkinsmith was taken to the police station to give his testimony. Andrew described how he had been at the pawn shop with his parents when Dan Smith arrived carrying a bag full of money. While his father and Dan were talking, the stranger entered and immediately demanded the bag. According to the boy, Dan Smith immediately handed over his briefcase, after which the stranger shot him. "My father asked him to stop, but he also shot him with a pistol similar to the one I play with," Andrew said. Meanwhile, the mother instructed Andrew to take Naomi to the back of the store and hide in the closet. Andrew took his little sister and hid. It was then that the criminal aimed the gun at Angie. "I don't know who he is and why he did it, but it seems to me that the reason was money," the 9-year-old boy concluded. He described the stranger as a very tall man with a blonde beard that looked fake, matching the description provided by a witness from Rainbow Cleaners. To follow all possible leads, the police's next step was to thoroughly examine the business run by the Hawkinsmith family. It turned out that the ABC Gold, Games and More pawn shop had another owner, Steve Devine. While he usually attended Friday deals with Dan Smith, he was absent on the tragic morning of September 20th. This information raised concerns, making determining his whereabouts a top priority. Steve Devine explained that he had developed an allergy that morning and was forced to cancel all his appointments, a story confirmed by his wife. The alibi and the fact that Steve Devine did not own a silver minivan helped to rule him out as a suspect. He also explained why there were no surveillance cameras in the pawn shop. According to him, the security system had been removed by the previous owner, Kenneth Allen Keith, and the new owners had not yet installed a replacement. 48-year-old Keith, like his deceased friend Michael Hawkinsmith, was a priest. Pastor Keith sold the pawn shop when he was diagnosed with brain cancer, but he remained the owner of another similar establishment, Gold Rush Buyers, in Pulaski County, neighboring Danville's Boyle County. Michael's family revealed that he prayed for his friend every evening, hoping for his recovery. Their friendship, which began when Michael worked at a youth church camp, had lasted for 15 years. The Hawkinsmith family always held Pastor Keith in high regard, and for their son Andrew, he was like a beloved uncle. With no significant leads, investigators decided to try their luck in finding possible street surveillance systems near the ABC Gold, Games and More pawn shop. They found a camera on the office building of the real estate office, Danville Rentals. The surveillance footage captured a silver minivan at 8:45 in the morning, but the image was too blurry to identify the license plate or the make of the vehicle. Once again, the police had to rely on the witness's testimony from Rainbow Cleaners, which described the car as an old model with a distinctive square body shape. The car in the video clearly showed a square rear bumper that matched this description. The color, type, and shape of the car all indicated that the police had found the criminal's vehicle. They continued to search for surveillance systems farther and farther from the pawn shop. At 8:17 in the morning, the camera at the local Ephraim McDowell Hospital captured the same vehicle. Finally, investigators were able to determine that it was a silver Dodge minivan. Michael and Angela Hawkinsmith's family organized a candlelight vigil in their memory. Hundreds of compassionate people attended that evening, demonstrating the depth of love for their lost ones. Similarly, like the Hawkinsmith family, Dan Smith's close relatives were outraged that the whims of another had led to the loss of their loved one. Despite their grief, they chose not to let anger overshadow their other emotions and joined in the funeral proceedings. Meanwhile, the Danville Police Department appealed to the public for any information about the criminal or his vehicle. Immediately after this, on September 24th, the police received a call from Tracy Harold, a pastor in Warren, Michigan. He claimed to be a friend of Kenneth Keith and mentioned that during their last conversation, they had touched on the topic of the murder in Danville. At that moment, Keith seemed to change. Pastor Kenneth Allen informed his friend that on that particular day, he was driving to Danville for medicine for his wife. He also expressed a sense of guilt for what happened, as he had given Michael Hawkinsmith the opportunity to become the owner of his former business. Keith put forward the theory that Dan Smith himself could have been the main target of the attacker. Keith explained that Dan would come to him every Sunday to pawn all his gold, always carrying large sums of cash with him. Keith speculated that someone might have tracked Dan's route and ultimately targeted him. However, there was more to the story. As it turned out, the pastor's relationship with the Hawkinsmith family was not as everyone had believed. These words raised suspicions, leading to Pastor Keith being added to the list of suspects. To verify his alibi, investigators decided to review the surveillance footage from the Good Neighbor Pharmacy, where, according to the pastor, he bought medicine for his wife. At 9:24 in the morning, a man entered the pharmacy, indeed Pastor Kenneth Allen Keith, but he looked nothing like the man who had committed the triple attack just minutes earlier. He was not wearing a green jacket or a beard, which were distinctive features of the assailant. However, this did not rule out his involvement in the attack. There was a 7-minute gap between Andrew Hawkinsmith's call to the police and the pastor's arrival at the pharmacy. The police decided to check if it was possible to travel from the crime scene to the Good Neighbor Pharmacy in such a short time. They found that the trip took about 5 minutes in total, so it was plausible to commit the murders, quickly get into a car, and reach the pharmacy to establish a solid alibi. The key clue was that Pastor Keith had an unregistered 2008 Dodge minivan, silver in color. However, all the evidence found was circumstantial and insufficient for an arrest. Investigators then turned to Tracy Harold to participate in a series of fake phone calls aimed at the suspect. Luckily, Tracy agreed. During these calls, Pastor Keith finally revealed his true feelings toward the Hawkinsmith family. Then, what everyone had been waiting for happened. Keith began discussing details of the case that had not been made public. Following that, Pastor Kenneth Keith explained that he had left Danville and returned to Somerset. He then took his car to a car wash to prepare it for a planned family vacation. At 10:50 in the morning, Keith was seen on camera walking down the hallway to the cashier's counter with a noticeable smile. It seemed clear that he was not involved in the dreadful crime that occurred earlier that morning. The external camera footage covering the parking lot showed Pastor Keith leaving the car wash in the same silver Dodge at 11:25, matching all the images previously obtained from various surveillance systems in Danville. At that point, they had enough evidence to arrest the suspect. He was offered a polygraph test to prove or alleviate his involvement in the pawn shop crime, but his response was unusual. Keith stated that he would not be able to pass the polygraph successfully because, during his military service, he had been tasked with eliminating 3 individuals. Investigators obtained a warrant to search Kenneth Allen Keith's pawn shop, where they discovered a fake beard and a significant amount of cash. The police could not find any legitimate explanation for how he acquired most of the money. They also found bundles of bills wrapped in a ribbon with the name of the bank that issued them, revealing Dan Smith as their client. Further investigation revealed that the money found in Keith's pawn shop had recently been withdrawn from the account of the deceased broker. Additionally, several .22 caliber casings were found in Keith's pawn shop. Ballistics analysis confirmed they were fired from the same weapon used to shoot the parents of young Andrew and Naomi. Based on all the evidence found, Kenneth Allen Keith was charged with 3 counts of deliberate homicide and first-degree robbery. It turned out that Pastor Keith believed that Michael Hawkinsmith and Steve Devine had conspired to remove him from the business. Knowing that Dan Smith carried large sums of cash, Keith decided to exact revenge on the day of their planned meeting at the pawn shop. He aimed to mislead law enforcement into thinking the crime was motivated by robbery. In reality, Michael Hawkinsmith and his partner, Steve Devine, had no involvement in the imagined conspiracy against Keith. During the investigation, no evidence of wrongdoing by Michael Hawkinsmith or Steve Devine was found. On September 20th, the criminal arrived in Danville in his silver Dodge Caravan. He circled the pawn shop for a while until he noticed Dan Smith's car parked nearby. The first victim was the broker himself, followed by Michael and then Angela Hawkinsmith. The pastor then took all the cash from Dan Smith's case and calmly left the crime scene, stopping at the Good Neighbor Pharmacy to be captured on its surveillance cameras and secure an alibi. His decision to go to the car wash was another calculated attempt to remove traces and destroy any evidence that might have been left on his vehicle. In 2017, just before the trial, Kenneth Allen Keith pleaded guilty to all charges and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Investigators had earlier obtained medical documents from the Veterans Hospital and discovered that the pastor had never had a brain tumor. This revelation deepened the shock. How could someone who appeared so spiritually devoted and morally upright commit such a cold-blooded, premeditated crime? And beyond that, how could he live with the knowledge of having taken the lives of 3 innocent people, destroyed a family, and left 2 children orphaned? The case stands as a chilling example of how outward appearances of piety and virtue can mask the darkest intentions. Moving on to the next case. The case of Rowan Ford. Rowan Ford was born on April 11, 1998, in San Diego, California. Her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother, Colleen, moved with her to a small town called Stella in Missouri. Later, Colleen met a man named David, and they married. Colleen had several children from a previous marriage, and soon after their wedding, she and David had a daughter together. In total, Rowan had 2 sisters and 2 brothers, and they shared a very close bond. She spent much of her time outdoors, riding her bike around town, enjoying swimming, and pursuing her passion for drawing. She also liked attending Sunday school at the local church, where she frequently volunteered to help other children who had difficulty with their tasks. In November 2007, when Rowan was 9 years old, she was in the 4th grade at the local elementary school. Her mother worked the night shift at a store, while her stepfather spent most of the day on the farm, leaving Rowan to often care for herself, which made her very independent. On November 2nd, she stayed home alone as usual. Her mother went to work, and her stepfather had not yet returned from the farm. The next morning, around 9 a.m., Colleen returned home from her night shift and checked Rowan's room, but her daughter was not there. She asked her husband where Rowan was, and he said that she had asked to have a sleepover at a friend's house, and he had let her go. He did not ask for the friend's name because their town was very small, and he was unconcerned about anything happening to her. However, Colleen began to worry and decided to check with all of Rowan's friends. Since there were only a few streets in town, it did not take long, but none of them had seen her, and she had not stayed over at any of their houses, which heightened her mother's concern. Colleen searched the entire town, but could not find her daughter. She returned home and told her husband that Rowan was missing. She asked him to call the police, but he reassured her that everything was fine and that Rowan would return soon. After waiting several more hours with no sign of Rowan, Colleen took matters into her own hands and dialed 911. The local sheriff immediately organized a search operation. He went to their house to speak with David, who was the last person to see Rowan before she disappeared. David said that on that evening, while he was working on the farm with his colleague Christopher, their mutual friend Nathan had visited. They all decided to go to David's house to drink and play pool. They stopped by a store to buy alcohol and then spent several hours at David's house. Later that night, Christopher asked Nathan to drive him home to a neighboring town where his trailer was located. They persuaded David to join them to continue the evening. Before leaving, David checked on Rowan in her room and saw she was asleep. David then left with his friends, stopped at a store again to buy more alcohol, and went to Christopher's trailer, where they continued drinking for about an hour. Afterward, David decided to go home and asked Nathan for a ride. Nathan agreed but took back roads instead of the main highway because he was quite drunk and did not want to risk encountering the police. Nathan dropped David off, who went straight to bed. Soon after, David was awakened by Rowan, who asked if she could sleep over at a friend's house. Without much thought, he agreed and went back to sleep. Police viewed this story with skepticism. What puzzled them most was that a 9-year-old would decide to go to a friend's house in the middle of the night, and that her stepfather would allow it without asking which friend she meant. The sheriff considered that David might be hiding something or may have been directly involved in Rowan's disappearance, but there was no evidence to support this theory. Police searched the town and its surroundings late into the night, and local residents joined the effort, as they knew Rowan's family and wanted to help. The population of Stella was only about 150 people, so news of Rowan's disappearance spread quickly throughout the county. Residents were accustomed to allowing their children to play outside without concern, as nothing untoward had ever occurred in such a quiet town. However, with Rowan gone without a trace and the police unable to locate her for an entire day, the townspeople fell into a state of panic. The search on the first day yielded no results. Progress in the investigation came on November 4th, when police spoke with Christopher in a neighboring town. He corroborated David's account, but revealed that David had not contacted him to inform him about Rowan's disappearance. Christopher stated he had not communicated with Rowan or her friends since that evening. Despite an expanded search involving more volunteers, the police were unable to find Rowan or any clues about her whereabouts. The following day, the FBI joined the investigation, while local police continued searching the town and surrounding areas. Growing skepticism about David's story led detectives to consider a possible abduction. They spoke with all of Rowan's friends and confirmed that none of them had seen her on the night she went missing. As investigators questioned David further, his account raised additional suspicions. David's details were inconsistent and contradictory. He changed the timeline of his movements that night multiple times. He also suggested it was possible that Rowan had left without his permission, which made his story appear even more suspicious. During the investigation, FBI agents discovered that David had borrowed his mother's car on the night of Rowan's disappearance, a detail he had initially withheld from police. This new information prompted authorities to seize both his mother's car and his own pickup truck for forensic examination, but no evidence was found. Detectives also wanted to question Christopher and Nathan again, as both had been with David that evening. Christopher was invited to the police station for further questioning, where he repeated the same account as before. He also agreed to take a polygraph test, which showed no signs of deception. After leaving the station and returning to work, Christopher noticed Sheriff Clark's car and signaled for him to stop. Sheriff Clark, from Witten where Christopher lived, had known him since childhood. Clark was close friends with Christopher's foster parents and someone Christopher had always respected and sought advice from in times of need. They met to discuss Rowan's disappearance. Although Clark was familiar with the case, he had not been directly involved, as the Stella Department led the investigation. During their conversation, Clark noticed that Christopher was acting unusually, leading him to suspect that Christopher might be withholding information. Given the seriousness of the situation and Rowan's uncertain fate, Clark shared his concerns with the FBI. This prompted investigators to consider that Christopher might be concealing crucial information that could implicate Rowan's stepfather in her disappearance. They also speculated whether Christopher's actions were influenced by Rowan's stepfather and whether he feared being seen as an accomplice if he told the truth. Sheriff Clark informed the FBI agents that he had a close relationship with Christopher and offered to help encourage him to cooperate. That evening, Christopher went to Colleen's house to inquire about the progress of the search. FBI agents were also there to speak with Colleen and noticed Christopher's presence. They questioned him, and he repeated his prior account. However, Christopher mentioned for the first time that he did not rule out David's possible involvement in Rowan's disappearance. He expressed a willingness to help uncover the truth, no matter how terrible it might be, and suggested wearing a wire to talk to David in an attempt to get him to confess. The detectives decided against using that method. Instead, they asked Christopher to suggest potential locations where David might have hidden Rowan's body. Christopher provided several suggestions, which the police searched the following morning. Meanwhile, FBI agents questioned David again, but he continued to deny any involvement. Detectives searched Christopher's home for leads, but no evidence was found. Christopher later visited the sheriff's office to discuss his encounter with the FBI with Clark. During their conversation, the sheriff sensed that Christopher was withholding information. Following the meeting, Clark contacted the detectives again, suggesting that Christopher might be concealing critical details that could help prove David's involvement. The FBI requested that Clark persuade Christopher to open up, as he had been in regular contact with the sheriff regarding the case. It appeared that Christopher wanted to share important details, but was hesitant for unknown reasons. On November 7th, police asked Christopher to return to the station. They requested permission to search a safe in David's house, where Christopher had been living temporarily and still had some belongings. Christopher agreed, allowing the police to also search his trailer and car. He voluntarily provided a DNA sample and agreed to answer further questions. When asked to confirm David's story, Christopher revealed that his friend's account was not entirely accurate. Investigators pressed him to disclose what truly happened that evening. Christopher became agitated when treated like a suspect in Rowan's disappearance and refused to continue speaking, leaving the station after warning detectives that he might hire a lawyer. Later that evening, he met with Sheriff Clark to express concerns about the detective's behavior. Clark acknowledged Christopher's right to remain silent, but explained that the police were doing everything possible to find Rowan. Christopher stated he would no longer cooperate with the detectives and would only speak with Clark if he had additional information. Clark continued encouraging him to share details, and eventually, Christopher broke down in tears, insisting that he loved Rowan and would never harm her. While living with David's family, Christopher had formed a close bond with Rowan and the other children, who affectionately referred to him as Uncle Christopher. Sheriff Clark realized that Christopher was close to revealing crucial information. Just as he was about to speak, a visitor arrived at the police station, momentarily distracting Clark and causing Christopher to leave. Clark then updated the FBI, explaining that Christopher was nearly ready to disclose what he knew, but warned that pressuring him too hard could make him defensive and prompt him to seek legal counsel. Clark recommended allowing Christopher time to reflect, and the detectives agreed. The search for Rowan continued the following day, but produced no results. A new lead emerged on November 9th, exactly 1 week after her disappearance. Search teams converged on a remote area near Powell, approximately 10 miles from Stella, and made a significant discovery in the fields and woods, a large pit in the ground. Upon examining the area, authorities found Rowan's body concealed beneath leaves and debris. She was not wearing any clothing from the waist down, except for a pair of stockings. A medical examination revealed evidence of strangulation and signs of sexual assault. Following the discovery, FBI agents contacted Sheriff Clark, urging him to speak with Christopher again, hoping he would now be more forthcoming. Clark learned that earlier that morning, Christopher had visited the station seeking him and informed other officers that he needed to speak with Clark urgently. Clark began searching for Christopher, checking all the locations he usually frequented, but could not locate him. This continued until Christopher reached out to Clark himself, sounding distressed and asking if he was being followed. He explained that, after learning about Rowan's body, he had driven around town to clear his head and noticed a gray car following him. Clark reassured Christopher that he had no knowledge of any surveillance and suggested they meet in person. When they met, Christopher appeared nervous and voiced concerns for his safety, fearing that with Rowan's body discovered, he might be accused of her murder or that someone might seek revenge against him. Clark brought Christopher to the police station, where he stated that now the case had been classified as a homicide, it was time for Christopher to reveal everything he knew. However, when asked to describe what David had done to Rowan, Christopher became emotional and hesitant to speak in the station, citing the presence of too many people. He suggested moving to a quieter location. Clark agreed, and they drove to a small bridge a few miles outside town. Once there, Christopher asked Clark to handcuff him. Clark was surprised but tried to reassure him that it was unnecessary. Christopher insisted that what he was about to reveal would change everything and that Clark would then have to arrest him. Christopher then began recounting the events of that night. He explained that he, Nathan, and David had gone to his trailer to continue drinking. Later, his friends decided it was time to head home, and Nathan gave David a ride, choosing back roads to avoid the police. Christopher shocked Clark by admitting he had intended to sexually assault Rowan. Taking advantage of the time when his friends were distracted by the detour through the fields, he drove directly to David's house via the main highway. Under the cover of darkness, he quietly entered Rowan's room, lifted her, and transported her to his vehicle while she slept, carefully avoiding detection. Upon reaching his trailer, he sexually assaulted Rowan. The assault was interrupted when she regained consciousness and attempted to free herself, but she was unable to escape. During the crime, Christopher deliberately kept the lights off and remained silent to avoid recognition. He had originally planned to return Rowan to her home under the pretense of innocence. However, under the illumination of a bright moon, Rowan saw him while he transported her from the trailer. Panicked, Christopher grabbed a rope and resorted to using force with his bare hands, ultimately taking her life. He then frantically considered ways to cover up his crime, getting into his car and driving around the county, contemplating methods for disposing of the body. He then remembered a large pit near a neighboring town and drove in that direction. Upon arrival, he dumped Rowan's body into the hole and attempted to cover it with tree branches. Returning to his trailer, Christopher noticed traces of Rowan's blood on his clothes and mattress. He realized he also needed to dispose of her pants, underwear, and the rope used to kill her. He collected these items and placed them in a large barrel with the initial intention of burning them. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that a large fire would attract unwanted attention. Instead, Christopher dragged the barrel into a shed, closed the door, and ignited the fire inside. This revelation shocked Clark, who had previously suspected David of committing the crime and believed Christopher was withholding information. It was difficult for Clark to accept that a man he had known for nearly 20 years, a man with 3 young children of his own, could commit such brutality. Although Christopher appeared good-natured, his true nature was far more troubling. After finishing his story, Christopher willingly accompanied Clark to the police station. Once there, he repeated his confession to the FBI agents and was subsequently arrested for murder. He also granted authorities permission to search his trailer and car. As he concluded his confession, Christopher expressed regret for his actions and stated that he had cried uncontrollably the following day. Detectives then informed David about Christopher's confession. Given David's suspicious behavior and inconsistent statements, they suspected he might be covering for his friend. However, during interrogation, David presented a shocking account. He claimed that when he found Rowan missing from her room, he suspected Christopher had taken her. David drove his mother's car to Christopher's trailer, found Rowan lying on the bed, and instead of rescuing her, he claimed he joined in the assault, helping Christopher sexually assault Rowan and then kill her. David reported that during the traumatic incident, his mind went into shock and he had no memory of the night for several days. Detectives, surprised by this account, re-questioned Christopher to verify David's claim. Christopher maintained that David was not involved and that the events had occurred exactly as he had initially described. The inconsistencies puzzled investigators, but Christopher's account still matched the key details of the incident. Medical examination confirmed that Rowan had been strangled with a thin rope, a detail only the killer would know. A search of the trailer led to the discovery of a barrel containing ashes, and hair consistent with Rowan's was found in Christopher's car. Although investigators remained uncertain about the truthfulness of each man's account, both David and Christopher made incriminating statements. Consequently, David was also arrested, and the case was sent to court for trial. During proceedings, Christopher requested that his statements be excluded, arguing he was unaware they could be used against him and that police had violated his rights. The judge rejected this request, as all of Christopher's communications with investigators had been voluntary. Christopher attempted to present mitigating circumstances, citing his difficult childhood, which involved frequent moves between biological and foster parents, but he was unable to avoid punishment. In 2012, 5 years after the murder, Christopher was sentenced to death. He appealed, but his appeal was unsuccessful. David's situation was more complicated. Although he admitted to assaulting and killing Rowan, his account conflicted with Christopher's statements, creating legal complications. Charging David with murder could have risked overturning Christopher's conviction, potentially allowing David to evade full accountability. However, there was insufficient concrete evidence, such as DNA, to prove David's direct involvement. To avoid jeopardizing Christopher's sentence, prosecutors reduced David's charges. He pleaded guilty to 2 lesser charges: child endangerment and obstruction of justice. David received an 11-year prison sentence with a minimum of 5 years to serve. This outcome caused public outrage, as many believed that if David had participated in the murder, his punishment was disproportionately lenient. The sentence is now final, and it is unlikely that David will face retrial. Christopher remains on death row, though the execution may not be carried out due to the long delays that can occur between sentencing and execution, meaning he may spend the remainder of his life in prison instead. Moving on to the next case. Sabrina Payne. In the summer of 2003, the body of 36-year-old Sabrina Payne was discovered in a field near Tremont, Illinois. Sabrina was a black female, known to support a drug habit through prostitution. She had last been seen at her home 2 days prior to the discovery of her body. The initial autopsy failed to determine a cause of death, leading some detectives to believe she had overdosed. One detective, however, felt uneasy about that conclusion. His suspicions were confirmed as additional bodies were discovered in Peoria and Tacul counties over the following year. On February 5, 2004, the body of 36-year-old Barbara Williams was discovered in a ditch near Edwards, Illinois. She was found partially clothed and lying face down in the snow. She had been seen alive between 9 and 10 p.m. the previous night. An autopsy revealed multiple contusions and abrasions on her body. Toxicology indicated fatal levels of cocaine in her blood. At this stage, police were not ready to classify this as a murder or consider the possibility of a serial killer targeting black drug-addicted prostitutes. In the fall of 2004, 32-year-old Shakonda Thomas was reported missing. She had last been seen by her family in August. Shakonda was known to occasionally disappear, but when she did not return after several weeks, her family reported her missing. Shirley Trapp was also reported missing in late summer 2004. She had been seen 3 days prior to being reported missing. Tamara Walls was reported missing in September of 2004 after not being seen for 3 weeks. All 3 missing women were also black females known to support a crack cocaine habit through prostitution. 36-year-old mother of 8, Laura Lawler, disappeared from her home after leaving with a man and woman. Her longtime partner searched for her, but was only able to determine she had been with a man named Larry. Her boyfriend, father to her 7 daughters and 1 son, described Laura as the love of his life and a beautiful soul. The two had experimented with crack cocaine, and Laura had struggled with addiction prior to her disappearance. On September 25, 2004, Linda Neal was found on King Road in Tazewell County. She was found nude on the side of the road. Linda, like the other women, was known to be involved in the drug scene in Peoria. At this point, police had concluded there was likely a serial killer targeting black females in the Peoria area. A task force was formed, which one detective stated would have happened much sooner if the victims had been white females. While police desperately searched for the killer, they monitored women in the community who were at risk. Despite their efforts, on October 15, 2004, Brenda Irving's body was discovered in a ditch near Farmington. Brenda was found nude, and an autopsy determined she had been strangled and suffered blunt force trauma to her head. She also had fatal levels of cocaine in her system at the time of her death. Her children had feared for their mother's safety as she had known many of the women who had been killed or had disappeared from central Illinois. Brenda struggled with drug addiction. Despite detectives' best efforts, the case proved difficult to solve. They followed thousands of leads, but finally received the lead they were waiting for in December of 2004. 35-year-old Thick Bomer was arrested for theft. From jail, she told authorities she believed she could help them find the serial killer preying on her fellow sex workers. She believed a man who had picked her up in July 2004 was responsible. Bomer explained that in July, a man named Larry Bright lured her to his mother's home where they shared alcohol and drugs. Once intoxicated, she said Bright attacked her, attempted to rape her, and brandished a knife. Somehow, Bomer managed to escape. Police were initially skeptical, as Bomer requested a plea deal in exchange for her testimony. Why hadn't she reported this back in July? Why wait until she was under arrest? Vicky Bomer claimed she was afraid of being arrested for outstanding warrants, which is why she did not come forward in July 2004. A review of her criminal history confirmed the warrants, so detectives decided to investigate the man named Larry Bright. Larry Dean Bright was born in Peoria, Illinois, on July 8, 1966. He served a 2-year prison sentence at age 19 for burglary and carjacking. According to Larry's family, his time in prison changed him for the worse. Larry became angrier and more violent and began using drugs. Larry had sustained an injury, which led to an addiction to prescription opioids and later crack cocaine. He also developed an addiction to pornography, favoring videos featuring black women. Larry lived with his mother in a small guest house behind her home. He enjoyed gardening, creating a beautiful flower bed for his mother. When police arrived at Larry's home following the tip, they noticed the well-maintained garden. Larry was arrested for the unlawful restraint of Vicky. He was questioned about the murders, but denied having any knowledge of the murdered or missing women. During the interview, Larry smoked several cigarettes. Detectives planned to collect one of the cigarette butts for DNA testing, but Larry ate them before leaving the interrogation room. Larry refused to provide DNA voluntarily. Police searched Larry Bright's home on January 20, 2005. Investigators dug up the garden, finding several small bone fragments and ashes later identified as human. When police questioned Larry again, they told him they were digging up his mother's flowers. At that point, Larry broke down and confessed to multiple murders. He even led investigators to the remains of some of his victims. Larry explained that around July 27, 2003, he picked up Sabrina Payne on the south side of Peoria. He drove her to his home, which he shared with his mother. He claimed they drank and used cocaine before having consensual sex. Larry said he had not intended to kill Sabrina, but became enraged, believing she was trying to cheat him. He strangled her to death and dumped her body near the cornfield where it was discovered. Larry confessed to picking up Barbara Williams in February 2004. Again, he used drugs and alcohol with his victim. He stated that he once again lost control of his anger and killed Barbara, claiming he caught her stealing from him. He dumped her body along the road, where it was found the next day. The prosecution believed that after the first 2 murders, Larry developed a bloodlust. At the time of his arrest, he said, "I knew them. I would tell the others I would pick up. I went out hunting." Larry also confessed to killing Laura Lawler. He burned her body in his backyard burn pit, burying the remains in his mother's yard. He said he wanted to destroy the bodies to avoid getting caught. He confessed to killing Tamara Walls and burning her remains. Her jawbone was recovered in the backyard. He admitted to strangling, beating, and burning Shirley Trapp. Shakonda Thomas suffered the same fate after being picked up by Larry Bright. He burned her and buried the ashes in the yard. Because of his method of attempting to destroy his victims' remains, he was nicknamed the Bone Crusher. Larry said he attempted to burn Linda Neal and Brenda Irving as well, but the attempts failed due to the weather. He disposed of both women along the side of the road. Larry was facing the death penalty following his January 2005 arrest. In an effort to spare his mother the embarrassment of a trial and avoid the death penalty, Larry Bright pleaded guilty to 7 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of drug-induced homicide on May 30, 2006. Bright's murders were not considered racially motivated, though detectives believe he was simply attracted to black women. He is one of the very few serial killers to select victims outside of his race. Larry was sentenced to 7 life sentences without the possibility of parole to be served concurrently. He was also given an additional 30 years for the drug-induced homicide. As part of the plea deal, Larry is required to serve 100% of his sentence with no parole consideration. Larry is currently housed at the Shawnee Correctional Center in Vienna, Illinois. He will spend the remainder of his life behind bars, but that offers little solace to the families of his victims. The loved ones of Larry's victims want people to understand that the women he killed were more than just drug addicts or prostitutes. They were human beings. They were mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends. The serial killer dentist of St. Louis, Glennon Engelman. Dr. Glennon Engelman was born on February 6, 1927, in St. Louis, Missouri. Dr. Engelman grew up on the south side of the city and felt a deep attachment to his neighborhood. After serving in the military, Dr. Engelman used his GI Bill to attend Washington University and become a dentist. He opened his dental office on the south side of St. Louis, serving the community he had always cherished. Dr. Engelman, who went by Glenn, was married to a woman named Edna Ruth, but they divorced in 1956. By 1958, both Glenn and Ruth had remarried. Glenn was operating his dental office and appeared to be successfully serving the St. Louis community. On December 17, 1958, citizens in Forest Park noticed a bloody man stumbling. The man, James Stanley Bullock, soon died from his injuries. These injuries were caused by a gunshot. No one could understand why someone would shoot 28-year-old James Bullock. James Bullock was born on April 17, 1931, in DeSoto. He was raised in Shiloh, Illinois, by his grandparents and later by his aunt after his parents passed away. According to a 1938 article, the then 7-year-old was living with his grandparents in 1938 and enjoyed attending school and fishing. James later served in the military before returning to St. Louis to work and attend college. Back in St. Louis, James met Edna Ruth, the ex-wife of Dr. Glenn Engelman. The two married, and just 6 months later, James was dead. An employee at a local sanitarium initially claimed James had been there 4 days before his murder, asking to be admitted because he feared for his life. His wife and aunt denied this, saying the three had dinner together that night. According to his widow and aunt, James was not afraid for his life, and they knew no one who would want him dead. However, Edna Ruth benefited financially from her husband's death. Ruth had life insurance policies totaling $64,088. During questioning, Edna Ruth made several unusual statements, including telling police she had been married before, but her husband did not know. Who was she married to? Her husband's dentist, Dr. Glenn Engelman. Edna Ruth had lied to James and his family and falsified information on her marriage application about being previously married. Police questioned a local career criminal who was out on parole for an assault at the time of the shooting. They were unable to link him to James's murder, but noted he lived near Dr. Engelman's office. Dr. Engelman and Edna Ruth both refused to take polygraph tests and denied any involvement in James Bullock's murder. Dr. Engelman's new wife, Ida, also refused to be questioned by police. A patient provided an alibi for Dr. Engelman. However, another witness stated they had tried to find someone at the office around the time it was empty. Edna Ruth invested part of the funds she received after becoming a widow, and Dr. Engelman, bored with dentistry, often ventured into other business areas. This included purchasing a trike strip with a partner, Eric Fry. Dr. Engelman had become close friends with Eric and his wife, Sandy. On September 26, 1963, Eric and Dr. Engelman were at the trike strip using dynamite to clear abandoned cisterns on the property. Eric was lying on his stomach near one of the cisterns when the dynamite exploded sooner than expected. Eric was killed instantly and found at the bottom of the cistern. Coroner H.D. Steinbeck ruled the death accidental. Mr. Fry's wife had an insurance policy on her husband, which she partially invested into Dr. Engelman's practice. Dr. Engelman divorced Edna and married his third wife, Ruth, in 1967. The couple had a son, but Ruth disliked the close relationship her husband had with a young woman in his office named Carmen Miranda. Dr. Engelman had offered to train Carmen to be a dental assistant in his office. Edna felt uneasy about the flirting between the doctor and his young assistant. Dr. Engelman, however, claimed he was trying to help people in his community. He also hired Carmen's brother, Nick, at one point. Ruth felt relieved when Carmen began dating a married man named Peter Home. A few months later, however, Carmen and Peter were walking in a rural area in Pacific, Missouri. The couple were exploring a region known for caves and scenic paths. A shot suddenly fired, striking Peter in the head. Peter died instantly, and a hysterical Carmen ran for help. Nearby, police found an X marked on a tree with tape. The area was known locally as a hunting site, and police believed the shot was accidental. Police believe that someone target shooting accidentally struck Mr. Home. Carmen had a substantial life insurance policy on her husband, totaling $60,000, which is equivalent to roughly $300,000 in 2024. Dr. Engelman and Ruth divorced soon after, at which point Dr. Engelman married the young Carmen, whom he had known since she was a small child. His son remained living with Edna, his ex-wife. Despite being married to Carmen, Dr. Engelman and Ruth continued to meet regularly for sexual encounters. Dr. Engelman constantly engaged in extramarital affairs, which included previous relationships with Carmen, Ruth, and even Sandy Fry, the wife of his business associate Eric Fry, who was killed by dynamite. Another of Dr. Engelman's affairs was with a patient named Barbara Boyle. On November 3, 1977, someone pretending to be from the farm walked up to the farmhouse owned by Arthur and Vernita Goosewell in Everettville, Illinois. Shortly after entering, the elderly couple were attacked and both shot in the head. The wealthy couple had left $340,000 to their son, Ronald Goosewell. Guess who Ronald Goosewell was married to? Barbara Boyle. On April 4, 1979, less than 2 years after his parents' murder, Ronald Goosewell was found dead inside his car outside a hotel in East St. Louis, Illinois. He had been beaten and shot to death and had been missing for 4 days before his body was discovered. Following her husband's murder, Barbara collected his inheritance along with several life insurance policies, an amount equivalent to nearly $1.7 million today. Guess who she turned to? Dr. Glennon Engelman. Following the murder of Ronald Goosewell, authorities began noticing a pattern of connected deaths associated with Dr. Engelman. His patients and the community, however, only saw a generous man committed to helping his neighbors. Dr. Engelman was not the most skilled dentist, often performing sloppy work when making casts for dentures and dental appliances, which required multiple corrections by the dental lab. His business began struggling, and he soon found himself in debt to a dental lab owned by Sophie Barrera. Sophie Barrera operated a South St. Louis dental laboratory and had grown impatient waiting for Dr. Engelman to pay by 1980. She filed a lawsuit against him, scheduled to go to court just days after Sophie was murdered. On January 14, 1980, Sophie entered her vehicle in South St. Louis, and shortly thereafter, the vehicle exploded. Police discovered remnants of a bomb under her charred vehicle. Sophie had told her son she feared for her life and believed Dr. Glenn Engelman was dangerous. Dr. Engelman was questioned for 3 hours and then released. Police were convinced he was responsible for Sophie's death, but needed proof. The public also speculated whether the bombing was connected to another explosion in the area, part of a conflict between 2 mob families vying for control over St. Louis labor unions. The evidence, however, indicated this was not a mob hit. The primary suspect was the man who owed Sophie $15,000. Dr. Engelman had to be stopped, but police were uncertain how to proceed. Detectives began conversations with Dr. Engelman's ex-wife and mother of his son, Ruth. At first, Ruth told police nothing, but eventually she began speaking. She explained that Dr. Engelman often boasted about killing people. He told her he had a superpower allowing him to kill without remorse. He admitted to killing Eric Fry, Peter Home, and the Goosewell family. It was his personal enterprise, killing for profit. Ruth agreed to assist police, but her testimony could not be used in court because Dr. Engelman had confessed while they were still married, protected by spousal privilege. Ruth decided to wear a wire and met with Dr. Engelman under the pretext of exchanging their son or socializing. They were still engaging in sexual relations despite Dr. Engelman's marriage to Carmen. She tried to elicit another confession by asking direct questions, but he did not take the bait initially, and Ruth feared he might kill her next. She suggested that police plant a bug in her bedroom and that she would invite the dentist over for sex. Dr. Engelman, however, was suspicious and did not say anything incriminating. Ruth then met him at a diner wearing a wire, and this time he spoke of being homicidally intimate with the widow of one of his victims. He confessed to the murders in detail, giving police exactly what they needed for an arrest. He explained that he found murder more sexually satisfying than sex. Ruth was placed in the witness protection program for her safety. Carmen, who was no longer married to the dentist and her brother Nick were brought in for questioning to corroborate the allegations against Dr. Engelman. As potential co-conspirators, they requested immunity to testify against the dentist. Carmen recounted her story, stating she had been working for the dentist when he suggested she find someone with good benefits to marry. He told her about Eric Fry, claiming he had instructed Sandy Fry to marry with the intention of murdering for the insurance proceeds. Shortly after she was married, Carmen said Dr. Engelman directed her on what to do and ensured her husband was shot and killed. He staged the scene to appear as a target shooting accident. Glennon Engelman was finally arrested and charged with murder in 1980. Carmen testified at Dr. Engelman's first trial, which resulted in his conviction for murdering Peter Home and a 50-year prison sentence. The dentist then pled guilty to the murder of Sophie Barrera to avoid the death penalty. Serving a life sentence for that murder in Missouri, Dr. Engelman returned to court by 1985 in Illinois. In 1984, Robert Handy, a conduct and acquaintance of Dr. Engelman, admitted to authorities that he had participated in the murder conspiracy of the Goosewell family. He implicated Dr. Engelman, who had bludgeoned Arthur and Vernita Goosewell, as well as Ronald's widow, Barbara Boyle. Dr. Engelman received 3 life sentences for the Goosewell murders. He was also convicted of federal mail fraud and sentenced to 30 years in federal prison. He is believed to have killed at least 12 people, including conspiring with his first wife to kill her husband, James Bullock, in 1958. Edna Ruth was never charged due to lack of evidence. Barbara Boyle went on trial for the murders of her in-laws, Arthur and Vernita Goosewell, and her husband Ronald in 1985. The jury acquitted her of the murders of Arthur and Vernita, but convicted her of conspiracy to commit murder in Ronald Goosewell's death. Barbara Boyle was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 1985 and was granted parole in 2009. Dr. Engelman embraced his notoriety in Missouri, often comparing himself to the legendary outlaw Jesse James. He is believed to have killed at least 12 people, though the true number remains unknown. Unlike many other serial killers, Dr. Engelman was motivated, at least in part, by greed. He also seemed to take pleasure in his lack of remorse. Dr. Engelman died of diabetes-related health issues in 1999 at age 72, while incarcerated in Jefferson City. Moving on to the next case. The case of Stephanie Ruggerberg. This incident occurred in 2002 and involved 15-year-old Stephanie Ruggerberg. She had an older brother and was born in Ludenscheid, Germany. In 2002, her mother, Sylvia, decided to move to Spain for the summer, specifically to the Balearic Islands. Sylvia had planned to start a new phase in her life after divorcing the father of her children, believing the island would be a great place to rethink things. Sylvia had begun a relationship with a man named Peter. Before moving to her new home, Sylvia left her 2 teenage children, Stephanie and her brother, in Germany with their grandparents. She came to the island first to find an apartment and prepare for the move in the summer. To help with this, she found a temporary job as a manager at a 5-star hotel on the island, working there during the day. Meanwhile, Stephanie and her brother were excited about the holiday and began packing their belongings. On the first day of the summer holidays, Stephanie and her brother went to Majorca, where their mother, Sylvia, planned to stay for the summer and return in September. She rented an apartment and moved in with Peter and his children. For 15-year-old Stephanie, this was a momentous event. She was eager to embrace life in Majorca, especially the nightlife, which suited her age and personality. She loved going to parties, quickly making friends with other young people on the island, and often stayed out late, sometimes not coming home for days. She was often seen in bars and clubs, usually with other girls and sometimes with boys. Sylvia was very upset about the situation. Every time Stephanie returned from late-night parties, Sylvia would worry about her daughter, leading to conflict between them. This tension also affected Peter, who often tried to ease Sylvia's worries. Instead of enjoying their time together, Peter felt the need to address Stephanie's behavior in order to restore peace in the family. At the age of 15, Stephanie faced a difficult choice. She wanted to enjoy her time with her friends on the island, but she also felt pressured to listen to her mother. Although Stephanie understood that her actions were causing her family pain, Sylvia tried to convey her concerns to Stephanie. This caused a temporary strain in their relationship, and Stephanie felt hurt for a few days. Eventually, she realized that her family cared about her and her safety. After a few days, Stephanie began to feel better, and it seemed that her family was mending their relationship. However, Stephanie wanted to enjoy her time off with her friends. Since the summer holidays were coming to an end and she was going back to Germany to return to school, Stephanie asked to spend more time with her friends during the holidays. In return, she promised to be more responsible and come home on time, respecting her mother's rules. After a few discussions, Sylvia finally believed her daughter's reasoning. On July 31st, 2002, Stephanie asked her mother again if she could go out with friends. The conversation about school quickly reassured Sylvia. Moreover, Stephanie had been acting responsibly for the past week. Eventually, she went out to enjoy herself, promising to be home before midnight. Her family decided not to wait for her and went to bed, hoping she would honor her promise this time. Waking up early, Sylvia stepped out of her bedroom and noticed Stephanie's bag carelessly left on the hallway floor. Sylvia immediately suspected that her daughter had come home late and was a bit tipsy, leading her to toss her things aside and head straight to her room. Sylvia intended to take the bag to Stephanie's room and check on her. However, when she entered, Sylvia was surprised to find it empty. It turned out that Peter had woken up before Sylvia but hadn't seen Stephanie. Now, Sylvia was concerned because she had no idea where her daughter was, and the family began to feel anxious. Stephanie had a history of frequent partying and coming home late. Stephanie would even stay with friends or spend the night at parties, sometimes not returning for days. Worried that her daughter had fallen back into these old habits, Sylvia planned to confront Stephanie when she returned home. However, as the days passed and Stephanie still hadn't returned home, Sylvia's worry turned to fear and panic. After a week of searching for her daughter on her own, Sylvia decided to contact the police. During that time, she had reached out to all of Stephanie's friends she knew, visited their homes, and spoke to their parents. Unfortunately, no one had seen Stephanie for quite some time. By early August, Sylvia had contacted the local police to report that her daughter had been missing for a week. Since the incident had occurred some time ago, the police quickly began their search. They spoke to Stephanie's closest friends and began questioning bouncers at clubs, as well as tourists and bartenders at bars frequented by Stephanie and her friends. However, no one knew where Stephanie was. A week had passed. Events were happening every day and new parties were being held, making it easy to forget details. In an effort to jog memories and gather new information from the local community, the police and Stephanie's family distributed flyers with her photo all over town. Unfortunately, the leads they received did not lead to any breakthroughs. During this time, Stephanie had no contact with her family. She did not use a card, phone, or her messaging app, which was very unusual for someone her age. Kidnapping seemed unlikely, as no one had contacted her family or demanded ransom during this time. The Coast Guard and helicopters patrolled the coast and waters as part of the investigation. Meanwhile, Stephanie's family continued to search for her body. Sylvia believed she was alive and may have made new friends, but everyone else understood that the chances of her being returned safely were slim. The investigation stalled as no leads were found in the case. Sylvia then decided to take matters into her own hands. She first searched Stephanie's room thoroughly. Although the police searched the room for clues, they found nothing. Sylvia felt she knew her daughter better than anyone else, which gave her hope. Her persistence was rewarded when she discovered a note in Stephanie's diary mentioning a young man named Marcus. He lived in Dusseldorf but happened to be in Majorca during the summer. It turned out that Stephanie had met Marcus at a beach party in Palma, and several of Stephanie's friends confirmed this. Sylvia continued to search Stephanie's room and found a camera with film inside. She discovered some recent photos taken shortly before Stephanie went missing. She decided to develop the photos to see what they revealed. Meanwhile, the police were actively searching for Stephanie and spoke to the two sisters who were with Stephanie the night she went missing. The sisters reported that they had spent the entire evening going to bars and clubs. The three girls had enjoyed the summer together in Majorca, spending their days at the beach and their nights at local parties and venues. That same evening, the three friends had a good time before going to a bar in El Arenal where the sisters' father worked. The police later discovered a clue. According to the timeline, the girls arrived at the club around 9 p.m. From the start, Stephanie was focused on the DJ. She impressed him and left the party with him before returning to her friends. They all continued to enjoy the evening together. Around midnight, the sisters decided to go home, but Stephanie insisted on staying until the party ended because she was still interested in the DJ. Sylvia provided the police with the photos from Stephanie's camera for detailed analysis. Among the images, there was one showing Stephanie standing with a young man. The club staff helped the police quickly identify him as Marcus, a 19-year-old DJ who was familiar with Stephanie. The police then visited his home. From the outset, Marcus seemed very nervous, but allowed the police to enter his apartment. During their conversation, he acknowledged that he had seen Stephanie that evening and that they had spent time together. They both left the club around 1 in the morning after his DJ shift ended. Initially, he claimed that Stephanie had come to his house after the party and left about an hour later. Police quickly became suspicious of Marcus' honesty when they discovered a missing watch and a dress in his home that matched the one Stephanie had worn at the party. The dress had dark red stains on it, making Marcus the prime suspect. Despite this, he maintained that Stephanie had changed clothes and left the apartment unharmed, claiming that she had spilled wine on her dress. Although his testimony was unconvincing, police did not have enough evidence to arrest him or file charges. They sent Stephanie's clothes for analysis. With the circumstances surrounding Stephanie's disappearance unclear, police continued their investigation, focusing on Marcus. On September 20, 2002, a month and a half after the disappearance, a witness contacted the police. He reported finding something suspicious at an abandoned farm in the El Arenal area. Police arrived at the site, which was a large building that had been empty for a long time. Inside, they discovered the badly decomposed body of a female wearing pajamas, underwear, and socks. At first, the police could not identify the body due to its condition. Many began to suspect it was Stephanie, who had been reported missing and was being actively searched for. Police collected a DNA sample and compared it with her mother's DNA, confirming that the body was Stephanie's. The police were unable to link Marcus to the murder. Although some of Stephanie's belongings were found in his apartment, there was no evidence that she had been attacked there. The red stain on her dress turned out to be wine, and Marcus' friends confirmed his alibi about changing clothes. So who could have attacked Stephanie? By this time, Stephanie's family had returned to Germany. Her brother had started school, and Sylvia had returned to work. The police decided to investigate Stephanie's family members more closely, having strong suspicions that she had returned home that night as her belongings and handbag were present at the house. The main focus of attention was Peter, her mother's boyfriend, who lived with Stephanie's family. He was unhappy with Stephanie's behavior, which worried her mother. As a result, Peter often expressed his frustration with Stephanie when she came home late or went to parties. The police in Germany brought Peter in for questioning. He denied any involvement in Stephanie's disappearance and death, but did provide some valuable information. While the family were in Mallorca renting an apartment, they had a neighbor named Torsten, a man from Germany. Sylvia introduced him to the island and secretly allowed him to stay in the apartment without the landlord's permission to reduce the shared rent. For this reason, they did not initially report the arrangement to the police, as the arrangement was illegal. Torsten was worried about potential legal problems, but Peter believed that Torsten was a kind and calm person who would not cause any trouble. Spanish police investigated Torsten, a new suspect in the case. He was living in Jupiter, Germany. He was also in Mallorca at the time of the crime. He had a troubled criminal record, including convictions for robbery and sexual assault. Alarmingly, Torsten had left Mallorca. Spanish and German police joined forces to search for him. Initially, they could not find him at his registered address in Germany, so they began gathering information from local residents, especially his neighbors. The police were quickly alerted by a local resident, a 50-year-old auto mechanic. He reported that in February 2003, Torsten came to him with a white minibus. Torsten requested the installation of an emergency light signaling system above the driver's cabin and asked to paint the vehicle in bright colors. He also wanted the windows tinted so that no one could see him inside, even in bright light. Additionally, he asked to remove the seat and create a large sleeping area similar to a double bed. The mechanic found several aspects of Torsten's request suspicious. First, he discovered a receipt for the minibus, which had been rented from a car rental service. This raised a red flag for the mechanic. Why would someone invest in modifying a vehicle that wasn't theirs? Second, he noticed a suspicious bag containing odd items: strange balls, cable ties, several adult toys, and pills. However, the mechanic did not think much of it at the time. He realized that Torsten was planning to modify the car, and the items in the bag suggested disturbing sexual fantasies. The car was later discovered in a nearby town. Police tracked down Torsten, who was quickly arrested and charged with murder. He denied any involvement in the crime. Police discovered what was described as a sex kit bag in the converted car. The kit included items described by the mechanic as cable ties, various sex toys, women's underwear, anesthetics, sleeping pills, and explicit photographs of several girls. 2 bottles of chloroform with Spanish labels and a toy pistol were found, likely used to scare and trick victims into the car. Torsten had purchased chloroform from a drugstore, and a pharmacist confirmed this. When the police contacted the car rental company, it was discovered that the minibus had been reported stolen, which intensified the suspicion surrounding Torsten. Forensic tests on Stephanie's body revealed the presence of chloroform, which prosecutors considered significant evidence linking Torsten to the crime. At home, Torsten had used chloroform to incapacitate Stephanie before assaulting her. Chloroform is a powerful sedative that can linger in the body after inhalation, but its effects do not last long if the person is alive. Experts believe that Stephanie died from inhaling too much chloroform, which led to poisoning. During the investigation, police discovered a bag containing suspicious items, as well as another woman's handbag in the car. Inside the handbag, they found documents that helped them identify the owner. She was an 18-year-old girl who fortunately survived her encounter with Torsten. The victim explained that she had met Torsten by chance in the parking lot, exchanged a brief greeting, and then continued on her way. She later found herself waking up in an unfamiliar van. According to her statements, she did not suffer an overdose and survived the incident. Luckily, the girl was able to identify her attacker. The second victim also reported that she was not harmed. She escaped after regaining consciousness from chloroform at a time when Torsten was absent from the vehicle, allowing her to flee through an unlocked back door and disappear. Torsten was charged with the assault on this girl, but suspicions around him persisted after Stephanie's body was discovered on an abandoned farm. Forensic experts conducted thorough examinations of the remains and the site. They found evidence indicating that the killer had been in close proximity to the decomposing body for over a month. This was further supported by specially trained dogs that accurately detected Torsten's scent. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Torsten refused to admit his guilt. In order to get Torsten to talk, one of the police officers agreed to share a cell with him. While in the same cell, the officer quickly developed a rapport with Torsten and managed to get a recorded confession from him. Torsten admitted to killing Stephanie, but claimed it was an accident. He explained that they met in her apartment after she returned from a party. He had been observing her for some time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. That night, he felt the moment had arrived. Stephanie was intoxicated and her family was asleep, so he decided to make his move. Torsten began to harass Stephanie, who attempted to defend herself. This led to an argument between them. He did not provide many details, but claimed that Stephanie had attacked him first. In response, he pushed her, causing her to hit her head and lose consciousness. Strikingly, he never mentioned the anesthetic found in her system. Torsten panicked and quickly moved Stephanie's body from the apartment to an abandoned farmhouse. He remained with the body, worried about being discovered, until he finally decided to flee to Germany. His story seemed implausible because Stephanie had no head injuries, suggesting he had lied about how her death occurred. It was also unusual that Stephanie's relatives did not immediately suspect the neighbor who had gone missing around the time of her murder. Years later, the prosecutor's office formally charged Torsten with assault resulting in death. The charge carries a 10-year prison sentence, and the prosecutor sought the maximum penalty. However, Torsten's attorney argued that his confession had been obtained improperly, meaning the recording could not be used as evidence. The defense also claimed that Stephanie's body had been accidentally contaminated with chloroform after the autopsy. While this explanation seemed unlikely, it required further investigation to disprove. Ultimately, the theory of accidental chloroform contamination was rejected. Forensic experts determined that the chloroform levels in Stephanie's blood were far too high to be accidental. It was concluded that Torsten had deliberately poisoned Stephanie to prevent her from reporting him to the authorities. The prosecutor's office also affirmed that Torsten's confession had been obtained legally, which was sufficient to support the charges. Torsten was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and exhibited clear narcissistic traits. His lawyer requested leniency, arguing that Torsten had a troubled upbringing. His parents separated shortly after his birth, and he grew up in a challenging environment. He endured several abusive stepfathers and was ultimately abandoned by his mother. Frequent moves and changes of schools made it difficult for him to form lasting relationships. Torsten had no close friends and described his interactions with others as non-existent. His mother occasionally reappeared in his life, only to vanish again. The lawyer explained that these experiences negatively affected Torsten's early development. He lacked understanding of kindness, love, or parental care, which contributed to his antisocial behavior. He often found himself in trouble and frequently acted as a bully, resulting in constant conflicts. Following the initial hearings, Torsten received a 10-year prison sentence, the maximum allowed. Both Torsten and his lawyer disagreed with the ruling. The lawyer successfully argued for a review of the case, leading the judge to rule that the improperly obtained confession could not be used as evidence. The jury subsequently found Torsten guilty of premeditated murder and added an extra year for concealing evidence. The prosecution convincingly demonstrated that Torsten had been waiting for his victim in her apartment. Stephanie had returned home, changed into her pajamas, and was preparing for bed when he attacked her, raped her, and then killed her to cover up the crime. To hide Stephanie's body, Torsten transported her to a nearby farm. There, he stayed close to the body for over a month, constantly fearing discovery. During this period, he participated in all search efforts, was present at almost every search operation, and provided support to Stephanie's family. All of this was intended to divert suspicion away from him. Until his capture, Stephanie's family had no idea that they had welcomed into their home a man who had previously escaped from prison in another country. He was wanted for multiple robberies and had also been accused of sexually assaulting another girl using chloroform. While in prison, Torsten behaved well and even assisted the prison priest. He served his sentence and was released after 11 years. Stephanie's family had hoped for a harsher punishment and were disappointed by what they perceived as the leniency of his sentence. The police in both Spain and Germany, who had participated in the joint investigation, shared their concerns. They considered Torsten a potential threat, believing it was only a matter of time before he might strike again, possibly committing further rapes or murders. Torsten currently resides in Germany, but his exact location and identity remain unknown. So far, he has not been linked to any new criminal activity. Moving on to the next case. The case of Anna Kriegel. Geraldine and Patrick Kriegel lived in Ireland. In 2006, they marked their 20th wedding anniversary. The couple shared a strong bond and dreamed of becoming parents. They knew that adopting a child from an orphanage would require a great deal of time and effort, as well as meeting strict criteria, but they remained optimistic. Both had successful careers and were financially secure while waiting for their adoption paperwork to be completed. Eventually, they received news that a 2-year-old girl from Russia was available for adoption. Her name was Anastasia, born on February 18, 2004, in Novokuznetsk. After her birth, she was placed in an orphanage because her biological mother was unable to give her a good life. On August 10, 2006, the family brought the young girl home, marking the date as their family holiday. They chose to keep her name and called her Anna for short. The joyful sound of Anna's laughter filled their home. Anna was deeply loved by her parents. They made continuous efforts to bring happiness into their family. They went ice skating and planned summer travel trips. The family often vacationed in Patrick's hometown of Annecy, France, where they owned a house. Anna made several friends there and eagerly looked forward to the trip every year, as she loved France and was even learning French. However, Anna struggled with learning English, and Patrick supported her so she could communicate better with her classmates. Anna also found it difficult to form close relationships and express her emotions. Her time in the orphanage, where Anna lacked proper care, left her uncomfortable with physical contact. Nevertheless, Geraldine and Patrick helped bridge this emotional gap by loving and supporting Anna unconditionally. Their nurturing home, combined with educational activities, nutritious meals, and sports, provided a solid foundation for Anna's future. During a routine medical checkup, doctors discovered a tumor in Anna's right ear, which caused significant hearing loss in that ear and partial blindness in her right eye. Despite these difficulties, she remained an active and cheerful child. However, her hearing and vision problems affected her learning abilities, making it hard for her to retain information and resulting in poor grades during elementary school. To keep pace with her classmates, Anna sought professional support until the end of 3rd grade. One day, while walking home and listening to her favorite music through her headphones, Anna suddenly encountered 4 boys blocking her path. They mocked her and even pinched her, causing her to run home in tears and tell her mother everything. Concerned, Geraldine and Patrick decided to take action and file a complaint against the boys. To protect Anna, her parents decided to take her to school and pick her up every day, but this made her an easier target for teasing, much to Geraldine's distress, as she felt heartbroken over her daughter's situation. As time went on, Anna began to harm herself as a way of coping with her emotional pain. Her parents grew increasingly worried, fearing that she might take more extreme actions. Geraldine's only wish was for her daughter to find happiness. After some time, Anna began to improve. She made new friends, people she enjoyed having sleepovers with, going for walks, watching movies, and talking to. As Anna's high school years were coming to an end, Geraldine wanted to help her prepare for her upcoming exam on May 13, 2018. They usually spent weekends doing homework together, and even though Geraldine was very busy, he always made time to study with Anna. However, that weekend, they decided to take a break. They turned on the television, made popcorn, and cuddled up while watching a movie. Anna's cousins joined them, and Geraldine ordered pizza. The children played games while the adults relaxed with wine and snacks. The house was filled with laughter and joy, and no one could have anticipated what would happen next. On May 14, 2018, the day began like any other. Geraldine took the train to Dublin while Anna went to school. After lunch, Anna had an appointment with a psychologist. Meanwhile, Patrick, who was already retired, decided to sleep in. Classes ended at 4 p.m., and Anna tried to call her mother, but Geraldine was in an important meeting and could not answer. She sent Anna a message saying she would call her later. When Anna arrived home, she found her father Patrick relaxing in the garden. Patrick was surprised to see Anna returning home with a boy he had never seen before. Anna was clearly excited. She whispered something to the boy, grabbed her favorite sweater, and told her father she would be back soon. Patrick reminded her that she needed to study, which she had forgotten. Patrick watched as they headed toward the park, and that was the last time he saw his daughter. At first, her father was not worried because the park was only a 20-minute walk away. At 5:10 p.m., Geraldine returned home and tried to call Anna, but she did not answer. After a while, she stopped calling, assuming Anna would be home shortly. When Anna still had not returned, Patrick told his wife that Anna had gone to the park with a boy. This was unusual. Geraldine quickly sent Anna a message asking her to come home, but received no response. This silence deeply concerned her parents. Geraldine felt anxious because of past incidents in which her daughter had been mocked due to her illnesses. Worried, Geraldine went to the park but could not find Anna. The parents then began driving around the neighborhood looking for her. Their concern intensified when they realized they knew nothing about the boy Anna had been with. By 9 p.m., they reported Anna missing to the police, emphasizing that she had not answered any calls or messages, which was very unlike her. They also informed the police about the unknown boy. The police quickly located a young man referred to as Boy B, who seemed surprised by their questions. When asked where Anna was, he stated that they had walked together until 5:40 p.m. and then went their separate ways. After this, the police launched a search for Anna, combing the area and reviewing surveillance footage. Patrick and Geraldine, Anna's parents, provided photographs, including one showing her wearing the black sweatshirt she had on when she left that evening. While reviewing video footage that showed Boy B and Anna in the park around 5 p.m., police noticed that at 5:14 p.m. the two exited the park through a different entrance, after which Anna appeared to vanish without a trace. The investigation intensified when a witness reported seeing the pair in the park. The footage later showed Boy B walking alone in the park at 5:49 p.m. When questioned further by police, Boy B revealed that he had been with a friend known as Boy A, who had feelings for Anna, and that he had arranged their meeting. With this new information, police intensified their search, sharing details about Anna's disappearance on social media and in local newspapers. At the same time, the search for Boy A began. His backpack was found, and surveillance cameras captured him entering and leaving the park, but there was a significant period during which he was not seen. Some people believed Anna might have run away, but that theory was quickly dismissed. To uncover what had happened, police carefully reconstructed the events in the park that day, closely examining the actions of Boy B and Boy A in the presence of their parents. The boys' interactions raised suspicions among investigators, leading to them being questioned separately. Boy B's account remained consistent, but Boy A's version of events differed. He said he was surprised when Boy B asked him to come along, knowing that Anna had feelings for him. During questioning, Boy A described a disturbing incident in which two unknown men attacked them, resulting in a struggle during which he injured one of the attackers. He showed police his injuries, including scratches and cuts on his face, suggesting that the unknown men could be connected to Anna's disappearance. As a result, police requested descriptions of the alleged attackers and collected the boys' belongings for DNA analysis. As the investigation progressed, specialized search units, including divers and rescue teams, were deployed to examine nearby bodies of water. A total of 60 individuals, including volunteers and Anna's family, assisted in the search for her. Her disappearance drew intense media attention. Near the park stood an old, abandoned farmhouse known as Glenwood. An eyewitness reported seeing several young people entering it, which prompted police to investigate. The farmhouse had 2 stories and covered 42 hectares of land, but it was severely neglected, with many roofs and walls collapsed. It was unclear why police had not searched the location earlier. They began their efforts in the park and then proceeded toward the farmhouse, carefully examining both the building and the surrounding fields. Inside, the structure was dark and deserted. One officer noticed a powerful, unpleasant odor filling the space. The officers soon discovered the body of a female, lying among clothing and a shattered phone. Nearby were traces of blood, along with a brick and a large tree branch. Based on the clothing, the body was identified as Anna. She had suffered multiple injuries, and her neck was bound with duct tape. Her body lay amid broken bottles and debris. The tragedy deeply devastated Geraldine and Patrick, as losing their cherished daughter brought unbearable grief. The entire city learned of the events, leaving many residents stunned. The farmhouse, once a place where children played safely, had become the scene of a horrific crime. On May 18, 2018, hundreds of people attended Anna Kriegel's funeral, wearing red and white armbands in her honor. The Eiffel Tower symbolized her love for her hometown, while her father paid tribute to her birthplace by wearing the Russian flag and carrying a doll. An autopsy revealed that Anna had sustained around a dozen injuries, with numerous bruises and cuts concentrated on her head, face, and neck. The cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma to the head, and asphyxiation indicated she had been raped. Semen evidence was found at the scene. Her death occurred between 5:25 and 5:54 p.m., shortly after she left the park. At the building's entrance, she was struck with a heavy stick and then hit with a brick, leaving blood splattered on the wall. On May 24th, police gathered all available evidence and arrested 2 teenagers, Boy B and Boy A, who had been the last people seen with Anna. The community was shocked that both were suspected of her murder. In Boy A's backpack, police found a zombie mask stained with Anna's blood, along with gloves and knee pads. Semen recovered from the crime scene matched Boy A's DNA, and Anna's blood was also found on his shoes and clothing. Despite the strong evidence against Boy A, no DNA linked Boy B to the crime. During questioning, Boy B admitted that he saw Anna enter an abandoned house with Boy A, but claimed he did not know what Boy A intended to do. Boy B said he wanted to go inside, but became frightened when he heard screams coming from the entrance. He then saw Boy A tearing Anna's clothes and realized the danger. Yet Boy B did not intervene, even though Anna's life depended on his actions. Both boys were released on bail while awaiting trial, which angered many local residents. People grew increasingly fearful for their safety, particularly because the boys' identities were not disclosed. Both teenagers came from respected and successful families and had no prior criminal records or known mental health issues, which surprised the community. Their case hearing took place on April 30, 2019. It was a closed session attended only by the parents of the 2 boys. The prosecutor stated that Boy B lured Anna from her home by claiming she would meet Boy A, someone she liked. Instead, Boy B brought her to an abandoned house where she was raped. The jury trial began on June 12, 2019, and 5 days later, Boy A was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of review after 12 years. Boy B was also convicted in connection with Anna's death despite the lack of sufficient physical evidence and received a 15-year sentence, eligible for review after 8 years. By law, their identities must remain protected, and if released, they will be given new identities. However, Anna's parents suffered the greatest loss. Geraldine stated that life without Anna had lost its meaning. Patrick died on June 19, 2022, weighed down by guilt for allowing his daughter to leave with a stranger that day. Moving on to the next case. The case of Ariel Castro. The monster from Cleveland and his captives is a striking example of brutal criminals hiding behind a facade of normalcy. Maniacs like Castro often appear as good, law-abiding citizens, fooling neighbors, friends, colleagues, and even close relatives who remain unaware of their double lives. Unlike many, Ariel Castro was never a model family man or worker. He was a tyrant to his wife, who chose to remain silent about her suffering. Thus, people around them sincerely viewed Ariel as a good-natured, friendly, and helpful neighbor. This perception shattered in the spring of 2013 when the world learned about the Cleveland monster who had kept 3 girls captive in his home for 10 years. The revelation shook the country, particularly shocking the local residents, as the missing girls were from the same neighborhood and trusted Castro enough to accept rides from him. Remarkably, Castro even participated in the search efforts for his victims, becoming a volunteer, yet no one suspected him. Let us delve into how this criminal managed to stay hidden in plain sight, continue kidnapping girls, and evade detection. Ariel Rodriguez Castro was born on July 10, 1960, in Yauco, Puerto Rico, as the third of 4 children in a poor family. His parents, Liliana Rodriguez and Pedro Castro, constantly fought and eventually divorced before Ariel started school, leaving his mother to care for him and his siblings O'Neill, Pedro, and Bonita. Struggling to make ends meet, the family moved to Reading, Pennsylvania, in southeastern USA. However, they soon moved to the neighboring state of Ohio, finally settling in Cleveland, a city that at the time welcomed migrants from Latin American countries. Pedro Castro also moved to Cleveland with his new wife and their joint children, settling nearby so the children from his first marriage could freely communicate with their father, which Liliana never forbade. Although their father willingly contacted his older children, he never helped them financially. Liliana later remarried, giving Ariel 4 more siblings. Ariel attended Lincoln West High School in Cleveland, graduating in 1978. He studied music and regularly attended church with his family, presenting as a model Christian, but was a domestic tyrant. In his teens, Ariel met a girl named Grimilda Figueroa, whose family lived across the street. They attended the same school, quickly became friends, and later developed a romantic relationship. For a long time, they lived with their parents because they could not afford their own place. In the early 1990s, after saving enough money, the couple moved into a house on Seymour Avenue in southwest Cleveland. This 2-story building, erected in 1890 and later reconstructed, had 4 bedrooms, a dining room, 1 bathroom, and a large unfinished basement. According to Grimilda's sister, Alida Caballo, Grimilda complained that her life became a nightmare after moving into the new house. Ariel regularly abused her, both physically and emotionally. Grimilda believed things would improve after marriage and children, but the abuse worsened. She hid bruises and abrasions under her clothes, blaming visible injuries on clumsiness. In 1993, Ariel beat Grimilda so severely that she needed medical attention. Grimilda suffered fractured ribs, a broken nose, and broken arms after being pushed down the stairs by her husband. Despite her severe injuries, she refused to file a police report, and the incident was hushed up. After receiving medical attention, she returned to her abusive husband. Ariel remained quiet for a while, fearing police attention, but soon realized he could get away with it and continued to beat his wife. In the mid-1990s, he inflicted a head injury that caused a blood clot and an inoperable tumor. Ariel was arrested but released a day later as Grimilda did not press charges and even requested his release. By the late 1990s, Grimilda, tired of the abuse, filed for divorce, secured custody of their 4 children, Arlene, Antonio, Angie, and Amelia, and moved out. Her nightmare continued as her ex-husband pursued, blackmailed, and threatened her. Grimilda sought a restraining order, which was issued 3 times but revoked each time. She passed away in late April 2012 from complications related to the brain tumor. By then, her children were grown and independent but maintained a warm relationship with their father. In the early 2000s, Ariel lived alone on Seymour Avenue, worked as a school bus driver, played guitar at city festivals, and was known as a good-natured, hospitable neighbor. Nevertheless, there were oddities in Castro's behavior that went unnoticed. For instance, he was prosecuted several times for traffic violations, including speeding and making dangerous U-turns while driving a school bus. These infractions led to fines and a suspension, culminating in his firing in early 2013 after a maneuver endangered his passengers. Ariel frequently changed musical groups due to tardiness and disrupting rehearsals and concerts. After separating from his wife, he never invited anyone inside his house, though he regularly hosted backyard barbecues. His strangeness did not raise concern. He was seen as eccentric but harmless. No one could have guessed the danger behind his friendly facade. His first victim was Michelle Knight. On August 23, 2002, he decided to kidnap and imprison her. Michelle, born on April 23, 1981, in Cleveland, had a troubled youth, often ran away from home, and had a police record. She became a mother early but lost custody of her son, who was placed in a shelter. On that fateful day, she was on her way to court to regain custody of her 2-year-old. Ariel, whom she knew as her neighbor and a school bus driver, offered her a ride. He mentioned having puppies at home and invited her to help find them homes. Trusting him, Michelle agreed. But upon entering his house, the kind man turned into a monster. He severely beat and assaulted her, then chained her in the basement. For days, he starved her, deprived her of water, and repeatedly abused her. She was unable to move and begged for her release, promising silence. When Michelle's mother reported her missing, the police did not prioritize her case. Years later, after the terrible truth came to light, police officers admitted that Michelle Knight's case was not a priority and limited resources were allocated to the investigation. Firstly, Knight was an adult. Secondly, she had previously left home multiple times. Thirdly, she had legal issues. Most importantly, authorities believed she was avoiding court proceedings related to her son's custody. Michelle's relatives tried to find her through their own efforts, involving neighbors, friends, and anyone concerned. At one point, Ariel Castro even helped post flyers with Michelle's photo around the city, all while she remained a prisoner in his basement. The second victim was Amanda Berry. Castro, convinced he was beyond suspicion, decided to kidnap again in spring 2003. Amanda, born on April 22, 1986, was about to celebrate her 17th birthday, but mysteriously disappeared on April 21, 2003. She was working as a waitress and called home after her shift, promising to be there soon. However, Amanda never arrived, and neither did she appear in the following days, months, or years. As Amanda left the restaurant and headed for the bus stop, Ariel drove up with a seemingly harmless offer of a ride home. Since she had been in the same class as his son for several years, she trusted him and accepted. On the way, he deceived her into entering his house, where he brutally beat her and dragged her to the basement, where Michelle had been held captive for months. Amanda faced the same horrific fate, beaten and starved for several days. This time, he chose 14-year-old Gina de Jesus, who was in the same class as his daughter Arlene and was her best friend. On April 2, 2004, the two girls walked out of school together, talked for a while, and then each went to their homes. On the corner of West 105th Street, Gina met Ariel, who promised to take her home. She knew him since childhood, and he was her best friend's father. So without hesitation, she got into his car immediately. Even though it was daytime and no one witnessed the kidnapping, the streets were empty. When it became known that Gina was missing, there was no warning to Amanda, making her parents angry. The story aired on the Fox television show America's Most Wanted, rerun 2 more times in 2005 and 2006. The disappearance was linked to Amanda's kidnapping a year earlier in September. Despite this, Castro remained unsuspected. He voluntarily participated in the search for the missing girls. He treated Gina like the other victims, keeping them imprisoned in his home. Although a passerby saw a middle-aged Hispanic man and a sketch resembling Castro was drawn, he was never a suspect. For over 10 years, he regularly beat, abused, and starved his victims to mentally break them down, punishing any disobedience or escape attempts to prevent thoughts of running away or death. Michelle, the first and oldest victim, suffered the most, undergoing public beatings to intimidate others. Finally, he moved them from the dark basement to a second-floor room with a view of the backyard. Knight recalls that she became pregnant by her abuser at least 5 times during her incarceration. However, each time it became evident that Ariel terminated the pregnancy in the most brutal manner. He starved the girl and kicked her in the stomach until she miscarried. After one of these tortures, she almost died due to severe bleeding. But even then, the kidnapper remained indifferent and did not allow calling an ambulance. The girls were allowed to take a shower no more than once a week, and that only as a reward for good behavior. Instead of a toilet, they had a garden bucket, which Castro very rarely and reluctantly emptied. The criminal fed the captives no more than once a day, but continued to beat and abuse them regularly. One day he gave the girls a puppy, but a week later he brutally killed the dog in front of them as punishment for Michelle's disobedience. Gina, during the years of confinement, was never pregnant. But Amanda, in 2006, realized that she was expecting a child and with horror imagined how Ariel would beat her to provoke a miscarriage. This time, however, the man was even pleased about it, allowed her to carry the baby, and bought an inflatable pool specifically for childbirth. In December 2006, Amanda gave birth to a daughter, who was named Jocelyn. The child was born weak but survived. The appearance of the baby closely resembled the girls, who were now immersed in caring for her and a little abstracted from the situation in which they were. In addition, Castro softened considerably after the birth of his daughter and began to pamper the captives with small gifts, and sometimes allowed them to go out with the child for walks in the courtyard, but always under his strict supervision. As Jocelyn grew older, Ariel even sometimes took her to visit her mother, to whom he told her that she was his daughter born out of wedlock. The girl developed appropriately for her age. She articulated herself adeptly, a skill instilled by her mother's tutelage in literacy and numeracy. Outwardly, the child bore the hallmarks of robust health, appearing well-nourished and impeccably groomed. Despite enduring years of captivity under the unyielding control of their tormentor, the girls clung steadfastly to the flickering flame of hope for freedom. Infrequent attempts at escape were made, though each endeavor exacted a heavy toll upon them. Cruel and confident in his ability to preempt their every move, Ariel faltered fatally on May 6, 2013. Amanda saw the fleeting chance when an unlocked door beckoned, frantically alerting a passing neighbor by pounding and shrieking at a window. Though initially perplexed, the neighbor's intuition was roused, prompting swift action and summoning law enforcement to the scene. Amanda divulged her identity and unmasked the presence of two other captives, Michelle and Gina. After enduring a decade of captivity, all three were emancipated and promptly hospitalized. While Amanda and Gina exhibited no discernible health concerns, Michelle bore the heavy burden of severe physical and psychological trauma. Deafness plagued one ear, vision was severely impaired, and a litany of untreated fractures necessitated extensive reconstructive surgery. Furthermore, the scourge of abuse-induced complications left her forever robbed of the chance of motherhood. Suspicions of complicity led to the detention of his siblings, O'Neill and Pedro, both frequent visitors to his domain. In due course, the men were swiftly released. On the other hand, Castro faced a litany of charges, including kidnapping, abuse, assault, forced imprisonment, and the heinous act of terminating 5 unborn lives. While the legal ramifications of these charges could have sentenced him to life behind bars, the prosecution aimed for the ultimate punishment, the death penalty, branding Castro as the Cleveland Monster. However, a surprising twist unfolded as Castro opted to collaborate with the investigation, confessing his guilt and recounting the harrowing events in exchange for a commutation of the death penalty to life imprisonment. In his chilling narratives, he meticulously detailed the days of abduction and the subsequent torment inflicted upon his victims, all the while deflecting responsibility onto the very individuals he subjected to such horrors. August 1, 2013, marked the culmination of legal proceedings, with Castro sentenced to spend the remainder of his days incarcerated without the possibility of parole. Yet, his parting words echoed with a mix of remorse and denial as he tendered an apology to his victims, claiming affliction rather than culpability, and casting blame upon law enforcement for their purported ineptitude in failing to uncover the atrocities transpiring right under their noses. Castro's residence met its end on August 7, 2013, reduced to rubble in a symbolic act of closure. The solemn occasion was attended solely by the kin of Michelle Knight and Gina De Jesus, with other participants of the nightmarish ordeal choosing to abstain, unwilling to revisit the site that had served as the backdrop for their unimaginable anguish. Nevertheless, amidst the rubble emerged a glimmer of hope, as on July 9, 2013, Knight, Barry, and DeJesus released a joint video expressing profound gratitude to the public for their unwavering support throughout their journey toward reclaiming their lives. It was their only joint statement, after which, despite the years spent together in confinement, the girls chose never to speak to each other again. The maniac was transferred to a correctional center in Orient, Ohio, after his conviction and placed under special supervision. But on September 3, 2013, just a month after he began serving his life sentence, the Cleveland monster was found hanging from a sheet in his prison cell. All attempts to revive him were unsuccessful. He was 53 years old at the time of his death. Michelle Knight, after her release, preferred to change her name and place of residence. She did not give interviews, but a few years later published a book in which she recounted all the horrors she had experienced in the Castro home. Her child was adopted after his mother disappeared. The woman later tracked down his adoptive parents, but it is not known whether she was able to establish contact with her now-adult son. Barry and DeJesus received diplomas from John Marshall High School in 2015 because they never had time to graduate. Gina later volunteered on the Amber Alert Committee, and Barry joined Fox affiliate WJW in Cleveland in 2017, where she hosts a missing persons column. Castro family members disowned Ariel, condemned his actions, and apologized to his victims and their families. The perpetrator's eldest daughter, Amelia, is now serving a 25-year prison sentence for assault and attempting to take a man's life. His youngest daughter, Arlene, apologized to former best friend Gina for the way her father treated her. Castro's son, Antonio, said he had been to his father's house and saw that some rooms were locked and inaccessible, but his parent explained it was because he was saving money on heating. In 2018, Michelle published a book titled Life After Darkness, Finding Healing and Happiness After the Cleveland Kidnappings. DeJesus also wrote a book of memoirs titled Hope, a memoir of survival in Cleveland. There have also been numerous documentary projects and 2 feature films about those horrific events. Prisoners of Cleveland, which was released in 2015, and Kidnapped in Cleveland, which was released in 2021. Ariel Castro's case is one of the most horrifying cases in American criminal history. Castro was convicted of kidnapping, holding, and sexually abusing 3 women for more than a decade in his home. Castro kidnapped Amanda Berry, Gina DeJesus, and Michelle Knight at his home in the Tremont section of Cleveland. He kept them in terrible conditions, imprisoned in small rooms, and subjected them to physical and mental torture. Finally, they managed to escape captivity by banging on the door and calling for help. Amanda and the baby girl she gave birth to in captivity were rescued, along with DeJesus and Knight. When the police arrived, they discovered the brutal tragedy that Castro had caused. Castro was later arrested and convicted of a series of crimes, including rape, illegal imprisonment, and unresolved murder. He received a sentence of life in prison plus 1,000 years. However, he committed suicide in prison in September 2013, just 2 months after his arrest. This case caused a stir and sparked special interest in the issues of domestic violence and human rights protection. Moving on to the next case. The case of Ekaterina Bauman. Ekaterina Balgova Bauman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, one of the largest cities in Russia. In 2009, at the age of 20, she went on vacation with her family and met Walter Bauman, a German 13 years her senior. Walter spoke fluent Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, a country that was part of the Soviet Union until 1991. Walter had a successful career in Germany and earned a substantial income, but his personal life was troubled. He was always searching for the ideal woman, yet he did not meet the standards of a perfect man himself. He still lived with his parents, paid little attention to his appearance, dressed sloppily, and generally failed to make a good impression on others. He often met women online, primarily Russian women. After conversing with a girl for a long time, he decided to travel to Russia to meet her. However, the meeting did not go as planned, and she stopped contacting him. After meeting Ekaterina, he went on a romantic vacation with her in Turkey. His friends were surprised because Ekaterina seemed too beautiful for him. Their relationship began like many other couples. After the vacation, they continued to communicate via social networks and phone calls while Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany. He often told his friends about her kindness and beauty, the long conversations they shared, and the love letters they exchanged. Walter also frequently traveled to St. Petersburg to visit Ekaterina, despite the expense of these trips. In her second year at university in St. Petersburg, Walter helped Ekaterina transfer to the University of Hamburg, Germany, in 2010. In Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea, she was known as an intelligent, charming, and cheerful young woman. She remained in touch with her family in Russia and continued her studies in business administration in Germany. Ekaterina enjoyed jogging, practicing yoga, and often sought quiet places. A few months later, Ekaterina and Walter married. Alexander, Walter's friend and wedding photographer, described their wedding as extremely lavish. He commented that Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happiest bride he had ever seen. The wedding ceremony took place at a lighthouse, after which they traveled in a large white carriage, something unusual in Germany. Notably, the wedding had very few guests and ended early. The wedding photograph of Walter and Ekaterina shows a happy couple. Walter appears to support his young wife, while Ekaterina gently embraces her husband with a radiant smile. They seem to have found the perfect match in one another. At first, their married life appeared like a fairy tale. However, instead of moving into a luxurious home, the newlyweds moved in with Walter's parents. This was when Ekaterina began to face her first difficulties since arriving in Germany. Living with her in-laws was not easy, and the fairy tale gradually unraveled. Walter's mother, Ludmila Baumann, was born and raised in Kazakhstan, where she spent the first 38 years of her life. An excellent student, she advanced through many career stages, from chemical technology assistant to chemical engineer, and finally to secondary school teacher. Ludmila married at the age of 18 and gave birth to her only son, who became the most important person in her life. The Baumann family had German roots, which prompted their emigration from Kazakhstan to Germany. They settled in Bremerhaven, where Ludmila worked for many years at the Institute of Oceanography, studying global climate change. She held a good position there, regularly went to sea, and participated in approximately 25 expeditions, including trips to the Arctic. Her immigration story became an inspiration for many immigrants in Germany. Because of this, a 1-meter-long portrait of her is displayed alongside 30 other portraits on the facade of the Migration Center in Bremerhaven. Ludmila struggles to accept that her son Walter is an adult. Now 30 years old, she frequently calls him when he is out, constantly asking when he will return home, where he is, and who he is with. As Walter is an only child, Ludmila finds it difficult to maintain the necessary distance and consistently tries to control his life. Ekaterina faced constant judgment from her mother-in-law, Ludmila, but continued to try to please her in every way. Ludmila frequently interfered in her son's married life and criticized Ekaterina, claiming she was a poor wife. Although Ekaterina attempted to adjust to this attitude, her efforts were unsuccessful. When going out, she dressed elegantly to avoid criticism. Otherwise, she endured her mother-in-law's remarks about her indecent clothing. Walter worked at a port and earned a salary of approximately 4,000 euros per month. He often worked on weekends and holidays because of the higher pay. Although not a workaholic, Walter was frugal and saved most of his income. In 2017, when Ekaterina was pregnant, Walter decided to use part of his savings to buy a house. He spent considerable time searching for an affordable home. Ekaterina hoped the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila continued to visit regularly and interfere in her son's life. During the period when Ekaterina gave birth to their daughter, her relationship with Walter became even more strained. After the birth, Walter became stricter and more controlling of his wife. He spoke to her disrespectfully, did not allow her to learn to drive, and forbade her from speaking German to their daughter, insisting that the child know only Russian. Ekaterina could not understand the reasons behind her husband's changing behavior. Walter became more irritable, jealous, and controlling than before. His behavior grew unpredictable, and he could explode over trivial matters. The relationship between Walter and Ekaterina deteriorated further. Walter began to use violence against his wife. Authorities became aware of the domestic violence in late 2019, but the case was quickly closed after claiming they had reconciled. Arguments continued, even in front of their children. Walter secretly filmed and photographed their disputes, and even attempted to have someone hack his wife's phone, though the request was refused. He accused Ekaterina of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Meanwhile, Ekaterina believed Walter no longer cared about her. In the fall of 2020, she sought help from a domestic violence support center, as she could no longer live in a state of stress and fear. After Ekaterina and her daughter left, Walter tried to convince them to return, promising change, admitting his mistakes, and claiming he could not live without his wife and child. Ekaterina eventually forgave him and returned home with her daughter. However, the quarrels persisted. Whenever he realized he was wrong, Walter would give gifts or organize family trips. He also began to change his attitude, not only toward his wife but toward his daughter. Nevertheless, Walter's control over his daughter remained excessive. He always wanted her within sight at home and never allowed her to go out alone, even though she was only 3 years old. Walter reduced his working hours by half to take care of his daughter, take her to school, cook, and have her sleep in the same room as his parents. Acquaintances described Walter as manipulative, stingy, and primarily motivated by money. He often appeared anxious and impatient. Ekaterina frequently visited her family in Russia with Walter, who feared she would stay there and prevent him from seeing their daughter. As her husband's violence escalated, Ekaterina began to consider divorce. However, she discovered that all her personal papers had disappeared. Walter had taken them to his mother's house. One day, when Ludmila came to visit, Ekaterina and Walter argued, and she was thrown out of the house. She called the police, and the situation was resolved. On another occasion, Ekaterina and Walter had a serious argument before taking their daughter to kindergarten. The situation became so severe that the school administration reported it to the Youth Support Service. Subsequently, the family began receiving child education support. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor monitored the child's situation and concluded that it was too dangerous to leave her with her parents. Ekaterina remained with her husband only for the sake of her daughter, but could not return to Russia. To take her child out of Germany, she needed Walter's consent, proving that he did not object. In August 2021, Ekaterina took her daughter away for the second time and went to a women's crisis center. She informed authorities that her husband was planning to commit suicide. The social service agency recommended placing the 5-year-old girl in an orphanage. A psychologist from the youth service assessed the situation as very serious. Although Ekaterina agreed to let the youth service place her daughter in an orphanage, Walter and his mother opposed the decision. After Ekaterina and Walter divorced, the child lived alternately with both parents, some days with her father and the rest with her mother in a women's shelter. Ekaterina increasingly wished to return to Russia. Walter did not stop her, but set the condition that their daughter remain in Germany. So Ekaterina went to St. Petersburg alone in early 2021 and again in early 2022. During her stay in Russia, she met a pilot from Siberia whom she had encountered online. After returning to Germany in mid-January 2022, Ekaterina maintained daily contact with the pilot. During their relationship, they exchanged numerous affectionate messages. However, just a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, Ekaterina abruptly cut off contact with her family and her new lover. She took only an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's hidden money and fled. Ekaterina left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This information was provided by Walter to the police on February 6, 2022, after Ekaterina's parents had been unable to contact her for 2 days and had asked German authorities to check on her. Police searched the Walters' home 4 days after Ekaterina was reported missing. By that time, Walter had repainted the living room floor, replaced the sofa, and purchased a large amount of cleaning supplies. Notably, footage from the home's camera had disappeared. The search lasted 3 hours. A police dog was led through the garage and home, showing a mild but unclear response in the garage. The initial search found no evidence inside the house or garage. However, police seized a knife and an electric shock device from a garbage truck as evidence. Authorities noted that Walter appeared unconcerned about his wife's disappearance, but was worried about custody of their 5-year-old daughter if Ekaterina did not return. The search for Ekaterina continued for several days without success. She had seemingly vanished without a trace. Police stated that it was unlikely that a young mother would leave her daughter, personal papers, and phone behind to flee abroad. They questioned Walter's account that Ekaterina had fled with only an empty suitcase. Her mysterious disappearance caused concern throughout the city and surrounding areas. On March 1, 2022, 25 days after Ekaterina went missing, A pedestrian walking along the Weser River discovered a strange suitcase washed up on the shore. Upon opening it, he was horrified to find the remains of a woman wrapped in a garbage bag. Not all of the body was present in the suitcase. Some parts were missing. The victim was identified as 32-year-old Ekaterina Baumann. In a grim coincidence, the suitcase was found near the lighthouse where she had held her wedding. The suitcase washing ashore was considered a stroke of luck for the investigation. Experts noted that if it had drifted into the North Sea, Ekaterina's body might have been lost forever. This discovery ended any hope of a happy resolution to her mysterious disappearance. Walter Baumann was arrested as the sole suspect in the case. After the discovery of the body, police conducted a second search of the Baumann family home. This search lasted several days and involved forensic experts. During the investigation, authorities found a bottle of a strong sedative, which was also detected in Ekaterina's blood. Police additionally recovered disposable gloves, aluminum foil, tape, a large number of garbage bags and detergent, containers of acetic acid, solvents, bleach, suitcase keys, and the pink scarf Ekaterina had worn around her neck in her last selfie. Investigators noted that very few of Ekaterina's personal belongings remained. Most of her clothes had been discarded. Her wedding photo, a cherished memento, was found hidden behind the piano. The white coat she wore in her final selfie was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Baumann, Walter's mother. During his detention, Walter frequently wrote letters to his mother, expressing love and referring to her as "my son's mother." He repeatedly begged for her assistance with urgent words such as, "Please help us. You can save us. I only hope for the future in you. Please save me." The true significance of these words was only revealed 8 months later. The last day of Ekaterina's life was Friday, February 4th, 2022, at 4:30 p.m. She wore a light-colored jacket and a yellow skirt and walked for approximately 10 minutes. This action was captured on a neighbor's security camera. That evening, the family had a dinner of tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives, accompanied by a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only 1 glass of wine, while he consumed the rest. He claimed this was why he went to bed at 8 p.m. Court records indicate that Ekaterina's phone lost connection to the network at 7:41 p.m. Then, at 8:25 p.m., she made a video call to her new boyfriend from her computer. She was in good spirits and promised to call back after putting the children to bed. However, she did not call him or anyone else that evening. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot texted her good night, but the message remained unread. A forensic examination determined that Ekaterina had died roughly 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an analysis of her stomach contents. Forensic experts found traces of strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood. Her hyoid bone was broken, so the cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts also noted that all other injuries to the body were inflicted with very sharp instruments. The next morning, Walter opened the car door at 7:22 a.m. The car left at 10:20 a.m. and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later, Walter called his wife, apparently to support the narrative that she had left voluntarily. He also sent a text asking, "Where are you, Ekaterina?" A message clearly intended to stage the scene. Before February 4th, Walter and his mother had been texting regularly via WhatsApp. However, after that day, their communications abruptly stopped, which was highly unusual. In mid-February, Walter took the car to a car care center and requested a thorough cleaning of the entire interior. On August 26, 2022, Walter's trial began. Prosecutors accused him of putting a sedative in Ekaterina's drink and strangling her while she slept. They claim Walter had premeditated the disposal of the body. The alleged motive was his fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, combined with concerns about financial loss. Investigators released new results from Ekaterina's case. They found numerous bloodstains in the garage where Walter had attempted to remove traces, following online instructions. Specifically, blood was found in multiple locations, including under shelves, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the joints. Additional bloodstains appeared on the carpet in the husband's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine were able to identify all of the stains as Ekaterina's blood. Walter's phone and computer were seized, providing answers to many questions. Shortly before the tragedy, he had made search queries such as, "How to avoid being fined for taking someone's life? What kind of acid can dissolve flesh? How many liters of acid are needed to fill a bathtub? How to read someone else's WhatsApp messages? How long does it take to die from sedatives? And can one be convicted without evidence in Germany? Between December 2021 and the end of February 2022, Walter made approximately 500 internet searches, suggesting careful premeditation of the crime. On the day of Ekaterina's disappearance, he searched electroshock machine twice on Google. Forensic experts later discovered traces of electric shock on Ekaterina's body, leading investigators to suspect Walter used a device to check if she was still alive. At trial, Walter wore a wedding ring and identified himself as a widower. He remained silent throughout the 2-month trial and did not respond to the allegations. During testimony, he often covered his ears as if disassociating from the proceedings. Walter only showed strong emotion when he saw his mother in the courtroom. He cried while she was questioned, staring at her with his hands clasped as if in prayer. In a letter, he begged his mother, "Get me out of here." It appears she agreed to help him. Ludmila Baumann confessed in her testimony that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She told the court that in the middle of the night, she went to her son and daughter-in-law's house after receiving a call asking her to babysit her granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina sleeping on the couch. She attempted to wake her by shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and punched her in the face. A fight ensued, during which Ludmila strangled her daughter-in-law. Ludmila also admitted that she was the one who disposed of Ekaterina's body afterward. She concluded her testimony by saying that she loved Ekaterina like her own daughter and did not want this to happen. The question remains, did Ludmila really commit the crime, or was she merely trying to protect her son? The close relationship between mother and daughter-in-law is documented through 1,699 pages of WhatsApp chat records. Despite incriminating herself, Ludmila remained free. The jury and prosecutors did not believe her testimony, thinking she was attempting to shield her son. Ludmila's lawyer requested her arrest, while Walter's lawyer requested his release. In the end, the mother was freed, but her son remained in prison. Ludmila did not give up and wrote a letter to the court detailing what she did with the body. She insisted that her son was innocent and wanted to be charged, but the court did not believe her. Ludmila revealed the location of the missing body parts, which led the police to find another bag containing them exactly where she had indicated. Her pedometer showed that at 12:40 a.m., she had walked 220 yards. A camera recorded a person walking past Walter and Ekaterina's house. Walter's father's phone was active at the time, and he drove Ludmila to her son's house, but later claimed he had been sleeping. Experts determined that Ekaterina was already dead, which meant Ludmila's account was false. A strange detail emerged. Ludmila arrived at her son's house after Ekaterina had died and remained present during the body disposal process. She helped clean up, concealed evidence, and acted as an accomplice to her son. However, German law did not charge or arrest Ludmila, as the court focused its suspicions on Walter. He remained silent until reciting a lengthy statement about his life and his love for Ekaterina, citing her emotional issues as the cause of their conflicts. Despite having 230 sheets of paper, he only briefly addressed the night that changed everything. He claimed he was asleep when his mother killed his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, saying, "She betrayed me, used me, and threw me into prison." Addressing the judge, he added, "My daughter lost her mother. She must not lose her father too." The most chilling aspect of this story is not even the horrific details of the crime, but the fact that all of it occurred before the eyes of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. Currently, the Russian grandmother is prohibited from contacting her granddaughter. The girl now lives in a facility for traumatized children and has been given a new name to prevent her from learning about her real family's story. On May 23, 2023, when the verdict was announced, Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was sentenced to life imprisonment. Under German law, he will be eligible for parole after 15 years. Ekaterina's ashes were placed in an urn and buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. Moving on to the next case. Gail and her husband Rick Brink. It was a peaceful Saturday evening in November 1987 when a young pair returned home after celebrating a friend's wedding. Their residence appeared no different from any other. Peaceful, quiet, nothing seemed disturbed. But when Monday arrived, nobody had heard from them. They failed to appear at work, and phone calls were left unanswered. Alarmed, their relatives went to check on them and stepped into something they never could have anticipated. What occurred inside that house would stay unresolved for more than 2 decades. And the reality, when it eventually surfaced, stunned everyone. Ryan Weingarten was born on December 12, 1962, into a large, close family grounded in tradition, faith, and order. He was one of 8 children, Lynn, Terry, Bragg, Chia, David, Cheryl, and Gail, raised by Darasha and Wendell Weingarten. The pair established their household on firm principles. Wendell, a veteran of World War II, devoted 26 years to working at a furniture company and sang in the choir at Central Church in West Lyon for almost 40 years. The Weingardens were recognized for their wholesome family lifestyle and deep religious convictions, the type of family residents of Holland, Michigan admired. But looks can be misleading. While the family's exterior appeared perfect, tensions quietly simmered. The youngest daughter, Gail, born on April 24, 1965, was particularly close to her family. During the 1980s, she met Rick Lee Brink, a man 7 years older than her, born on February 12, 1958. Their relationship progressed rapidly and intensely. Friends recall Rick telling others from the moment he met Gail that she was the one. In early 1986, they wed, creating a future full of hope. The couple held solid jobs, remodeled their home together, and were viewed by everyone as a bright example of young love. At the same time, Ryan's life moved in a very different direction. He faced financial difficulties and barely managed by selling small quantities of marijuana. He dated Pamela Ann, born on March 3, 1965, but kept a hidden relationship with a former girlfriend, Crystal Bellin. The difference between Ryan's unstable course and Gail's secure, happy life was striking. In the fall of 1987, a disagreement sparked tension within the Weingarten family. Darasha and Wendell, along with their younger children, planned to relocate onto Rick and Gail's property. While certain siblings approved of the plan, others, including Ryan, strongly opposed it. The conflict created a divide, particularly between Ryan and Gail, one that would lead to chilling outcomes. On Saturday, November 21, 1987, Gail and Rick attended a wedding at a Holiday Inn. They came back home later that night. No one heard from them again. 2 days later, on Monday, November 23, neither appeared at work. Worried, Rick's parents went to their house. What they discovered would haunt them forever. Rick's body was found slumped over the steering wheel of his Chevrolet Blazer in the garage. He had been shot twice in the head. His mother nearly collapsed at the sight. Rick's father escorted her back to their vehicle before going back inside the house to look for Gail. In the main bedroom, he discovered her lifeless body stretched across their waterbed. Her face was covered by a pillow soaked with blood. She had been shot 3 times. Police were contacted immediately. The crime scene showed no evidence of forced entry, no struggle, and no theft. Jewelry was left untouched. Almost $500 in cash was located between the bedroom and the kitchen. The killings had been precise, deliberate, and cold. Autopsies confirmed the deaths took place between the night of November 21st and the early hours of November 22nd. Investigators questioned relatives, friends, and neighbors, yet uncovered no solid leads. There were no persons of interest. No motive, no detentions. The funeral took place soon afterward. The pastor who presided described the crime as the work of the devil. The community was deeply disturbed and media attention continued for weeks, but eventually the case went cold. As time passed, normal life continued. Grief softened into quiet. 1 year later, Ryan married Pamela. Together they had 3 children: Caleb, Elizabeth, and Benjamin. Darasha and Wendell's love story, despite the pain of losing their daughter, persisted. They marked their 50th wedding anniversary before Wendell died on July 9, 2005. He was buried with military honors at Rest Lawn Memorial Gardens, leaving behind a legacy of faith, family, and unresolved questions. But destiny was not finished with the case. In an unexpected turn, 24 years after the violent murders of 1987, a lead surfaced that would alter everything. In 2009, the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office created a cold case unit devoted to reopening unsolved crimes. By 2011, a team of detectives was assigned to the Brink case. Their goal was to re-examine a case that had long been buried beneath dust and doubt. They began by reviewing stacks of decaying records, some so delicate they had to be reconstructed with tape. Over time, they carried out more than 200 interviews, traveling across state borders to track down witnesses who had moved away. The team worked from a central belief. Time wears away silence. Guilt becomes heavier. And eventually, someone speaks. One of the earliest discoveries came from Cheryl, Gail's sister. She remembered a strange remark Ryan had once made. He had openly wondered whether he could have been capable of doing something like what happened to Rick and Gail. That unsettling comment was also recalled by one of the family's aunts. Interestingly, Ryan had been questioned back in 1987, but was never viewed as a suspect. He stated that he had been with his girlfriend Pamela on the night of the murders. At first, Pamela supported his account. But when detectives uncovered a second statement from her that contradicted the first, they called her in for questioning on January 18, 2013. Pamela was placed in a small interview room at the Ottawa County Sheriff's Department. After some reluctance, she began to talk, and her confession would finally break the silence. Pamela disclosed what she had concealed for more than 20 years. Her husband, Ryan Weingarten, had killed his sister and her husband. That November night, Ryan went to Gail and Rick's house, where another argument erupted over the family's planned move onto their property. Gail and Rick told him to leave. Ryan walked out to his car, but came back moments later, saying it would not start. Rick offered assistance, and the two drove away together. That was when Ryan shot Rick twice in the head. After killing Rick, Ryan returned to the house. He found his sister alone in the bedroom and shot her 3 times as she lay on the bed. The nightmare did not stop there. The following day, Ryan brought Pamela and her 6-month-old baby to the crime scene. Pamela was horrified when she saw Rick's body inside the vehicle. She froze in fear. Ryan pulled her into the house and forced her to look at Gail's lifeless body, removing the pillow soaked with blood from her face. Pamela ran away in panic, but did not go to the police. Overwhelmed by terror, she ran back to the car and waited. Pamela told investigators that Ryan had harbored long-standing resentment toward his sister and brother-in-law. He envied their joy, their achievements, their steady life, everything he lacked. Even so, this motive represented only part of the explanation. Pamela admitted that she had remained silent for all those years out of fear of losing her employment, her freedom, and her family. She loved Ryan and did not want to tear their household apart, but guilt had weighed on her for more than 20 years. That day, with tears streaming and her hands shaking, she finally released it. Her statement, along with fresh testimony from other witnesses, provided detectives with sufficient evidence to take action. Later that same day, Ryan Weingarten was arrested and charged with the murders of Gail and Rick Brink. Prosecutors now faced the immense challenge of proving, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Ryan had killed his own sister and brother-in-law in cold blood. The case was sent to court in Holland, Michigan, where a family's long nightmare would at last face the light of justice. In February 2013, nearly 26 years after the brutal killings of Gail and Rick Brink, probable cause hearings began in a courtroom in Holland, Michigan. Over several days, more than 50 witnesses were called to testify. Prosecutors recognized the extraordinary work carried out by detectives who had relentlessly reopened a long-dormant case and carefully pieced together a story from decades-old fragments. As witnesses took the stand, lapses in memory became evident. The passage of time had blurred details, dates, conversations, and even basic facts. The defense seized upon these inconsistencies to weaken the prosecution's case, casting doubt on the reliability of the testimony. Assistant Prosecutor Lee Fisher acknowledged the difficulty of building a case on aging recollections. Still, he remained optimistic. Not all witnesses had testified yet, and among the most anticipated was Crystal. Crystal, who had dated Ryan Weingarten for 4 years before the murders and maintained an uncertain relationship with him afterward, delivered her testimony with calm precision. She spoke clearly and confidently, but only after Ryan had been removed from the courtroom due to disruptive outbursts that interfered with the proceedings. Her testimony would reveal the darkest secret of all. Crystal described a disturbing conversation with Ryan shortly after the 1987 murders. They met at a park in northern Holland, where Ryan, emotional and distressed, confessed something horrific. During their teenage years, he had sexually assaulted his sister Gail on multiple occasions. Gail had resisted and said no, but Ryan had ignored her pleas. Furthermore, Ryan claimed that Rick had once seen him watching Gail with an inappropriate look during a family boating trip. The shame, rage, and fear of being exposed had, according to Crystal, driven Ryan to permanently silence both Gail and Rick. This revelation provided prosecutors with a powerful motive, far more sinister than jealousy alone. Ryan was not merely envious of their happiness. He was terrified that his long-concealed crimes against his sister would be revealed. Murder, to him, became the only way to protect that secret. Crystal's account aligned with earlier testimony from Pamela, Ryan's wife, who had already described his resentment toward Gail and Rick's success. Pamela once again recounted the terrifying moment when Ryan forced her to view the crime scene. Cheryl, another of Gail's sisters, testified that Ryan had acted strangely after the murders, distant and without emotion. In one phone call, he coldly remarked that Gail had lived a good life, as if attempting to minimize the tragedy. Most disturbingly, he told Cheryl that he sometimes wondered whether he might have been capable of such an act. During breaks in the courtroom, arguments circulated about how reliable the witness statements were. The defense lawyer contended that certain allegations sounded more like rumor than proof. Even so, the prosecution held its ground, basing its case on the testimony of Crystal, Pamela, and Cheryl, each independently backing the theory that Ryan's motive arose from jealousy and fear of exposure tied to an incestuous, abusive history. In the end, the judge determined that the evidence presented was adequate to advance the case to trial in the Ottawa County Circuit Court. It was a pivotal moment. Justice, delayed for so long, was finally moving forward. In response, the defense attorney announced intentions to pursue alternative theories. He suggested that the crime might have involved mistaken identity, implying that the Brinks had only recently moved into the house and that someone else could have been the intended target. It was a theory the prosecution completely dismissed. As these legal strategies unfolded, Ryan Weingarten, then 50 years old, remained incarcerated in the Ottawa County Jail, held without bond. But regardless of how long it had taken, the truth had started to emerge. And now there was no going back. In March 2014, after more than a year of legal proceedings and decades of concealed secrets, the long-anticipated trial of Ryan Weingarten began. Over the span of 3 intense weeks, more than 60 witnesses testified, including 2 of his sisters, his former girlfriend Crystal, and his wife Pamela. Their testimony played a crucial role in establishing both Ryan's motive and his guilt. Among the most critical witnesses was James, a childhood friend who later became Ryan's supervisor at a tree-trimming business. Despite terminating his employment at one point, the two stayed close. James recalled a conversation from November 24, 1987, just one day after the bodies of Rick and Gail Brink were found. Ryan, speaking cryptically, made disturbing references to the crime, implying knowledge that only the killer would possess. Another significant testimony came from Ryan's sister Lynn, who remembered her brother expressing remorse after the murders, saying he wanted to apologize to Gail because he felt he had dishonored her. This vague yet troubling remark gained new significance in light of what would surface later in the trial. Defense attorneys insisted that Ryan had an alibi and challenged the prosecution's absence of direct physical evidence. They proposed alternate explanations. Perhaps the Brinks had been targeted by a Detroit-based drug gang, or maybe they were victims of mistaken identity connected to the home's previous occupants. They even questioned whether different weapons might have been used. However, forensic pathologist Dr. Stephen Cole rejected that idea, confirming that both victims were killed with a single firearm. Dr. Cole also suggested that Rick's body may have been repositioned. His blood-soaked head had clearly rested on the steering wheel, but his body was later located in the passenger seat. To explain the bullet paths, the doctor used anatomical models and rods to illustrate the injuries in court. Pamela was called back to the witness stand. She reaffirmed that Ryan had confessed to killing his sister and brother-in-law out of jealousy and fear. The prosecution centered its case on the testimonies of Pamela, Crystal, Cheryl, and Lynn. They argued that Ryan was motivated by rage and desperation, not solely over a family disagreement, but over the looming threat that Gail might expose the dark secret he had hidden for decades. The following week, Ryan himself testified. Pamela chose not to stay in the courtroom during his appearance. Ryan was confrontational, accusing police and prosecutors of distorting his words. But then, while under oath, he delivered a startling admission. He acknowledged that he had engaged in 3 sexual encounters with his sister, starting when he was 12 and she was only 9. He claimed the acts were consensual, an assertion met with outrage by prosecutors who described it as nothing less than abuse. On March 28, 2014, the jury deliberated for only 4 hours. They returned with a unanimous verdict, guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Ryan Weingarten was held accountable for the cold-blooded killings of his sister Gail and her husband Rick Brink. A sentencing hearing was set for April 21, 2014. That day, Ryan entered the courtroom defiant and without remorse. For an hour, he proclaimed his innocence, lashed out at prosecutors, criticized his own defense lawyers, and even insulted the judge. He stated that God would vindicate him. The judge was unmoved. He described Ryan as a calculating, manipulative murderer who had slaughtered 2 people in cold blood, one of them his own sister. He sentenced Ryan Weingarten to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. The courtroom overflowed with emotion. Relatives of both victims cried, embraced one another, and thanked the investigative team for their relentless pursuit of justice. Cheryl, speaking through tears, said she could finally visit her sister's grave and tell her that justice had been done. One detective later referred to the case as one of the most emotional of her career. She said the team had done everything possible to make sure that 2 lives taken so unfairly were honored through justice. In 2018, Ryan Weingarten appealed his convictions to the Michigan Court of Appeals. The request was denied. He later appealed to the state Supreme Court, but that effort was also rejected. Since his arrest in January 2013, Ryan has remained incarcerated. Now in his 60s, he is expected to die in prison. Ryan's father, Wendell, passed away without ever learning the full truth. But his mother, Darasha, lived long enough to see justice served. She turned 90 in June 2021 and died 4 months later, having witnessed the resolution of the case that had haunted her family for more than 25 years. The Ryan Weingarten case stands as a dark and sobering reminder. Some secrets destroy not only lives but entire families. Rather than confronting his past with honesty, Ryan chose a path of silence, shame, and ultimately violence. And for that, he will spend the remainder of his life in a prison cell, a consequence born from truth denied for far too long. Moving on to the next case. Case of Jalea Davis. The police officers who arrived at the scene were horrified by what they discovered. Body parts were scattered on the road, and the girl was found decapitated and missing a leg. Blood was splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome sight. But what had actually occurred? Jalea Davis was born in Colorado Springs in 1991. She had an older sister named Toby Davis. They had a close relationship, like best friends. Eventually, the family moved to Marietta, a small town of 13,000 people near the West Virginia border. After finishing school, Jalea took a job at a local store, aspiring to become an esthetician, which was her dream for the future. On Friday, November 18, 2011, 20-year-old Jalea left home around 6 p.m. to meet her friend, Kristen. They planned to get ready for a party together at Brian's house, where Jalea would spend the night afterward. The girls dressed up, applied makeup, and styled their hair beautifully. Friends picked them up, and they all went to the party and then to the pool room in the park. Although Jalea did not know the other friends very well, she enjoyed her time with Kristen. She texted her mom, Kim, updating her on their plans and saying they were having a great evening. Her last text was sent at 9:30 p.m. The party with Jalea's friends was still going strong. At 3:28 a.m., Toby received a call from Jalea, who was at the gas station. Toby was with a guy at the time and told Jalea that they were coming to pick her up. During the call, Toby heard Jalea ask Kristen to give her keys, while Kristen mumbled something in the background. Then Toby and her partner went to the gas station. 5 minutes later, Jalea called Toby again, her tone angry and annoyed. She asked Toby to meet her somewhere else. While stopped on the highway, Toby asked Jalea what was going on. Jalea replied that it was not something to discuss over the phone and insisted on explaining in person. Toby could hear Jalea arguing with Kristen, accusing her of being a bad friend. Toby realized that the two friends had argued. Since they were in a hurry, Jalea decided to change direction and go to a location about 20 minutes away. Jalea urged her older sister to hurry and yelled at Kristen, calling her terrible. Toby tried to calm her down, assuring her that they would be there soon as she and her partner ran towards them. 20 minutes later, Toby decided to call Kristen and ask what had happened to them. Before Kristen could reply, the connection was lost. Toby and her partner arrived at the designated location but could not believe their eyes. Several police cars had blocked the road. They stopped and asked the police what was going on. The police replied that there was a dead body of a girl on the road. It was an African-American woman wearing a white coat. Toby looked at her boyfriend in horror. According to the description, it was Jalea. The police did not tell Toby anything else. In a panic, she called Kim, her mother, and the rest of the family, who quickly arrived at the scene. While waiting for her family, Toby called Kristen back. She said she saw something, then hung up. Toby tried to call Kristen back, but she did not answer. Jalea's family, who had just arrived, began to press the police for information. Police confirmed that the body found on the highway was Jalea's, and that her identification had been found with her. Her car was 300 meters away from where her body was found. Jalea had been decapitated, and some of her body parts were scattered on the road. Her family could see a white sheet covering some of her remains. They were in shock, trying to understand what had happened to Jalea. They had only spoken to her on the phone 20 minutes earlier, so they were confused by how quickly this tragedy had unfolded. A truck driver was driving down the road when he noticed the gruesome scene. Body parts were strewn across the highway. He immediately called 911 at 3:48 a.m. and remained at the scene waiting for police. To prevent other vehicles from driving over the remains, he began blocking oncoming vehicles. The condition of the remains made it impossible to determine the gender of the victim. When police arrived, they secured the area and began questioning the truck driver and other passing motorists, but no one was able to provide information. The drivers said they did not see anything suspicious, nor did they touch the remains for the victim's belongings. There were no cars parked nearby, and the reason the victim abandoned the vehicle remains unclear. Jalea Davis was brutally killed. Her head was discovered in the bushes alongside the road. One of her legs was severed below the knee, and her right breast was missing. Fragments of brain were found on the nearby fence posts. The scene was horrifying. Jalea Davis was barefoot and completely topless, wearing only torn jeans. Her clothing was neatly arranged on the fence, first her bra, then her shirt, and lastly her jacket. All the items were tattered and stained with blood. It remains a mystery who placed her belongings there. A car was discovered 300 meters from her body, crashed into a fence. Unlike the horrific condition of her body, the car appeared relatively intact. It was empty and running, with the doors locked and the headlights on, suggesting the driver had left in a hurry. The front passenger window was open, and there were noticeable dents in the car. Blood was found on the license plate, in the trunk on the passenger side, and on the taillights. The police deemed her death suspicious and launched an investigation. Toby kept calling Kristen, who was the last person to see Jalea and had been with her before the incident, in hopes of getting an explanation. Kristen mentioned she had witnessed something, but the calls kept getting disconnected. After the police conducted their investigation, the family members visited the scene and took photographs. They found a boot print in the gravel. The following day, the police aimed to interview everyone who had been with Jalea that night, including Kristen and her friends, but could not locate Kristen. She also did not answer her phone. When police went to Kristen's house, her father responded, stating that she did not wish to speak to anyone and that they would be hiring a lawyer. 12 hours after Jalea Davis's death, Kristen indeed hired a lawyer. She became the primary focus of the investigation, and her refusal to cooperate shocked Jalea's family. They suspected she was hiding something. Otherwise, she would not be avoiding everyone, ignoring the police and her family, or hiring a lawyer so quickly. They also knew that Kristen was the granddaughter of the sheriff and had a history of altercations at a bar where she was known for her temper, but her grandfather always covered for her. 3 days later, Kristen met with the police alongside her lawyer. She explained that she arrived home at 7 p.m. to prepare for the party. Afterward, she and her friends drove to Brian's house in Jalea's car, arriving around 10 p.m. The party had several unfamiliar faces, and people were drinking and socializing. Feeling bored, Kristen, Jalea, and 2 male friends went to pick up another friend, Katie, and get some more drinks. The 5 of them then returned to the party and continued drinking. Kristen and Katie's friends tried to stop Jalea from drinking more, but they were unsuccessful. Jalea ended up consuming about 15 shots. Initially, her friends did not notice how drunk she was. She did not fall and seemed to walk fine. They went to play pool, leaving Jalea at Brian's house. During the game, they noticed that Jalea was very drunk. The alcohol had taken a toll on her, causing her to act inappropriately. She flirted and danced with Katie's ex-boyfriend, making everyone uncomfortable. As the situation became more tense, Kristen decided it was time to leave. They left the pool hall around 3 a.m. Freddie was driving. Kristen was in the front passenger seat, and Jalea and Katie were in the back. They headed home, but did not go inside. While the friends discussed their plans, Jalea was on the phone. After the call, she realized she could not find her bracelet and became upset, blaming Kristen for losing it. Kristen had actually carefully removed the bracelet in the pool hall and put it in her bag, but this only made Jalea angrier. Jalea got out of the car and called her sister to pick her up. Kristen then overheard Jalea calling her sister to change the meeting location. Jalea then moved her car and said she would wait for her sister, assuring everyone that she would stay in the car and not go anywhere. The friends then went to McDonald's. This was the last time they saw Jalea, and what happened to her after that is unknown. The police questioned several friends, including Kristen, who agreed to testify about the night of the incident. However, the police found many inconsistencies in their statements. Katie shared a similar story but added more details. After Jalea was dropped off, she went to Kristen's house. Katie heard Kristen talking on the phone with Toby. After that, they all went home. Katie met her ex-boyfriend Chris, and they spent the night together. The next morning, Katie learned that Jalea had died. She stated that she did not blame Jalea for flirting with her boyfriend because Jalea was drunk. Chris supported her claim, saying they were together that night, and he mentioned that he foolishly flirted with Jalea, who was bothering him. He noted that she was very drunk and struggling to stand, but he did not witness any arguments between the girls that night. However, he also mentioned that Katie told him about a fight between Kristen and Jalea after they left the billiard room. Freddie, who drove the girls to the party, is the son of a police officer. He said he arrived at the party before the girls at 11 p.m., but Kristen claimed they were already there at 10 p.m. It is unclear who is telling the truth. They might have just misremembered the time. Freddie mentioned seeing a woman arguing with a white man in the billiard room, but he did not know him. After the party, Freddie admitted he had been drinking a lot and drove them home. On the way, there was a disagreement about a bracelet. He stated they left Jalea in the car while they went to McDonald's. After that, he took Kristen home and then went to his own place. He was unsure how Jalea ended up on the highway. The police found the friends' testimonies confusing, particularly Freddie's, who insisted they had not given Jalea a ride. However, in the last call made when Jalea was on the highway, Kristen's voice was heard, suggesting they were together, possibly without Freddie or that he was too drunk to recall what happened. As time went on without any arrests, many people started to think the police were not conducting an investigation. They dismissed the incident as an accident. Rumors spread throughout the city suggesting that Kristen and Freddie played a role in Jalea's death. Many people believe that her death did not appear to be a simple car accident. Her car showed only minor damage, a few dents, a slightly broken windshield, and a shattered front passenger window. However, there was no significant damage to explain how her body ended up 300 meters away from the vehicle. It seemed more plausible that she had exited the car and had been struck by someone. Additionally, it was puzzling why all of her clothes above the waist were removed and neatly hung on a nearby fence. To make matters more confusing, police later discovered a removable hood from Jalea's jacket in the bushes behind the fence. How it got there and why the police did not catch it earlier remains unclear. It was also odd that her body parts were found scattered across 2 lanes of traffic. Due to the extent of her injuries, her body had to be cremated. In 2012, Amber Stafford approached the police to report what she claimed to have seen on the night Jalea died. She said she met Jalea at a pool hall and observed a fight in the parking lot involving Jalea, 2 black men, and a white woman. According to Amber, after the confrontation, Jalea drove away while the men followed her in another car. Jalea attempted to escape from them, leading to a chase. Ultimately, the other car collided with Jalea's vehicle, and Amber witnessed her getting out before the attack occurred. Amber's account appears to contradict that of Jalea's friends and sister. Amber was offered a polygraph test, but did not pass. During questioning, Amber confessed that she fabricated her story but did not provide a reason for it. As a result, she received a 6-month prison sentence and a $500 fine. In March 2013, the results of Jalea's autopsy were finally made public. Toxicology tests revealed no illegal substances, but the alcohol level in her blood was twice the legal limit. The Wood County Sheriff's Department concluded that Jalea's death was accidental. After her friends left, Jalea did not wait for her sister, who was about to arrive. Instead, She started the car and drove away. Since she was drunk, she lost control of the vehicle. Traveling at a high speed of about 110 kilometers per hour, her car skidded to the right and crashed into the guardrail. Because she was not wearing a seatbelt, her body was thrown to the right and hit the windshield when the airbag deployed. She was ejected through the right front door window while the car continued to move. As she struck the guardrail pillars, she bounced back toward the car, causing her clothes to fly off. She flipped over the car, hitting the roof and trunk, which had blood on them, before being thrown away from the vehicle. A car may have been driving down the road at night and in the darkness failed to notice a body, running over it and dragging the remains across the road, leaving behind many fragments. This scenario seems implausible. Julia's family did not accept it. They believed their daughter's body could not have traveled such a distance. Even if she had been struck by the car, she would not have landed on the hood or trunk. The roof showed no dents that would have resulted from a body hitting it at impact. The police also confirmed that there were no blood, hair, or fibers from her clothing on the pieces of the broken passenger door. No glass was found in Julia's hair or head, so her family does not think she collided with broken glass on the door before being thrown out the window. There was no significant damage to the fence that the police reported the car had crashed into. However, this detail does not explain how the victim's clothes were neatly hung on the fence. If she had accidentally ended up there, her belongings would have been out of order, with her underwear on top. Instead, the shirt and underwear appeared to be intentionally torn. It is also puzzling why the car doors were locked. Typically, when the airbag deploys in this model, the doors unlock automatically, so someone must have closed them. A member of Julia's family expressed surprise that physical evidence was left at the scene after the police investigation. Clothing, including underwear, a t-shirt, and a jacket, were still hanging on the fence, and no one had collected them for evidence or conducted DNA testing. In addition, the hood of Julia's jacket, which had blood on it, was left in the bushes. An earring belonging to Julia was found 5 meters from her body, also left on the road. Police did not search for fingerprints or DNA on any of this evidence. Julia's car was towed away by police and parked outside without being properly inspected. Another strange detail was that Julia's favorite keychain, decorated with J-shaped gemstones, a gift from her sister Toby, was missing. Julia always wore it on her keychain. It was not found at the scene and was later discovered that Kristen had it. Kristen claimed that Julia had given it to her, but no one believed Kristen. Julia was very careful with her belongings, especially her jewelry, and even argued with Kristen over a bracelet. It would have been absurd for her to give such an expensive keychain. Toby also recalled that Julia had asked for her keys in a phone call and had the keychain attached to the same set of keys. Kristen's attorney eventually returned the keychain to Julia's family. The individuals in the car that night were never considered suspicious or questioned. Their phones were not collected for testing because Kristen, Katie, and Freddie provided alibis, stating that they were at McDonald's when Julia died. Surveillance camera footage from McDonald's shows a car similar to Freddie's arriving at 3:32 a.m. Freddie picked up his order at the drive-thru, but it is unclear who else was in the car. McDonald's employees mentioned that the timestamp on the records does not accurately reflect reality, although it is unclear exactly how much of a discrepancy there is. Since Julia called Toby while they were on the freeway at 3:33 a.m., Kristen argued it is possible that they were still on the freeway at that time. It is also possible that the time Freddie's car was at McDonald's was accurate and Kristen was not in Freddie's car. Despite this apparent inconsistency, the police did not verify the exact time they arrived at McDonald's and accepted this testimony, removing all suspicion from all three. Julia's family received the vehicle and carried out their own inspection. They found a significant amount of blood underneath the car. A car hit her and dragged her along the road, which is why there was blood left under the vehicle. The blood found on the road supports this account. The airbag designed to protect the driver deployed, but the one for the passenger did not activate. There was no DNA from Julia found, suggesting she did not come into contact with her airbag. It was discovered that the passenger airbag was faulty and did not function in the car. Additionally, a drop of blood belonging to someone else was found, but its source is currently unknown. Julia's family believes she was the victim of a crime that night. They suspect she was struck by the same car, and after the impact, her head hit a fence post, leading to her death. The car injured her severely, resulting in her head and leg being torn apart. Jalia's family is working hard to seek justice for her, but so far the case is still closed. Moving on to the next case. Kaylee Anita Mandotti. Today we are traveling to San Antonio, Texas, a city close to the Mexican border that is notable for its remarkable cultural diversity and blending of traditions. This border position plays an important role, providing a sense of home for many Mexicans. The name San Antonio itself comes from Mexico's national language, Spanish, and translates to Saint Anthony, which suits the city well. One of San Antonio's highlights is Trinity University's College of Arts and Sciences, especially the Murchison Tower. Rising 166 feet high, it was once the tallest building in the city. One day, a young man entered the university campus. He went to a women's dormitory on the second floor, located a particular room, and forced his way inside by breaking the door handle, causing destruction within. Consumed by intense rage, he threw clothes across the room, smashed furniture, and ripped apart books and notebooks on the desk. His anger was out of control, and by the time security responded to the noise, he was sitting on the bed crying, holding a spilled soda. The young man was arrested and taken to the police station. The damage done to the room and the university was estimated at $650. The person taken into custody was 22-year-old Mark Howerton. Recently, he had lost his cherished girlfriend, Kaylee, and was having difficulty dealing with the loss. He went to her room and could not control his emotions. During his arrest, he cried nonstop, repeatedly shouting Kaylee's name. 4 months before this incident, Mark Howerton had been charged in connection with the death of his girlfriend and Trinity University cheerleader, Kaylee Mandotti. This case is filled with rumors, unanswered questions, and a large amount of information from law enforcement sources. But let's begin at the start. Kaylee Anita Mandotti was born on August 26, 1998, in Webster to Tilak Mandotti and Allison Steele. The family was financially comfortable. Allison was a scientist, and Tilak worked as an international executive director at MGM Resorts. After her parents divorced, Allison remarried NASA engineer Lawrence Butelin, who lived in Houston when Kaylee was 9. Despite her parents' separation, Kaylee kept a close bond with her father, staying in regular contact with him. Her stepfather also loved Kaylee deeply and became a second father figure to her. Kaylee was not only a thankful and loving daughter and granddaughter, but also an outstanding student, teammate, sister, and friend whose contagious laughter and kind spirit could brighten any space. At school, Kaylee performed exceptionally well academically and took part in numerous extracurricular activities. She enjoyed horseback riding, played the piano, and even acted in theater. Kaylee was a Girl Scout, ran around the Clear Lake neighborhood with friends, and went hiking with her parents. In 2016, she graduated with honors from Clear Creek High School in League City, Texas. Kaylee adored animals and happily volunteered with a group called Animal Therapy. She was always eager to discover new and unexplored paths, dreamed of trying extreme sports, and constantly sought exciting experiences. At 19, the slender, dark-haired Kaylee was already a sophomore at Trinity University in San Antonio, where she studied communications. She was popular, had many friends, and led the football team's cheerleading squad. Her lively and glowing beauty drew many admirers. One day, during a football game where she was cheering for the Trinity team, she met 22-year-old Mark Howerton. The tall, energetic athlete and professional baseball player did not capture Kaylee's attention at first, as she was infatuated with Jet and ignored everyone else. But Mark was taken with her instantly, drawn in by her large dark eyes and the charisma that distinguished her from the rest of the cheer squad. Their initial meeting went poorly, and so did the second. Still, Mark persisted, and by September 2017, they officially began dating. From the outset, friends and acquaintances viewed them as an incompatible match, as both were highly emotional and quick to anger. Their relationship lacked compromise and was marked early on by turbulent arguments and confrontations. The young, passionate couple was intensely jealous and argued frequently. Friends who witnessed their relationship stated that Kaylee often had bruises on her arms and legs. A close friend also recounted an incident that deeply frightened her. Kaylee once asked her to retrieve her phone from Mark because she was too afraid to do it herself. The situation escalated to the point where Mark became aggressive, brandishing a gun and making violent threats. Kaylee knew about her boyfriend's jealousy and temper, but she continually reassured her friends and asked them not to spread word of their loud arguments, admitting she was not entirely blameless either. However, around 1 a.m. on September 24, 2017, Kaylee's roommates could not tolerate it any longer and called the police. They heard loud noises coming from Kaylee's room along with a man shouting and threatening violence. The responding officer found Mark alone in the room. Kaylee declined to press charges, saying nothing had happened and that it was merely a lover's dispute. But her friends believed Mark was using controlled substances, which led to uncontrollable bursts of rage. He had once threatened to throw Kaylee off a balcony. Her friends reported that incident to the police as well. Their relationship resembled the ocean. During storms, the waves were violent, but in calm conditions, they were blissfully in love. On October 29th, Mark and Kaylee attended the Luna Music Festival in San Antonio. It is one of the largest music festivals centered on gothic, modern industrial, and dark wave music, drawing more than 10,000 people each year. Luna is a gathering place for partygoers and those seeking anonymity, as it is easy to blend into the crowd and disappear within it. Mark and Kaylee spent the evening enjoying themselves and partying with friends. However, the unexpected appearance of Kaylee's ex once again pushed Mark to the brink. They had a serious argument and left the festival early. That was the last time their friends saw them together that night. 6 hours later, deep into the night, Mark's black Mercedes arrived at a hospital. He rushed out of the car, frantically waving and calling for assistance. Medical staff found a semi-nude girl unconscious in the front seat. The vehicle was in disarray. Kaylee's clothes were strewn about, and she was slumped forward like a lifeless doll. Kaylee was placed on a stretcher and taken to the emergency room. Mark told hospital staff that they had consumed illegal substances before attending the festival. This information helped doctors treat her for a possible overdose. She was then transferred to another medical facility in Kyle, Texas, where a nurse trained in intimate assault cases examined her and found additional bruising on her arms, legs, and ear. A forensic examination determined that blunt force trauma to the face and head caused her death, indicating Kaylee had been the victim of a fatal assault. As a result, police launched an investigation to identify the person responsible for Kaylee Mandotti's death. Mark was the main suspect because he was the last individual seen with her that night, yet there was no definitive evidence directly tying him to the crime. Still, Mark drew suspicion onto himself. With each subsequent police interview, he changed his version of events, which caught investigators' attention. Surveillance footage showed him and Kaylee in locations Mark had not mentioned. Additionally, discussions with Kaylee's friends and family revealed his pattern of aggressive behavior toward her. One of her sisters even stated she was afraid of him. Police uncovered alleged incidents of violence between the couple, including Mark slamming Kaylee's head against a car window and destroying her dorm room at Trinity. When Kaylee's parents learned about Mark's previous assaults on her at the university, they were devastated. The mother of the slain Trinity University cheerleader, Kaylee Mandotti, filed a lawsuit against the school, claiming it failed to take appropriate measures to protect her daughter from her boyfriend's attacks, who is accused of causing her death in a jealous rage. The lawsuit was filed in the Behar County District Court on behalf of the mother, Allison Steele. Her daughter's former boyfriend, Mark Howerton, was also listed as a defendant. The lawsuit alleges that Howerton assaulted the 19-year-old from League City and was ultimately responsible for her death. According to the filing, Trinity staff, its administration, and campus police were aware of Mark Howerton's unstable behavior throughout the relationship. It claims that he threatened to break Kaylee Mandotti's face or cause serious bodily injury. Despite this, the university allegedly took no action in the weeks before her death to protect the young woman. A spokesperson for Trinity University declined to comment on the allegations in the lawsuit, citing the ongoing legal proceedings. Trinity University's failure to respond to repeated reports of harassment, abuse, intimidation, domestic violence, and gender discrimination led to the tragic death of the sophomore. Allison Steele's statement also asserted that Kaylee Mandotti's death could have been prevented if Trinity had intervened as it should have. According to the lawsuit, the university ignored its own policies regarding the investigation and response to potential cases of relationship violence and harassment. After an incident in the dorm room, Mark was issued a criminal trespass warning, barring him from campus for 1 year, yet he repeatedly violated it. Additionally, investigators uncovered numerous accounts of Mark's violent behavior toward Kaylee during their relationship. For example, One of her sisters recalled that he threatened to throw her off a balcony during an argument, while another said he also threatened to shoot some of her ex-boyfriend's brothers with his gun. Based on all of these statements, police were able to obtain a warrant for his arrest, after which he turned himself in. In February 2018, following the discovery of Kaylee's room in disarray at the university, Mark Howerton surrendered to authorities. He was charged with multiple offenses, including criminal mischief, intimate violence, and abduction. However, he pleaded not guilty to all charges. The first trial related to Kaylee Mandotti's death began in December 2019. Prosecutors argued that Mark, known for his volatile temper, fatally assaulted Kaylee Mandotti in a fit of rage. They also alleged that he transported her for nearly 6 hours before bringing her to the hospital. In response, Mark's defense team argued that Kaylee's death could have resulted from multiple causes. Autopsy findings revealed banned substances in her system, suggesting the possibility of a spike in blood pressure or head trauma occurring during intimate activity. Kaylee's mother testified that the injuries and bruises on her daughter's body were extreme, comparable to falling from an airplane. Indeed, the injuries were severe. Photographs shown to the Behar County jury depicted the Trinity University sophomore from San Antonio, Texas, barely recognizable, covered in bruises from head to toe, with red marks and scratches. Both of her eyelids were swollen and bruised. The only areas without visible injury were her back and the backs of her legs. Diagrams and photographs taken by Dr. Susanna Dana, the forensic pathologist who performed Kaylee Mandotti's autopsy, revealed a subdural hematoma, a buildup of blood commonly linked to traumatic brain injury, on the right side of her brain. Kaylee's father, Tilak Mandotti, after viewing 2 photographs showing his daughter in the ICU in a vegetative state, surrounded by numerous tubes with her face barely visible, spoke about her in a shaking voice as tears filled his eyes. "That's my daughter," he said, "my only child." Dr. Susanna Dana stated that upon examining Mandotti's head, she discovered a dent in her skull. Most of the medical testimony concentrated on the head and facial injuries Mandotti sustained, which Dana characterized as severe. These injuries involved trauma to the eyes. Both eyelids were bruised, with the left eyelid so swollen that it could not completely close. There were significant bruises on both the left and right sides of the jaw, bruising inside the mouth above the teeth on the gums, as well as on the lips and cheeks. There were hemorrhages in both eyes, she stated, displaying photographs of the inner lining of the eyelids. She concluded that the cause of Mandotti's death was blunt force trauma to the head and face. Dr. William Anderson reviewed the autopsy findings and disagreed with the conclusion that Kaylee Mandotti had been assaulted. "We do not see any fractures in the eye socket. There were no fractures in the nose either. No fractures were present on the face. This," he said, indicated there was no frontal assault. Instead, Anderson proposed that the young woman's injuries were more consistent with a fall and extensive medical treatment. Defense attorney John Hunter offered an alternative explanation, arguing that the prosecution lacked enough evidence to determine what truly happened to Kaylee Mandotti that night, and that proving Mark Howerton's involvement was therefore impossible. Throughout the trial, he repeatedly referenced Kaylee Mandotti's drug use, at one point mentioning her treatment for substance dependence at a hospital. Jason Wallach, a professor at the University of the Sciences in Philadelphia, testified that Kaylee Mandotti had a high concentration of MDMA, commonly known as ecstasy or Molly, in her bloodstream after her boyfriend brought her to the hospital on the night of October 29, 2017. The presence of these substances suggested that a person could suffer a minor head injury and that the effects of MDMA could make it fatal. John Hunter, expanding on these findings, stated that the drug affects individuals differently. Many people experience increased body temperature or an imbalance of electrolytes when using the substance. According to him, these conditions could result in loss of consciousness. The jury then began hearing testimony. That day, jurors viewed video footage and listened to an audio recording from police interviews in which Mark Howerton told investigators that he and Kaylee had argued and engaged in intimate activity in the car before she lost consciousness, and that they enjoyed rough intimacy. He said he would choke her during the act because she liked it. Mark Howerton maintained that everything was consensual, but where the bruises came from and when they occurred remained unanswered. This question was never fully resolved during the December 2019 trial regarding Kaylee's death. Allison strongly believed that Mark Howerton would be held accountable for her daughter's death. However, Following the 2019 trial, the family felt deeply disheartened. Although Mark had been charged with causing a death, he continued to assert his innocence. The defense claimed that the injuries sustained by the victim were caused during resuscitation attempts by medical personnel. As a result, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision, leading to a mistrial. The case was heard in the 144th District Court of the state, overseen by Judge Raymond Angelini. When the jury failed to reach a verdict, the case was declared a mistrial and dismissed. As a result, in the first trial, Howerton was effectively acquitted of the charges, leaving the case unresolved. Bexar County District Attorney Joe Gonzalez, who had overseen the case from the outset, expressed disappointment with the outcome and stated that he would re-examine the case. During this period, Kaylee Mandotti's parents chose to begin their own investigation. They gathered all evidence and autopsy reports from the police and focused their attention on a small, round, pinpoint bruise located near Kaylee's ear. Allison and Lawrence speculated that Mark could have struck her head against the car window, causing her to hit the door lock and sustain bruises. They hoped this would help establish his culpability. Identifying a similar Mercedes, the same car Mark had driven that night, Lawrence took photographs, posing in ways they believed mirrored the circumstances under which Kaylee could have injured her head. With the assistance of the Texas Rangers, they obtained records, 3 written affidavits under oath. Included in the warrant for Howerton's arrest on charges of criminal acts, aggravated intimate assault, and criminal mischief, addressing many questions about Mandotti's case and providing a detailed timeline of events before and after her death. The slideshow outlined key moments in chronological order, leading to Kaylee's death and the evidence discovered during the investigation. Specifically, the timeline provided by authorities illuminated Mark Howerton's alleged falsehoods to the Rangers and the evidence that resulted in his arrest. Throughout the trial, prosecutors depicted Howerton as a manipulative and controlling boyfriend who constantly called Kaylee and confiscated her phone so she could not communicate with friends. At one point, 2 weeks prior to her death, Howerton shoved Mandotti against a brick wall and, in a fit of rage, trashed her dorm room. Soon after, Kaylee informed Mark that she needed space, according to text messages reviewed by the jury. Howerton began sending her dozens of messages, at one point threatening to take his own life. She pleaded with him not to do so. In total, he called her approximately 200 times that evening. Later, they attended a festival and argued about Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, who was present as well. Mark Howerton then took Kaylee Mandotti from the festival, placed her in the car, and drove to a deserted parking lot near the Whataburger headquarters, close to US 281 and Sunset Road. GPS and camera records show the couple remained in the parking lot for over an hour. Prosecutors suggested it was there that Mark Howerton attacked Kaylee Mandotti and beat her to death. Kaylee Mandotti's family expressed gratitude to the Texas Rangers for their diligent efforts in securing the appropriate criminal charges against Kaylee's alleged assailant. The retrial for Mark Howerton began in June 2023 after delays caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. During the trial, the prosecution considered introducing a video recorded by Kaylee Mandotti's parents, showing her injuries in the hospital, but ultimately withdrew it due to potential complications and new disputes. Evidence gathered with the assistance of the Texas Rangers was also considered. Mark Howerton was found guilty of aggravated assault causing bodily harm, resulting in a lethal outcome. The court sentenced him to 20 years in prison, with a $10,000 fine and restitution to Kaylee Mandotti's family. Additionally, he was prohibited from contacting more than 20 individuals involved in the case. Mark, now over 30 years old, is serving his sentence in the Willacy County Jail with eligibility for parole in 2033. The conviction provided some closure for Kaylee's family, though they stated the sentence felt inadequate given their loss. In the second trial, Mark Howerton faced charges, including aggravated assault causing serious bodily harm in addition to the original manslaughter charge from the first trial. Unlike the first trial, the prosecution expanded the charges to include aggravated assault and criminally negligent homicide. The legal strategy was modified to present a more comprehensive case against Mark Howerton. However, dissatisfied with the outcome, Kaylee's family and prosecutors insisted on pursuing a retrial. Kaylee Mandotti's tragic story highlighted the devastating impact of violence on a young life and her grieving family's pursuit of justice. This complex case is the subject of the article, The Final Hours of Kaylee Mandotti, reported by 48 Hours correspondent Peter Van Sant. Kaylee Mandotti's story serves as a stark reminder of the consequences of violence against young people with promising futures. Despite the conviction, Kaylee's family stated that the verdict does not deliver justice for their beloved daughter. In 2019, Allison Steele, Kaylee Mandotti's mother, successfully lobbied the Texas legislature to expand the missing persons alert system in Texas. She then founded the nonprofit organization Kaylee's Calling, aiming to consolidate missing persons alert systems. Steele also established a nonprofit dedicated to providing public information about the Clear Alert, an emergency broadcasting alert in Texas for individuals aged 18 to 64. In addition to these efforts, in 2021, she filed a civil lawsuit against Trinity University, alleging negligence in protecting her daughter. Steele claimed that none of Kaylee's guardians had been informed that Mark Howerton had trashed her dorm room. She also stated that the university took no action against him, allegedly allowing him continued access to her daughter and making her vulnerable to manipulation. It remains unclear whether the evidence collected by Allison and Lawrence was presented at Mark Howerton's trial in 2023. Despite being acquitted of the charge of ending a life, he was found guilty of aggravated assault causing bodily harm. Prosecutors noted that the family expressed satisfaction with the verdict, as they had endured prolonged suffering and felt relief that the legal proceedings had concluded, allowing them to begin the healing process. Losing a child is an agonizing ordeal, and sadly, it was a heart-wrenching journey that Kaylee Mandotti's parents had to endure. Allison Steele said they are still completely devastated by the loss of Kaylee and urged those of faith to pray for her family, friends, and for justice in this matter. Moving on to the next case. The case of Nicole Vander Hayden. Nicole met Douglas in January 2015. At that time, she had already experienced a marriage, 2 children, and a divorce. After they began dating, Nicole and Douglas started living together, and within a few months, Nicole discovered she was pregnant. Both Douglas and Nicole were excited about the prospect of raising children together. By May 2016, Nicole, Douglas, and their 3 children, the youngest of whom was 6 months old, were living in Green Bay, Wisconsin. On Friday night, May 20th, the couple decided to attend a concert to take a break and enjoy some time off. They had arranged for a babysitter to look after the children while they were at the concert. A photo was taken of Nicole happily chatting with Douglas and his friends. As the concert neared its end, Nicole and her friends decided to continue the night by going to another bar. Douglas said he would join them at the bar after finishing a conversation with a friend. Surveillance footage showed Nicole enjoying herself at the bar while Douglas had not yet arrived to join her. After some time, Nicole became upset and sent him a text message accusing him of being unfaithful. At around 12:30 a.m., she tried calling Douglas, but he did not answer. Feeling frustrated, Nicole asked a friend to call Douglas from their phone, and he answered. Nicole was angered that Douglas had ignored her calls. She got up and walked toward the exit, despite her friends trying to stop her, but they could not prevent her from leaving. Irritated, Nicole ran out into the street, turned the corner of the building, and vanished into the dark night. When Douglas and his friends realized she was gone, they began searching for her, driving around the nearby streets, but could not locate her. They eventually returned to the bar, had a few more drinks, and then went home. At approximately 5:30 a.m., Douglas called the police to report that his girlfriend, Nicole Vander Hayden, was missing. He provided a description of her appearance. That same day, a local farmer contacted the police after discovering the body of a woman in tall grass near his farm in Brown County. At first, he thought it might be an animal, but on closer inspection, he noticed her blonde hair. The woman was found naked except for socks and a pink bracelet on her wrist. There was significant blood in the area, and she had severe facial injuries. When the police examined the body, they confirmed it matched Douglas' description, identifying the deceased as Nicole. The location where her body was found was only 3 miles from Nicole's family home. Douglas was called in for questioning. He stated that he and a friend had left a bar that night around 2:30 a.m., and his friend had dropped him off at approximately 3 a.m. After entering the house, Douglas went to sleep and woke around 5:30 a.m. He realized Nicole had not returned home and immediately called the police to report her missing. Douglas maintained his innocence, denying any involvement in Nicole's disappearance or death. He was shocked when police informed him that Nicole's body had been found at the farm. Simultaneously, police obtained a search warrant for Douglas' home. During the search, they found blood on the garage floor and in the back seat of their car. Additionally, a pair of Air Jordan sneakers was discovered in the garage, matching the shoe prints found at the scene of Nicole's death. Blood stains were also present on the soles of the sneakers. In the early morning hours of May 21st, a patrol officer found several of Nicole's belongings along a freeway approximately 2 miles from where her body had been discovered. These items included her purse, cell phone, and clothing, and were located near a building across the street from her home. At this location, police also discovered numerous bloodstains, several locks of blonde hair, and a phone charger. Police collected more than 70 pieces of evidence and sent them for forensic analysis. They worked to reconstruct the events of the tragic night that led to Nicole Vanderheyden's death. Initially, police believed a confrontation had occurred between Douglas and Nicole as she returned home that night, resulting in the crime taking place outside. They concluded that Nicole had been killed about 120 feet from her front door. As a result, Douglas was arrested and taken into custody. However, after 18 days, forensic analysis revealed that the blood found in the garage, car, and near the neighbor's house did not belong to Nicole. In fact, it was not human blood at all. Furthermore, the stains on his sneakers were not blood. On the night of the incident, Douglas wore a fitness tracker on his wrist that recorded his movements. This data corroborated his statement to the police. He drove home that night, checked on his children, and then went to bed. Consequently, Douglas was cleared of all suspicion and released from custody. The investigation team sought to understand why Nicole had come so close to her home, particularly since her body was found only 3 miles away. They reviewed surveillance footage from a bridge in Green Bay and hypothesized that if Nicole had been walking, she would have crossed that bridge. However, they found no useful clues. A key finding was that blood samples taken from Nicole's clothing, garage, car, and the neighbor's yard did not match her DNA. Instead, they belonged to an unidentified man. This created a major obstacle for forensic experts, who were unable to definitively identify him. A breakthrough came in August, nearly 3 months after the traumatic incident, when the forensic lab informed police that they had successfully isolated DNA material from one of Nicole's socks. The DNA sample was comprehensive and reliable. When the results were entered into the national database, they revealed the name George Stephen Birch, a man who had lived in Virginia. George had moved to Green Bay, Wisconsin, on March 1, 2016, seeking a fresh start. A longtime friend gave him a place to stay and helped him find a job. The friend also loaned George a red Chevrolet Blazer, which was later involved in an accident and caught fire. A few weeks after Nicole Vanderheyden's death, police ran a background check on George in the local police database and found a report of a car accident involving him. This report led them to his address. Police then went to George's neighborhood and saw him on his porch. Police confiscated his cell phone. The team working on Nicole's case requested a copy of the data from George's phone. By analyzing cell tower records, local Wi-Fi networks, and GPS data, police determined that on the night of Nicole's disappearance, George had been at a bar just half a mile from where Nicole was staying with friends. GPS data showed that at 2:30 a.m., he left the bar and drove to Nicole's house, remaining there for about an hour before going to the farmhouse where Nicole's body was eventually discovered. He then went to the location where her clothes were found. By 4:22 a.m., George had returned to his home. 4 months after Nicole's death, George was arrested and charged with first-degree intentional homicide. On February 19th, he went to trial. His defense team attempted to blame Nicole's boyfriend, Douglas. However, prosecutors maintained that Douglas had no involvement in her death. They presented evidence from his health monitor, showing that he had been asleep during the time Nicole was brutally attacked near the farm. On the 3rd day of the trial, Douglas testified, revealing that he and Nicole had planned to get married and had discussed it on the night of the tragic event. He said they had been enjoying the concert and had been drinking. Although Nicole was not typically a heavy drinker, she had consumed more than usual that night. When Nicole decided to go to another bar with friends, Douglas and his friends chose to stay at the concert venue to continue partying, including drinking and drug use. Douglas admitted that he had spent some time with Nicole at the bar, during which he had received angry messages from her accusing him of being unfaithful. Nicole had called him several times until her phone battery died. Douglas expressed his confusion and concern about Nicole's anger toward him that night and adamantly denied any connection to her disappearance and subsequent death. Shortly after Douglas testified in court, George's defense attorney presented a key piece of evidence: text messages that Douglas had sent to his mother just 10 days before the incident. In one message, Douglas stated, "I'm actually thinking about telling Nicole and the kids that they have to move out." He later explained that the messages were not intended to be taken seriously. Additionally, George's attorney presented testimony from Douglas's former girlfriends, who described him as a jealous and controlling person who often treated them poorly. One ex-girlfriend even claimed that he had installed a tracking device on her phone to monitor her movements on the night of Nicole's disappearance. After Nicole's tragic death, she had confronted Douglas, accusing him not only of being unfaithful but also cruel. Douglas continued to deny all allegations, maintaining that he had never been unfaithful to Nicole, nor had he ever raised a hand against her. In court, the nanny who had been at Douglas and Nicole's home the night they attended the concert testified. She recalled asking Douglas where Nicole was when he returned. Douglas replied that he did not know. She had hit her head and simply wanted to walk home. On the 8th day of the trial, George Birch presented his account of the events of that night. He began by describing himself as a hard worker and a caring family man. On the evening of May 20th, he was at a bar where he met Nicole. George claimed that they had flirted and that he felt Nicole was receptive to his advances. He described their conversation as friendly, lasting until the bar closed at around 2:30 a.m. He then drove her home, parking near the driveway to continue their conversation for a few more minutes. George explained that they had consensual sex in his car with Nicole participating. He said that he could not sit comfortably in the back seat because of his size, so he stood by the open back door while Nicole remained inside. After their intimate moment, he suddenly felt an attack from behind that knocked him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he was lying on the ground and saw Douglas nearby, pointing a gun at him. There was a lot of blood around, and George said he was unsure if Nicole was still alive at that time. When Douglas arrived at the farm, he was armed and carried Nicole's body into the tall grass. George later described a sudden confrontation with Douglas. He claimed to have used force to push Douglas to the ground. He then said he was able to get away from Douglas and return to his car. George subsequently fled the scene and threw Nicole's belongings out of the car window. The next day, he went fishing with friends, including a photo taken on May 21st. Notably, he did not report the incident to the police or tell his friends what had happened that night. The prosecutor argued that George's testimony was highly suspect. Nicole would not have willingly agreed to satisfy a man she barely knew, especially by exposing herself out of the car window at her own home. The prosecutor contended that George intended to have sex with Nicole in his car, but she refused. When she tried to leave, George became angry. He allegedly grabbed a phone charger and used it to strangle her, then stripped her down to her socks. He then dumped her body and returned home, hoping to avoid being caught. The prosecutor argued that George's story was full of contradictions. After the attack, the disposal of the body, and his escape, George went fishing with friends the next day, seemingly enjoying himself. Additionally, the prosecutor presented Nicole's soiled clothes to the court. If George's testimony were correct, her clothes would have been clean, as he claimed she had removed them in his car. However, in reality, Nicole's clothes were covered in blood and dirt, indicating she had resisted while wearing them on the ground. Throughout the trial, 2 women were present, closely watching George and listening to everything he said. These women were identified as the sister and fiancé of Joey White, who had died in 1997. The suspect in White's death had been George Birch, White's neighbor. Although George was acquitted and released at the time, White's fiancé and sister continued to believe he was responsible for the death of their loved one. After 19 days of testimony and jury deliberations, the judge announced the verdict. George Birch was found guilty of attempted murder. Although the judge believed George deserved the death penalty, state law mandated a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Douglas was relieved, as he had feared facing new charges in Nicole's death. Without the evidence from the fitness bracelet, he might still have faced prison time. George Birch was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring that he would never harm anyone again. Nicole's children are now being raised by their biological fathers. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, Don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.